Listen to her to say the same thing 100 times over a course of 2 weeks. But anyways, I'm just saying that, like, I put notes in the chat about reading this cognitive behavioral therapy distortion checklist. You know, I said listen to the conversation afterwards, and then apply this cognitive distortion checklist to what you're talking about. And she just ignored it, but I recorded it all so I wouldn't have to repeat myself, because I like helping people, but I hate repeating myself.
Hey Joe, how's it going?
Good. Hi, good morning. How are you doing?
Yeah, whose photo is this? Abu Beta under He's like kind of a folk hero. It's kind of interesting to see how he's moved the imagination of Pali supporters.
I love this person, to be honest. Like, he's my idol as a true fighter. So
do you think he's dead, or you think he's still alive somewhere?
No, unfortunately he's dead. Yeah.
The title of this room is Jews Against Genocide, which tends to provoke the Jews who are for genocide.
I honestly stopped talking about Palestine. Like, I give up, to be honest.
You're out of the game, yeah. Smart.
I'm just like, yeah. I'm tired of arguing with ignorance. So.
Yeah.
Traz visiting this prison for the first time, so it's like, yeah, dang, yeah, and
San Francisco.
Yeah, and it's in San Francisco and Winchester House in San Jose. I don't know if you've been there.
No, I haven't been to. I've been to San Francisco side.
What you up to? So everybody's still attacking you, Buttercup?
Yeah, I just came out of a room that really upset me. I think I have to remove music. I love you, John Kitover, but
you love me.
I'm recording this conversation in stream yet, which is very awkward for me. So I'm gonna remove you, okay?
Okay, farewell.
You know how?
Why you ain't? C student. On top of that.
By the military, pretty much.
Over time, it will have little blips, but over time it will go to zero. So picking a small time window is not that useful. I'm talking large swaths of time, 5-10 years. And here's the other piece of this swath.
Bible Current Day 4.
General George Patton, who said by the end of the war that, you know what, we fought on the wrong side of this one. So, yeah. That's what I would say. I don't know, World, what was your question, actually?
Why should people be persecuted for their belief in systems of economy?
Why should people?
Yeah. I mean, because you're saying, like, communism should never see the light of day. Like, you should immediately attack people that have such an ideal.
No. What I was saying was, if you're going to justify what we did to the Nazi Germany, right, on the basis that they were persecuting people and doing X, Y, and Z, right, then you would also have to be logically consistent, say that we have to attack immediately communist Russia.
Well, ask yourself at the same time, why do the Rothschilds need so much money?
Anyway, the issue with attacking communist Russia was one of scale and feasibility. Communist Russia was already deep into Germany's borders even before D-Day was launched. There are many historians who even think that the whole purpose of D-Day was not actually even to defeat Germany, because Russia would have done that on its own. It was basically just to stop the spread of communism.
The only reason Russia was able to do that is because they were being fucked up by the West.
Yes,
had the West not supported Russia militarily in terms of like
Point of order, moderator. Moderator, point of order. If they never would have killed Rasputin, if the Bolsheviki never would have killed Rasputin, none of this would have ever happened.
The Soviet Union would have collapsed a long time ago.
Yes.
So the point is that we did support the communists, the very militant, atheistic communists, right, for quite a long time. And then after the war, right, yeah, we did cut off our support to them, despite the fact that we actually, agreed that we would continue to support them. But no, forget that. Russia at that point was like devastated. Like they had lost, I don't know, 20, 30 million civilians.
So was Western Europe.
Yeah, but America was not. But America was not.
And also the communist mechanism of like supplying troops. I mean, this is basically how they won against Germany. It was just mass sending people to the front. The U.S.
The Germans defeated the Polacks by March.
Are you there? You can get rid of this troll.
Kick the Bolsheviki! He's the one who killed Rasputin!
Like, please. Oh my God.
Anyway, the issue as it came to the Soviet Union was one of feasibility. Now, if you want to talk about ethics, okay, yes, governments are cocked, socialist, kind of gang, all sorts of other degenerate shit under the earth. Now, that doesn't make Nazis good or communist Russia good. You basically had World War II as a battle between three horrendous ideologies. Modern, left. Who brought him back up?
Why is the Bolsheviki always so triggered? Why is he the history hypnosis genius? Just read a book.
Can you actually kick him from the room?
Yeah, like he streams the.
He streams the room to YouTube. Oh man,
Like,
hilarious.
if she would have just complied.
I had to call Frank with one day. Okay, what about the 17th, Saturday?
That's Martin Luther King weekend. It's gonna be busting for me.
Saturday my birthday,
You
so
just
I'm
need to
talking.
be near Martin Luther King weekend.
Eternal companion. He had just arrived in Breslov, the town whose name the Breslov movement has borne ever since. I know the place that would be most suitable, the Hasid replied, but it's quite far from here. Far, the Rebbe exclaimed. What do you mean by far? Far from the mind or from the heart? Reb Nachman later taught, when your heart yearns, distance is no obstacle. And praise my God, I work and I strive, never knowing if I will succeed. You and only you can give hope to my dreams. With your help, I am spared wasted efforts. With your blessing, endure can bear fruit. You and only you are the key to success in all that I do. Courage to grow, Almighty God, source of all the energy of life. Without you, I am helpless. Give me the courage, the physical drive, the most spiritual.
I'm about to suicide bomb myself real quick. Hold on.
Yeah. Well, you can do that. That's fine.
If you think that you converted from Islam to being part of some righteous like sort of ideology. You're wrong.
Okay, again,
Worse.
I didn't convert from Islam.
Oh, well, what is
mega? First of all, I did not convert.
These guys are a bunch of fucking rapists. That's all they are.
You're a rapist, you fuck. You're literally just saying this right now. Listen, hold on, Megatron. For the nth fucking time, I did not convert from Islam. I was an atheist for like 30 years, right? So it's not like I was a Muslim and then became a Christian.
Well, yeah,
like
because
that, right?
you don't want to be a rapist. So of course I would. Well, you're pissing me off.
Rapists are.
I wouldn't want to be a rapist either. I wouldn't be a Muslim. Okay, so hold on. Okay,
no. Hold on. I'll let you finish.
Thank you.
That's first of all. Second of all, stop trying to analyze this issue. I'm speaking about this from an objective standpoint.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you.
So, Listen.
Yes, it is.
So that's your Christianity. That's not Christianity.
That is
right?
Christianity. I can tell you historically, it is. And it still is today.
It's not.
No, it's not. Actually, Christianity really.
Okay.
Actually,
That's why you joined the pussy Eastern Orthodox that wants to cry when they talk about theosis. We're not them. That's why we're talking about theosis.
Or either part. Just like anyway, the issue as it comes to the
hold on. Let me finish. Yeah. I mean, if you're just gonna mock your own religion, because you know you have theosis as well.
Right? No. We don't cry about it like you do.
You probably should cry about it.
Hold on, let me post the video. It's a beautiful video.
Yeah, go ahead and post it.
That's why you
being one with God, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, one with God.
Obviously, it's a beautiful thing.
Cry about it.
Megatron, why are you I thought we were all one Christian, Megatron.
No, apparently we're not. No, she's talking about me.
Many Adam knows this stuff.
I know all of this stuff.
Anyway,
and by the way, the Crusaders, the Christians in the region, by and large, stayed neutral.
That's actually not true, but
I don't know about that.
It's not actually.
No, they did. In Lebanon, there were certain parts, like in Lebanon, they kind of sided with the Crusaders. In Egypt, they kind of tried to stay as neutral as possible because the Egyptians themselves, like the Muslim Egyptians, were actually siding with the Crusaders at first. But generally speaking, the Christians of Aleppo and Damascus and places like that, they tried to stay as neutral as possible.
That's not even where the Crusaders were directed. So that's like
I know. Those are the boundaries of where the Crusaders were. The boundaries of the Crusader states, if you look. No. They tried to stay as neutral.
Welcome
the
every
promise
challenges
was
my
the
life
lands that were going to
unfolds.
be conquered were going to be given back to the nations.
O life of the world, grant me a considered long because it has been filled with right living, and considered rich because it has been filled with holy acts. Making ends meet, source of all sustenance, sustain me nowadays, or even living simply, working only to acquire life's most basic necessities, demands so much. In the black, help me see my way out of this monstrous tangle of debts. The inevitable outlay for my children's needs, those overwhelming expenses and bills, those inescapable medical expenditures, but most of all, dear God, help me keep my account with you in the black. Body and soul, Holy One, grant me the strength to cast off the spiritual sluggishness and indifference.
Holding our glorious Ultra Megatron hostage of his time. Additionally, the Bolsheviki, if they never would have killed Rasputin, there never would have been a revolution. All hail Megatron!
Let's look at the chat for a second here. We got some updated information on Kitover. John Kitover was removed from the ballot. Kitover was found to have only 266 valid signatures. It was alleged the candidate committed widespread fraud, and the board even voted to forward the petitions to the Attorney General and State's Attorney. So he committed fraud in his congressional, in his vie for a seat in Congress. And this was discovered on the 25th, and this was the 25th of December, 2025.
Wait, what is this about?
That information. The guy committed fraud, and he's probably going to get locked up for doing it.
Was it a Somali daycare center?
What kind of fucking shit?
First of all, I'm accused of fraud, allegedly, but what they're doing is projecting their own fraud onto me, and Daniel Nero is an expert in fraud as he carried out lots of car insurance fraud.
John, cut the act, man. It's not funny.
It's not an act. I'm a write-in candidate fighting to liberate the P16 district, just like I'm trying to liberate the morons of this room who won't stop talking and all they do is waste their time. Read a fucking book. It's called...
Exactly. No, but John, do they have anything on you? Are you good? Are you going to get... Are you in jeopardy?
Anything on me, bitch-ass motherfucker. I'm sitting here talking to you. Of course they ain't got shit on me. I didn't commit fraud, schmuck.
You committed widespread fraud, Johnny.
If you need our help, we can help you out.
Johnny, this isn't good, man. They forwarded... You heard... See, with that... State's a fucking attorney. The board... The fucking board of whatever it is... You could be in trouble for doing this, man.
What are you trying to expose him, man? I'm not trying to expose him. I'm not trying to expose him.
I just want to make sure the guy's okay.
He's not okay. I don't like this passive aggressiveness, bro. Just say like, yeah, I'm trying to expose the guy. I don't like him. Like, I mean,
he didn't have to say that. He didn't have to say that. He did that.
No, I don't think Daniel Nero dislikes me. He's just bringing it up because I'm being obnoxiously facetious, and so is he. The point is, I have not committed fraud. I'm still fighting for the people of Illinois, and I'm a write-in candidate trying to defeat and unseat Darren LaHood. I'm a political candidate, Daniel Nero. You and Megatron have no jobs. You sit here in this room and talk to Muslims all day long about nothing.
He's not only a fraud candidate, he's
I am a musician.
all those phones.
like, the only thing, John, is like, my only issue with you, John, is
Microsoft. I used to work at Google. I've worked at the IRS. I'm a former military intelligence officer. You losers don't even have anything under your belt. And I'm a musician on top of it.
right now, please just chill for a second.
Yeah, don't drop people, man. He's dropped. All right, let's get back to this crusade business because I really like where this is going, and I like the fact that Betty Adam is really, really hurt, and his feelings are hurt, thinking that he joined like the better half of the two. He didn't. He joined the worst. Theosis right now. That's what he's doing. He's crying Theosis.
Dude, we're all Christians. We can on that server. Like, what the fuck's up with Megatron, bro? This is weird.
We can address that.
Stop it. I like this Megatron. Go on, Megatron, carry on.
What kind of Christian are you?
Listen. I know why you guys
hardcore Christian Saxon
Hardcore.
Viking. Where I'm ready to whip some ass.
First of all, it didn't happen. It did. They deserve.
No, it's not. It's that. Okay, let's start with his opposition to what happened to the Canaanites. Firstly, God is under no obligation to preserve our lives. We only exist and breathe by the very grace.
Fuck Canaanites, bro.
Hold on, let me hear what both of you are saying. Okay.
Canaanites. What happened in Constantinople? That's what I'm talking
We
about.
can get that too, but
Remember my body, let my body together with my soul soar ever closer to you. Teaching by being, dear God, teach me to embody those ideals I would want my children to learn from me. Let me communicate with my children wisely in ways that will draw their hearts to kindness, to decency, and to true wisdom, dear God. Let me pass on to my children only the good. Let them find in me the values and the behavior I hope to see in them. Wholeness and well-being, God of wholeness, God of healing. Envelop us with wholeness and well-being. Heal us in body and soul, let all
So,
the elements of our bodies work together in perfect symmetry and in peaceful harmony. Remove every trace of illness, every hint of infirmity. Send healing which you alone can bring. Show me how to give with a pure heart, with an open heart, with a heart filled with joy. Lead me to those who are truly deserving, for giving is so holy an act. Help me find the truly needy and help them find me. True nourishment, dear God, teach me to eat right and to eat for the right reasons. Keep me from eating the wrong foods and from eating more than I should. Let all that I eat nourish me, never weaken or harm me. With the food I ingest, create a perfect balance within me, in my body, mind, and soul. Gaining perspective. Dear God, I need your guidance. Bring perspective to my life. For the meaningless allures of this world control me. Let me see beyond the coarse requirements of my daily subsistence. Let me bask in that which is truly precious, in the beauty of my relationship with you, dear God. Working to live, though I have no choice but to work to I stoop to dishonesty in order to get ahead. Let me make no transaction without recognizing that any measure of success I might find, I can come only from you. Oh God, see my pain, see the constant tension and anxiety with which I must function, with which I don't function. Touch my life with your love and your strength. With your wisdom I have more than I can bear alone. Troubles, kind, loving, mighty God, stretch out your hand to strengthen me. Lift me up from my abyss, right my wrongs, turn my every failure into success. Look upon all my troubles and say enough. Priorities, oh God, help me fix within my mind the enduring truths of life. Let my every action be directed towards life's ultimate goals. For how can I face you, my Creator, without having invested all my days in preparation for that moment when I will meet you? How can I face you, source of my life? In thanks, dear God. All the good I can do in this world will never match all the good you've done for me. All my acts of kindness will never equal all the kindness you've shown me. Even all the gratitude I can muster will never suffice to express my appreciation and thanks to you, my God. Words, Reb Nachman's mantra. I want to pray, to tell God everything I'm going through, and to ask for help. Chassid explained to Reb Nachman. When I'm finally alone and try to pray, the words don't come. Then Rebbe assured him, even just calling out to God, Ribbono Shel Olam, again and again is extremely beneficial. Once when informed that someone was able to recite 1,000 pages of Talmud, Reb No's son responded, yes, that is impressive, yet there are those of the Rebbe's followers who can repeat the phrase Ribbono Shel Olam 1,000 times. And praise, Master of the universe, you listen to the anguish. You comprehend my jumbled words. I try my best to reach you with my inadequate prayers. I call out to you and you understand. Prayer, God of life, help me pray with all the force I can muster. If only I could invest all my energy into each word, even into every letter of my prayers. I know that it would give me renewed strength, renewed spirit. Prayer to the Almighty is my life, says the psalmist. Please help me pray. Crying out to God, oh, how I want to cry out to you, God of strength, to cry undistracted, and with a pure heart help me pray with all my strength to raise my voice in resounding supplication until my own prayers strike my mind like thunderclaps and refine the innermost recesses of my heart. Sincere prayer to you, dear God. Prayer for healing. God of wholeness, God of healing, hear our words, accept our prayers, send a special blessing of healing to my son or my daughter or my mother or my father, among all those of your children who are in need of your healing blessing. Openness, dear God, I want to open myself to you wholly, perfectly, and sincerely. I want to tell you about my doubts, my certainty. I want to lay out before you the parts of myself I'd love and the parts I despise, the parts of myself that are healthy and the parts that need healing, the parts I feel secure enough to speak of and the insecurities I haven't the courage to share. Crying and sighing, the years have brought more pain than ever I imagined possible. When I cry, of a soul yearning for your light. Crying and sighing, let my cries and sighs heal me and restore me and bring me to joy. We never again succumb to bitterness or depressing thoughts of God. Show me life's meaning. Effective words, God of wisdom, teach me the right words. Teach me the very words that will touch the hearts and souls of others. When a friend needs my understanding ear, teach me the words to say that will strengthen, that will encourage, that will express only my love and concern. Effective silence, God of wisdom, teach me to relate to others with words they need to hear, with words that will never misguide. Teach me, dear God, that often the most effective words are no words at all. Teach me how and when to communicate with that most potent, sensitive speech. God of understanding, guide me, for my own words sometimes baffle me when I relate to those around me insensitively. Speak with a callousness that causes pain when I lose myself in my own ego. God, pull me back to reality. Help others understand that I too am in pain and let them be forgiving. Harmful words, oh God, help me avoid every abusive speech. Let no untrue word escape my lips. I pray that I never speak badly of others or speak empty words of flattery. Help me stay away from profanity. Teach me, dear God, when to keep silent and when to speak. And when I speak, oh God, you save me from using your wonderful gift of speech to humiliate or hurt anyone. Lies, ruler of the world, grant me truth. Spare me from the lies of others. Help me stop myself from lying to others. Save me from lying to myself and spare me from the lies of my own illusions. God, never let me live a lie, even for only a moment. Holy sounds, oh God, your creation resonates with holy sounds. Let me hear them all. Let them penetrate my heart, rouse. God, let my heart hear them.
Such a fucking simple
It all
question.
be
Is
uplifted.
the Father God? No, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. The Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
Text is
No,
feeling unwelcome.
He's the Son. Yeah, I'm gonna re-ask the question, bro. So if you're asking me the Father,
In fact, only support. You taught me to pray, to sigh, to cry, to awaken true, meaningful words from deep within, words that strengthen, words that ease my pain and heal my wounds, words that dispel darkness. Thank you, God, for opening my lips, for teaching me to seek you through prayer. Feelings. Praying for what you need, Reb Nachman taught. When it comes to praying for what you need, there is nothing too insignificant to ask of God. Reb Nosson once happened to mention to Reb Nachman some minor convenience. Have considered turning to God for something so trivial, which in any case I could have managed without. Noting my surprise, the Reb added, "Tell me, is it beneath your dignity to pray for something so minor? No matter what you need, the best thing you can do is pray for it." And praise, dear God of compassion. Your mercies are with me always, every moment of my life. With each breath I take, only you can love me so completely, so unconditionally, so profoundly. If people care for me, it is only because you care for me. If any of my words find their way into the hearts of others, it is nothing more than a reflection of your all-encompassing presence in my life. Compassion, loving God, you who are full of compassion, teach me to be like you. Teach me to be kind and generous and loving, just as you are kind and generous and loving to all your creations. Please help me develop true sensitivity and genuine compassion toward everything. And battered by the countless manifestations of my own inadequacies. Yet we must live with joy, overcome despair, seek, pursue, and find every inkling of goodness, every positive point within ourselves, and so discover true joy. Aid me in this quest, O God. Help me find satisfaction and a deep, abiding pleasure in all that I have, in all that I do, in all that I am. Positive attitude. Merciful God, let me experience your mercy. Save me from pessimism, from bitterness, and from cynicism. Help me overcome my negative feelings. Help me avoid every form of arrogance, every hint of greed. Loving protection. Loving God, protect me with your love. Prevent others from viewing me with hostility. Never allow the negativity of others to influence my life or affect my destiny. Seeing the worth. Teach me to cultivate a love for all your children. No one is without redeeming value. Let the good in me connect with the good in others until all the world is transformed through the compelling power of love. Soulmate, O loving God, so many in your world live without true love. So many cannot find their soulmate. Have mercy on them, O source of all love. Let every lonely and incomplete soul know the wholeness of being that comes when one finds one's true love. Living in love, God of mercy, God of love, it is sometimes difficult, so painfully difficult to sustain a harmonious home life, to maintain a marriage based on true friendship and love. Let never hint of argument, frustration, or suspicion cloud our relationship. We need an extra measure of compassion to understand and care for one another with genuine sensitivity and with open acceptance. Let abundance peace, God, help me learn to cherish peace, to pursue peace, to promote peace. Save me from the need to be always right, which leads only to tension and strife. Oneness, God, help me forge a oneness between myself and others, between myself and my spouse, between myself and my children. Help me forge a oneness of the many selves within me. Help me become one with you. Learning to wait, God of patience, teach me patience. Help me learn to wait for the good that is just around the corner, for the assistance that will soon be within my reach, for the relief that is just a moment away. Teach me to be patient, unruffled by those who anger, tolerant of those who exasperate, accepting of those who disappoint. Help me remain serene. Alone know how urgently I need to learn to forgive. Help me douse all the anger that burns within me. Free me of resentment against those who have wronged me. Help me abandon all the animosity, all the hostility that clogs my heart. Help me turn my anger into love, and my enmity into compassion. God, I never want to become angry. Protect me from my own passions. Don't let me lose myself to small-mindedness, resentment of others. Guard me from turning my temper against anything or anyone, even and especially against myself. A peaceful disposition, teach me, O God, to seek only peace. Save me from every form of argument, controversy, and quarrel. Liberate me from every type of misunderstanding and strife. Where there is no peace, there can be no joy, there can be no love, there can be no true presence of mind. Belong to another. Let me trust in you enough to believe that what is meant to be mine will come to be, will come to me. Let me trust in you enough all that I have today. Self-esteem, dear God, let me feel close to you. Grant me satisfaction with my life. Let me rejoice in that closeness, and let me turn with that satisfaction into a sense of self-worth, not one based in arrogance or in feelings of self-importance, but humble as self-esteem rooted in holiness. Arrogance, dear God, free me of false pride. Free me of the arrogance that accompanies an inflated self-image. Spare me from haughtiness, from the overloaded ego which stems from an empty self. Let me learn to feel good about myself. Let me never feel the need to belittle anyone in order to find value and worth, in order to feel valued and worthy. Frustration, anxiety, and pain, accept my broken heart. Heal me and shelter me in a haven of joy. Clapping and dancing, dear God, stir my heart with a spirit of joy. Imbue my arms and my legs with that spirit. For my arms are encumbered, and my legs have become heavy with my wrongdoings. Fill me, my God, with the cleansing spirit of holy joy. Enliven all my limbs. Help me raise my hands and clap. Help me lift my feet and dance, dance, dance. Overcoming loss, dear God, suddenly I'm alone, I'm in pain as I search for some source of comfort. The world so full, so bustling, seems so empty now. It's cold and it's frightening. In this hollow that is me, in this hollow that once brimmed with confidence and joy, God pulled me back to the world of the living, back to a life of action and human relationships. And thanks, loving, caring God, all that happens in fulfillment in my life. Mind, your presence suffuses my life, caressing me with hope, joy, and love. I've tasted your love, I've known your compassion, experienced your patience, and I am filled with gratefulness. Thoughts. An entirely new world. It is impossible to describe how wonderful it was in those early years, Reb Nachman said to the Hasid. They were strolling through the outskirts of the village where the Reb had spent the first years of his marriage worshipping and serving God in relative anonymity. With each step I took in these fields, praying and calling out to God, I experienced yet another taste of paradise. On another occasion, Rabbi Nachman described what it was like returning home after a day spent crying his heart out to God in the fields or forest. Coming back, everything appeared different to me. The world seemed entirely new. In praise, O God, I only begin to realize how very much you've done for me. The understanding that everything that happens to me, everything is an expression of your everlasting love, of your concern for my ultimate good. God, as I recognize all your goodness, as your kindness fills my thoughts, I sing your praise. Light of awareness. God, let me comprehend all that I see with the light of awareness. Let me understand whatever touches my life in a deep and intimate way, in a way that embraces the adult and the child within me. Enveloped in faith, my God, you and only you know how strongly I want to believe in you, to put all my faith in you alone. Help me make this desire a reality. Help me perceive your presence and draw strength from it. Every moment of my life, through every trial I face, let that recognition bolster my faith in you. Accepting God's justice, God, help me see. Help me understand all that I see in the light of your truth, in the light of your ultimate justice. When I see dear God of truth, and one day I will see it, experience it, and know it. Overcoming doubts, my vision is distorted. Loving God of truth, I want to see clearly, but my heart leads me through twisted, convoluted paths of misunderstood impressions. Straighten those paths so that I can strengthen myself in the conviction of my beliefs. Learning life graph difficulties are in fact her opportunities. Life's endings are also her beginnings. Life's disappointments are her finest teachers. Learning life's lessons, dear God, let my heart grasp the profound wisdom with which you created me. Understand that my vulnerabilities, in fact, open me to growth. My limits draw me to new frontiers. My very failures teach me to succeed. Perceptions, body and soul, Holy One, grant me the wisdom to me be wholly focused for once. Help me pray only true, totally heartfelt words to you, dear God. Wise counsel, O God, how can I make my way through the confusion and uncertainty that cloud so much of what I do? Guide me to wise teachers and mentors, whose advice is pure and in tune with your will. Guide me to true friends whose counsel is caring and promotes my best interests. Guide me to clear, correct decisions, to conclusions that are sound and free of all doubt. Clarity and assurance, O God, grant me clarity and assurance in whatever I do. Teach me to trust in wise teachers, to learn from their insightful words, to teach me to trust in true friends, to treasure their care and concern. Teach me to trust in myself, to judge my own course correctly, and so to live with conviction and hope. God of unfathomable goodness, the history of human agony haunts my soul. Ashes, blood, and cries pierce my heart. Diabolic schemes of oppressors plague my mind. Grant me an extra measure of strength, understanding, and faith to help me find you. To discover your light amidst the blind truth, help me sort through the dizzying confusion of my life. My mind swirls with all bless me with a humble spirit, with eyes that see only the good in people, with a mind always open to others' opinions, with a heart who's caring of their concerns. Teach me to humble myself even before the lowliest of your children, whose very brokenness brings closer to you. Finding good. Oh, loving God, help me discover and uncover all that is good, all that is positive in the world. Camouflaged though they may be, let me find those elusive sparks of holy light. Let me perceive all the beauty and truth hidden within your creation. Finding good when I am confronted with baseness and evil. Let all the bad fall away before me. Let all the good and goodliness that lies hidden within everyone I meet shine forth and emerge as a grand reflection of beauty and light. Losing control. Oh, how much good I have lost in losing control of my anger. So much growth I've let slip from my hands by allowing my burning thoughts to get the better of me. God, teach me to let go. Maintaining perspective, oh God, please help me comprehend that life in this world is fleeting, hardly more than a fantasy. At this moment I am here, as are those around me. Where will I be? Where will they be? In an hour, in a day, in a year, or in 10? Help me hold in my mind an image of the world that awaits me, of the life eternal that will follow my stay in this place of momentary fascination and reverie. And thanks my God, it has taken me time, but I'm finally learning to trust you. When I called, you answered. When I cried, you sent relief. When I was in need, you came through. You are there for me in every instance. I need only look, think, and understand, and I can always find you. There you are, always ready to help. Thank you. The young man was bemoaning the difficulties he was encountering in his attempts to come closer to God. But I really want to be a good Jew, he insisted, to Rebbe Nachman's emotional and spiritual will to overcome so many obstacles that have risen before me. How many times hopeless situations and withstood them, and discovered creative solutions through which to surmount and master them. You strengthened me again and again. I know that you will never fail me. In God's will, merciful God, I know how very much you care for me. You've made me in accordance with your will. Why then don't I always be that which you want me to be? In God's will, God, I want to be so many things, to do so much, to achieve so endlessly, but such a creation, in accordance with your will. Overcoming negative traits, oh God, help me perfect every element of my humaneness. Help me overcome all my negative traits, all my evil motivations. Teach me to turn bad into good. Building good traits. Traits help me grow. Teach me to strive for a soul that is pure and flawless. Let my every characteristic be impervious to evil. Surely then I can hope that I, in my very humaneness, might merge with the holiness of your existence. Perfection of the soul, God. Perfect soul, you created me destined for perfection. How far have I wandered from that destiny? How much of my purity have I squandered through careless, thoughtless, self-centered behavior wanting immorality and holiness? The soul's recovery. There must be a way I can regain decency and virtue. There must be a way I can recapture the purity and perfection Don't turn me away, open your hands and welcome me back. The gift of free will, God of wonders, you've given me the most wonderful of all gifts, the gift of free will. May my will never deviate from your holy will. Guide me always so that all the choices I make are good ones, choices that are in harmony with your will as long as I live. A world of responsibility, architect of the world, author of her story, grant me the courage to participate in the world's design, to join in the unfolding of her story. I want to share in the responsibility of this world, to pray for her welfare, to care for her needs, to safeguard her treasures, to work for her rectification. Self-renewal, dear God, teach me to begin anew, to renew myself along with all the creation, just as you renew the entire world each day. Show me how I can break free of the constraints of my habits, the restraints of my insecurities, the shackles of my unwarranted fears. Discover my place in the world, that space where I truly belong, that space which belongs unconditionally to me. Dear God, I've wandered for so very long. Help me find my way home. I've made of my life a hopeless mess. How will I ever right all that I've wronged, restore all that I've ruined, fix all that I've destroyed? Only you can help me, dear God, reaching for wholeness, compassionate God, healer of my body, healer of my soul. Heal me, strengthen my ailing body, soothe my aching heart, mend my shattered existence, make me whole. Rejuvenation, master of the world, you know the bitterness of my anguished heart, of my painful wounds, of my afflicted soul. It is more than I can bear, I beg you. Soften and sweeten the bitterness. Give me strength and courage, for my remedy too must certainly be bitter. My rejuvenation will not come easily. Healer of all, heal me. Life, dear God, and life to those who come after me. Children, loving God, what is more precious than our children? Is there any treasure that can be more beloved, more pure than those cherished souls we have brought into the world? Help me guide them well, dear God, and help them accept my guidance. Help them lead their life with faith, wisdom, and truth. Letting go, dear God, help me grow old with dignity and wisdom. As the twilight years cast their shadow upon me. Let my mind remain clear, at peace with the world and with itself. Let me learn to let go of my bonds and with this world, of my need for honor and status, of my attraction to physical indulgences, of my envy of others, of my regrets over all that might have been. Ageless aging, teach me, God, to live out my day. Multiply as memory and retention fade. Teach me to relate to my physical existence with an ever-expanding recognition of its transient nature. Teach me to relate to my soul with an ever-expanding awareness of her eternal nature and ageless worth. Approaching God, my soul thirsts for you. Oh God, will I ever deserve to feel you beside me? There are so many obstacles that keep me from being what I want to be, a good person, a God-conscious person, but only I myself can change this. Help me make the effort to come closer to you. Long and yearn and strive for your nearness. True to self, my God, teach me to be true to myself. Never let me be swayed by the approval or the disapproval of others. Help me learn to depend on no one but you, and to look nowhere but within, to come to know my true self, that person I really am. In tune with God, oh dear God, be with me and help me strive. purification and renewal to deep solace and healing, to meaning and eternal tranquility, is only through actively seeking your will. Thank you, God, for leading me to that understanding. Eternal companion, help us pour out our hearts to you honestly and sincerely. With these prayers as our guide, help us feel close to you, dear God. Life makes warriors of us all. We must arm ourselves with the most potent of weapons. That weapon is prayer. Actions, no place too far. First tell me this, is there some secluded spot in the vicinity? Man asked. He had just arrived in Breslov, the town whose name the Breslov movement has borne ever since. I know the place that would be most suitable, the Hasid replied, but it's quite far from here. Far, the Rebbe explained. What do you mean by far? Far from the mind or from the heart? Reb Nachman later taught, when your heart yearns, distance is no obstacle. In praise, my God, I work and I strive, never knowing if I will succeed. You and only you can give hope to my dreams. With your help I am spared wasted efforts. With your blessing all hardship I endure can bear. You are the key to success in all that I do. Courage to grow, Almighty God, source of all the energy of life. Without you I am helpless. Give me the courage, the physical drive, the emotional energy, and the spiritual will to risk in order to grow, to welcome every because it has been filled with holy acts. Making ends meet, source of all sustenance, sustain me nowadays, or even living simply, working only to acquire life's most basic necessities, demands so much. In the black, help me see my way out of this monstrous tangle of debts, the inevitable outlay for my children's needs, those overwhelming expenses and bills, those inescapable medical expenditures, but most of all, dear God, help me keep my account with you in the black. Body and soul, Holy One, grant me the strength to cast off the spiritual sluggishness and indifference which encumber my body. Let my body, together with my soul, soar ever closer to you. Teaching by being, dear God, teach me to embody those ideals I would want my children to learn from me. Let me communicate with my children wholeness and well-being, God of wholeness, God of healing. Envelop us with wholeness and well-being. Heal us in body and soul. Let all the elements of our bodies work together in perfect symmetry and in peaceful harmony. Remove every trace of illness, every hint of infirmity. Send the healing which you alone can bring. Sincerity, O you who are infinitely deep, yet also profoundly simple. Help me walk this simple path. Free me from any fascination, clarity, and simplicity. Giving, my God, help me become a giver. Help me give and go on giving. You've called on us to be charitable. Show me how. Show me how to give with a pure heart, with an open heart, with a heart filled with joy. Let me help me find the truly needy and help them find me. True nourishment, dear God, teach me to eat right and to eat for the right reasons. Keep me from eating the wrong foods and from eating more than I should. Let all that I eat nourish me, never weaken or harm me. Let the food I ingest create a perfect balance within me, in my body, mind, and soul. Gaining perspective. Dear God, I need your guidance. Bring perspective to my life. For the meaningless allures of this world control me. Let me see beyond the coarse requirements of my daily subsistence. Let me bask in that which is truly precious in the beauty of my relationship with you, dear God. Working to live, though I have no choice but to work to support myself and those who depend on me. Let my job never dominate my life and psyche. Let me never be so caught up in the pursuit of my livelihood that I stoop to dishonesty in order to get ahead. Let me make see the constant tension and anxiety with which I must function, with which I don't function. Touch my life with your love and your strength. With your wisdom I have more than I can bear alone. Troubles, kind, loving, mighty God, stretch out your hand to strengthen me. Lift me up from my abyss, right my wrongs, turn my every failure into success. Look upon all my troubles and say enough. Priorities, oh God, help me fix within my mind the enduring truths of life. Let my every action be directed towards life's ultimate goals. For how can I face you, my Creator, without having invested all my days in preparation for that moment when I will meet you? How can I face you, source of my life, so long as I remain naked and barren, mired in the fantasies that form the substance of life's illusions? Living to the fullest, dear God, as I age, as hours turn to days. Days to can do in this world will never match all the good you've done for me. All my acts of kindness will never equal all the kindness you've shown me. Even all the gratitude I can muster will never suffice to express my appreciation and thanks to you, my God. Words, Reb Nachman's mantra. I want to pray, to tell God everything I'm going through, and to ask for help. Hasid explained to Reb Nachman. When I'm finally alone and try to pray, the words don't come. Then Rebbe assured him, even just calling out to God, Ribbono Shel Olam, again and again is extremely beneficial. Once when informed that someone was able to recite 1,000 pages of Talmud, Reb No's son responded, yes, that is impressive, yet there are those followers who can repeat the phrase, Ribbono Shel Olam, and praise, Master of the universe, you listen to the anguished cries and desperate walls of every one of your beloved children. You hear my incoherent cries. I call out to you and you understand. Prayer, God of life, help me pray with all the force I can muster. If only I could invest all my energy into each word, even into every letter of my prayers, I know that it would give me renewed strength, renewed spirit. Prayer to the Almighty is my life, says the psalmist. Please help me pray. Crying out to God, oh, how I want to cry out to you, God of strength, to cry undistracted, and with a pure heart, help me pray with all my strength to raise my voice in resounding supplication until my own prayers strike my mind like thunderclaps and refine the innermost recesses of my heart. You with one true prayer. Let me think one pure thought, cry one genuine cry, pray one absolutely sincere prayer to you, dear God. Prayer for healing, God of wholeness, God of healing. Hear our words, accept our prayers, send a special blessing of healing to my son or my daughter or my mother or my father, among all those of your children who are in need of your healing blessing. Openness, dear God, I want to open myself to you wholly, perfectly, and sincerely. I want to tell you about my doubts, my certainties, my weaknesses, my strengths, my failures, my successes. Breaking down the barriers, God, I want to break down every barrier that separates me from you. I want to lay out before you the parts of myself I'd love, and the parts I despise, the parts of myself that are healthy, and the parts that need healing, the the parts I feel secure enough to speak of, and the insecurities I haven't the courage to share. Let my cries and sighs heal me. Effective words, God of wisdom, teach me the right words. Teach me the very words that will touch the hearts and souls of others. When a friend needs, teach me the words to say that will strengthen, that will encourage, that will express only my love and concern. Effective silence, God of wisdom, teach me to relate to others with words they need to hear, with words that will never misguide. Teach me, dear God, that often the most effective words are no words at all. Teach me how and when to communicate with that most potent gift of silence. Sensitive speech, God of understanding, guide me, for my own words sometimes baffle me. When I relate to those around me insensitively, when I hurt, embarrass, or insult them, when I speak with a callousness that causes speech, let no untrue word escape my lips. I pray that I never speak badly of others or speak empty words of flattery. Help me stay away from profanity. Teach me, dear God, when to keep silence and when to speak. And when I speak, oh God, you save me from using your wonderful gift of speech to humiliate or hurt anyone. Lies, ruler of the world, grant me truth. Spare me from the lies of others. Help me stop myself from lying to others. Save me from lying to myself and spare me from the lies of my own illusions. Oh God, never let me live a lie, even for only a moment. Holy sounds, oh God, your creation resonates with holy sounds. Let me hear them all. Let them penetrate my heart and rouse my senses. The jangle of a charity box, the voice of a faithful teacher, even the intonation of my own sigh when I cry out to you, all these sounds are holy. Oh God, let my heart hear them and all be uplifted. Womb's words that dispel darkness. Thank you, God, for opening my lips, and for teaching me to seek you through prayer. To Reb Nachman some minor convenience that he was lacking, then ask God to give it to you, the Reb advised him. Was completely astounded, Reb Nosson relates, would never have considered turning to God for something so trivial, which in any case I could have managed without. Noting my surprise, the Reb added, "Tell me, is it beneath your dignity to pray for something so minor? No matter what you need, the best thing you can do is pray for it. And praise, dear God of compassion. Your mercies are with me always, every moment of my life. With each breath I take, only you can love me so completely, so unconditionally, so profoundly. If people care for me, it is only because you find their way into the hearts of others. It is nothing more than a reflection of your all-encompassing presence in my life. Compassion-loving God, you who are full of compassion, teach me to be like you. Teach me to be kind and generous and loving, just as you are kind and generous and loving to all your creations. Please help me develop true sensitivity and genuine compassion toward everything in creation. Joy, God, I stand between and battered by the countless manifestations of my own inadequacies. Yet we must live with joy, overcome despair, seek, pursue, and find every inkling of goodness, every positive point within ourselves, and so discover true joy. Aid me in this quest, O God. Help me find satisfaction and a deep, abiding pleasure in all that I have, in all that I do, in all that I am. Positive attitude. Save me from pessimism, from bitterness, and from cynicism. Help me overcome my negative feelings. Help me avoid every form of arrogance, every hint of greed. Loving protection. Loving God, protect me with your love. Prevent others from viewing me with hostility. Never allow the negativity of others to influence my life or affect my destiny. Seeing the good, oh good, it is oh so simple to find the evil, the ugly, the bad. Help me learn to discount all that is negative in the other. Show me the goodness, the beauty, the kindness in everyone I meet. Power of love. Teach me to search for the fine qualities in others, to recognize their immeasurable worth. Teach me to cultivate a love for all your children. No one is without redeeming value. Let the good in me connect with the good in others until all the world is transformed. Soulmate, oh loving God, so many in your world live without true love. So many cannot find their soulmate. Have mercy on them, O source of love. Let every lonely and incomplete soul know the wholeness of being that comes when one finds one's true love. Living in love, God of mercy, God of love. It is sometimes difficult, so painfully difficult to sustain a harmonious home life, to maintain a marriage based on true friendship and love. Let never a hint of argument, frustration, or suspicion cloud our relationship. We needed an extra measure of compassion to understand and to care for one another with genuine sensitivity and with open acceptance. Let abundant peace fill our home. Peace, God, help me learn to cherish peace, to pursue peace, to promote peace. Save me from the need to be always right, which leads only to tension and strife. Between myself and my spouse, between myself and my children, help me forge a oneness of the many selves within me. Help me become one with you. Learning to wait, God of patience, teach me patience. Help me learn to wait for the good that is just around the corner, for the assistance that will soon be within my reach, for the relief that is just a moment away. In a calm, patient God, teach me to be patient, unruffled by those who anger, tolerant of those who exasperate, accepting of those who disappoint. Help me remain serene in the face of derision, calm in the face of provocation, composed in the midst of a storm. And God, teach me to be patient with myself. Forgiving God, you alone know how hostility that clogs my heart. Help me turn my certain and one that moves beyond your strength. You have played a poor figure in that, and neglected one that is within your powers. Fellow, you have come to blows at home with a slave. You have turned the household upside down and thrown the neighborhood into confusion. Do you come to me then with airs of assumed modesty? Do you sit down like a sage? My explanation of the readings and whatever idle babble you say has come into my head. Have you come full of envy and dejected because nothing is sent to you from home? And while the discussion is going on, do you sit brooding on nothing but how your father or your brother are disposed towards you? What are they saying about me here? About me there? At this moment, they imagine I am making progress and saying he will return perfectly omniscient. No one sends me anything. The baths at Nicopolis are dirty. Things are wretched at home and wretched here. Then they say nobody is any the better for the school. Who comes to the school with a sincere wish to learn, to submit his principles to correction and himself to treatment? Who, to gain a sense of his wants? Why then be surprised if you carry home from the school exactly what you bring into it? Epictetus, I have often desiring to hear you speak, and you have never given me any answer. Now, if possible, I entreat you, say something to me. Is there, you think, replied Epictetus, an art of speaking as of other things? If it is to be done skillfully and with profit to the hearer, yes. And are all profited by what they hear, or only some among them? So that it seems there is an art of hearing as well as of speaking. To make a statute do we know then what man is, what his nature is? That is the idea we have of him. And are our ears practiced in any degree on the subject? Nay, do you understand what nature is? Can you follow me in any degree when I say that I shall have to use demonstration? Do you understand what demonstration is? What true or false is? Must I drive you to philosophy? Show me what good I am to do by discoursing with, rouse my desire to do so. The sight of the pasture it love of bread and it remains unmoved. Thus we must also have certain natural desires, and one that moves us to speak when we find a listener that is worth his salt, one that himself stirs the spirit. But if he sits by like a stone or a tuft of grass, how can he rise? Will never follow reason in shaping his desires and impulses and repulsions, nor yet innocent denial or suspension of judgment, but will in one word go about deaf and blind, thinking himself to be somewhat, and then he is in truth of no account. Is there anything new in all this? Is not this ignorance the cause of all the mistakes and mischances of men since the human race began? This is all I have to say to you, and even this against the grain. Why? Because you have not stirred my spirit, for what can I see in you to stir me? As a spirited horse will stir a judge of horses? Your body that you maltreat, your dress that is luxurious, your behavior, your look, nothing whatever. When you want to hear a philosopher, do not say you say nothing to me. Only show yourself worthy or fit to hear, and then you will see how you will move this. Now, when you see brothers apparently good friends and living in accord, do not immediately pronounce anything upon their friendship, though they should affirm it with an oath, though they should declare for us to live apart is a thing impossible. For the heart of a bad man is faithless, unprincipled, inconstant. Now overpowered by one impression, now by another. Ask not the usual questions. Were they born of the same parents, reared together and under the same tutor? But ask this only, in what they place their real interest, whether in outward things or in the will. If in outward things, call them not friends, any more than faithful, constant, brave, or free. Call them not even human beings if you have any sense. But should you hear that these men hold the good to lie only in the will, only in rightly dealing with the things of sense, take no more trouble to inquire whether they are father and son or brother, are faithful and just. For where else can friendship be found than where modesty is, where there is an interchange of things?
They control the federal government.
No, they control. Hold on. They control. Hold on.
No man can rob us of our will. No man can lord it over
that. There's a list.
So aggressive.
Okay.
So aggressive.
What do you mean no? Why did you say no?
Why did I say no? Because this whole conspiracy theory of Jews running the banks goes back to the freaking, I always forget their name.
Go ahead, bullshit.
There's a list of every central bank in the world.
Exactly.
And see, they don't want to hear this.
Walla, why are you guys muting him? Stop that.
I'm not the one muting you, though.
I know. I'm saying the mom.
Now you're muting me. I don't know what's going on right now. This is weird. Well, you guys work from the side. I don't know what's going on.
They don't work from the pod. It's just like...
Yeah, let Aya finish. I know there's a little...
solve that theory. I thought it was more intelligent than that. It was only in fictions, this story of cyanine. And that's something I was fed when I had the systemic anti-Semitic Islamism as a culture. So please provide some proof of that, because I cannot find it in books and fantasies.
From the CIA. I didn't even list cyanine in other countries. I list 50,000 cyanine in America. There are even Israeli newspaper articles about this. I mean, yeah, I get it. You get brainwashed by the Algerians and blah, 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 blah. But why would my government, the Israeli government, and the Algerian government all come to mysteriously the same conclusion? And the funniest part, see, what you said before didn't even disagree with what I said. All you said is that, the Jews are just smarter than everyone else. That's why they have so much control. Which is weirdly actually worse than what I'm saying.
Hindrance from resentment, from slavery. In art perverted the faculties, the senses, the natural principles that thou didst give me. Have I ever blamed thee or found fault with thine administration? When it was thy good pleasure, I fell sick, and so did other men, but my will consented. Because it was thy pleasure, I became poor, but my heart rejoiced. No power in the state was mine, because thou wouldst not such power I never desired. Hast thou ever seen me of more doleful countenance? On that account have I not ever drawn nigh unto thee with cheerful look, waiting upon thy commands, attentive to thy signals. Wilt thou that I now depart from the great assembly of men? I give thee all thanks that thou hast deemed me worthy to take part with thee in this assembly, to behold thy works, to comprehend this thine administration. Such I were the subject of my thoughts, my pen, my study, when death overtakes me. Seemeth it nothing to you, never to accuse, never to blame? Death itself. How are we constituted to be free, to be noble, to be modest? For what other
Everyone is ready to work out. It's good. Happy Thursday. Hey, what's up, Naveen? Happy Thursday.
Oh, King Naveen. Have you got snatched?
How you doing? What's up, Naveen? What's up? How you doing? I'm okay. How are you?
Did you
just driving to pick up my car. Can you believe it's been in the shop for 3 days and it's a brand new car? Amazing.
Did you ever get your daughter off the stimulants?
Yeah, I got her off it. But I wouldn't say 100%. She still uses it as required, but she takes it. Just trying to figure out who she is. But I kind of feel like, in the next year or two, it'll kind of settle itself down and we could maybe take her off completely. That'll be great.
Well, I know Indians aren't big on the sport culture, but maybe they are nowadays. But working out is great for mental health. Who would have thought? They say that one workout session is equal to 10 days of antidepressants or more. Antidepressants don't work, but going to the gym does.
Well, did you hear I was gonna ask Dippity about this. Did you hear RFK, what he came out with? They changed the food pyramid upside down yesterday, and it actually seems like it's more geared towards proteins, and he says, like, you know, about mental health and for kids and all that, and he believes that'll change our society in the next many years. I don't know, it sounds wants to essentially sue companies that are adding added sugar to their
It's the high
products.
fructose
And
corn syrup.
Yeah, he wants to get rid of. He's saying that, you know, his goal is in 10 years for high fructose corn syrup to be banned in America. I don't know if that can happen, but, you know, he's saying things like that are just destructive.
He says eat real food.
Well,
Well, that's what he's saying.
there's so many that I'm so glad for that, because I'm so tired of looking at it all. Can we just have it completely taken out, banned?
You can't, because it's corporate America. You can't even get Pfizer to stop selling mRNA COVID-19 vaccines.
It's interesting what he's saying. He's basically saying, you know, everyone's talking about healthcare costs, but nobody's talking about becoming healthier. And he said it like, you want to reduce healthcare costs over the next 10, 15 years. You want to reduce it. How does eating better reduce Medicare costs? He goes, simply. So there'll be less needs on Medicare. He goes, there's no way, the reporter said, there's no way you can know that. He said, it's science. And they're like going nuts at it.
know that living healthier will make you healthier and have better outcomes.
Man, they are not that big corn fructose syrup. You know how much the fucking corn industry is in this country? They need that shit. That's the only way they make money. No one's eating corn on the cobs anymore.
Well,
Not at all, though. That's nonsense.
The problem is that, Kenny, and this is where, you know, those of you who you know, followed me with the election when I was all in on Trump, where the DeSantis folks are actually right on this, is, you know, one thing I'll say is this: he put out this plan, if you read it, and he says in 2 years this will happen. Well, guess what happens in 2 years? There's a presidential election, right? And so, and he may not be there. I mean, even if it's Vance or Rubio, they may not say we're going to keep RFK.
There's a very good chance he runs for president.
If you don't,
How do you stand for him? Likely chance of it.
What if, hold on, here's a fascinating one. What if RFK runs against John F. Kennedy?
His cousin, the redhead? Or nephew, or whoever he is?
No, there's a senator on the Republican side.
Oh,
His name is John Kennedy. But what if he runs against him? So you'd have
that
Kennedy
guy won't run. He knows he's that. I see what you're saying. I mean, logically. They had Borla in the White House, and Kennedy was sitting there behind him smiling. So it's like all these people who have lived on the internet for years and are not part of the real world, they just can't they can't comprehend how, you know, nothing has changed. I mean, there's so much information on X with doctors and major researchers about the ill effects of the VAX, and they're still selling it, and they're still encouraging you to get it. And they changed the schedule of the vaccines, and Politically Correct had like a meltdown, like there's gonna be another hospital surge across the country because these clowns don't know how to distribute vaccines. It's like, does everybody work for Pfizer? Everybody?
Everybody's been hypnotized by Pfizer through all Pfizer that, brought to you by Pfizer, all that. But back to the sugars though. Another one to avoid if you can is concentrated juices. Anything from concentrate, that's a very high. That's basically like a high fructose corn syrup in a way. It's concentrated versus of course getting things organically will cost more. It'll have a shorter shelf life, but I mean, so be it. I mean, then maybe the problem there could be it breaks it down to where some companies can't survive, and the ones that do, it'll just kind of flip flop, but it'll be to work. If you look back in the '80s, watch any '80s like stuff, and look at the shape everyone's in back then. The aerobics, that whole movement, people eating like the basic 4 food groups, all that stuff.
Well, it's all processed now.
My grandma didn't really watch and follow any specific kind of stuff. She was born in 1922. And she
Sean, 80% of the grocery store is all processed food with chemical additives, and highly processed, highly enriched, chemical additives. It's a huge industry. It's huge.
You're right.
And it's just, it's like cocaine or some kind of crack, because it's immediate delivery of what you want, and there's no effort involved in consuming it. But that's not the biggest problem. It's not what we put in our mouths. It's what we put in our bloodstreams at the doctor 70 times by the time you turn 18, and autism is through the roof. Like 1 out of 20 people are autistic, meaning they can't even function, and they're like brain dead zombies. It's pretty bad. That's a bad risk to have a kid when 1 out of 20 are coming out brain dead.
That is not how we define autism.
Well, what is a liberty? Because clearly some of us disagree with definitions, like you. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, but some of us go by the book. Like, gay doesn't mean homosexual. Gay means happy.
Definition that you use, then 1 out of 20 people are not brain dead. 1 out of 20 people meet the criteria that they use to diagnose someone with autism, which is not being. Oh.
Well, you could say that when you do an abortion, like that baby was already brain dead. It's just like a piece of chicken, right? Not finish eating it, you just put it in the garbage. Listen, I'm not here to debate words. I am simply here to give you one message, and one message only.
What's up, everybody?
Oh, hey, girl. What's up,
Hey,
girl?
Yeah,
What's up here?
I just woke up, y'all. It's 12:40.
Good morning.
I stayed up so late. See, I knew that
Yes,
afternoon nap would kill me. It is normal. I was just cleaning around the house. I was wine drunk cleaning, so that was nice. But yeah, it's okay.
Is this Pocket's cousin?
I'm hungry.
Is that the United States of America is definitely at the end of its experiment, because it's so unnatural at this point. And look at what happened yesterday with this woman driving, trying to anyways. My point is, literally there are going to be copycats like this stupid schmuck who got her head blown off. There will be it's not going to stop. And literally this, because you can control the news cycle, meaning you can control the focus of the herd. So there's going to be copycat people who are obstructing, law enforcement with regards to immigration removal. And this isn't going to be a never ending nothing burger. Like, the never ending nothing burger is what you have to be afraid of, because that's not going to solve the big problems facing America. And look at Bima with her ASMR big lips and the B. ASMR, which is really just information exchange of high value. I hope you enjoyed my snatchy submission.
I love how you were able to gauge the need for closure. Thank you.
I have only one solution, and I think everybody will like it. It's the book club. I've currently been, Monica likes to talk about her rooms and her replays.
Okay, hold on. I can't talk long. I'm actually going out to lunch with some people, and I think
think it's a chilling effect. I think that people are going to wake up and it's like, well, I'm not really trying to die if I interfere with the police proceeding. Oh my God. And I think it's going to go away. I think people are going to realize that no, you're not omnipotent. You can't just have your way. You can't. 2024 and shut up about it.
Can you repeat that word you said about the heels, stamping heels? What was the word you said?
I'm not a bag fit fashion thing. You said Milana Blahnik, girl. Pure Blahnik. That's a brand of shoe. Yeah, it's a design like Prada or Gucci. Milana Blahnik.
Wow, never heard it before.
It was the shoe that was really popular in Sex and the City that they always talked about.
Okay, guys, I'm listening.
I just learned a new word. Like today, Otis in Politically Correct used the word bloviating. It's like I've never heard that word before, and it was perfect for this.
Okay.
What does it mean?
Well,
to bloviate means to like.
You've never heard me use that word?
Monica just bloviated. And so I have to be the contrarian to what Monica said. People aren't going to wake up from this. They're going to copycat it. Let's be honest here, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, it's true. If I was that guy, I would have danced. I want a shot. I would have danced away because, you know, she had a wife and a family, a beautiful wife and a beautiful wife. And, you know, she's gone. And now that wife has to mourn her wife. Sit there and read the headlines about the wife who lost her wife.
Yeah. But when you make a bad decision and you block the roadway, and you're not following
you deserve to get 3 shots in the head.
Yeah, exactly. Period. Period. No, come on, you said it. You already said it.
Yeah, I'm being sarcastic, you dork.
Damn it. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I'd stay the fuck out of it with a police officer in front of it.
Right, so you don't stand for anything. What if it was something you stood for? Would you block it? What if it was something you stood for?
The right to peacefully protest.
Hey, point of order, moderator. I don't
need away the fucking people's cars. You stand in my car and you're protesting and you're pounding on my head. Then I'm gonna run your asses over. Period.
Okay, point of order, moderator. Moderator, point of order. Moderator. Moderator.
Wow, she should have ran him over. Sean said it. I heard it.
That's a law enforcement officer.
You like how I did that? I should be a lawyer.
Point of order, moderator. For you to say. Point of order, moderator. For you to say that Sean B doesn't.
If I was going to debate, I would have my bullet points in front of me, and you damn well know
it's not a debate.
Point of order, moderator.
This ain't no
moderator, point of order.
I can sell shit to a person that doesn't like eating shit.
Moderator, point of order. Moderator. So,
you don't have to if you don't
Vero,
want to. It's fine.
I'm all about vibing on this app. I'm not a guy. You know what? I don't mind listening and partaking once in a while, but you know what? It's not worth my energy anymore. I used to fucking do that all the goddamn time. I used to hang out in that cool and all those fucking rooms that everyone debates in all the damn time.
Yeah, fuck those rooms.
Okay, moderator, point of order.
Because he turned into a raging liberal, and then now he's like, he flip-flops that guy.
Wait,
I'm voting for Trump. No, I'm not voting for Trump. Then he goes on this full tirade of being more of a liberal than a conservative, and then now he's more conservative. JB.
Oh shit.
That's an example of like where I've been in his room, and it's like, oh yeah, thanks for the sentence. Now let's move on to the next person. Like, let's not give anyone a chance to even actually prove their point in that room. I can talk about all kinds of rooms. I could make my list and come back and talk and give you a fucking definition of every motherfucker who wants to debate and thinks they know how to debate.
see Robert's Rules of Orders, musician. You had a point of order.
With respect to Robert's orders of the rules of the point of order, moderator, thank you for observing the point of order. But having heard the Vero and Sean B exchange, my point of order has been neutralized. I relinquish my point of order back to the moderator's point of order.
This evening's Lego-like organizer has been powered by John Kitover. You gave me the strength to Lego to Lego push my organizer together. Amazon. So
I'm sorry about that, baby girl.
Personal privilege. I cannot handle the ASMR whisper. Need a full volume.
Not only am I a musician, I am also an ASMR teacher, an ASMR professor at the ASMR University.
Oh, River's gonna knock you down the hill.
Bima and I have been doing ASMR hypnosis sessions for the lucky few ASMR enthusiasts here on the app. And the first step to getting your snatch wet.
No. I hate ASMR.
Moderators, Monica's back. Welcome back. She must still be out with people. I just want to say that Sean's submission.
I'm moving to the audience.
Hey. No worries. Bless you, my child.
I'm just kidding, Mima. I love your voice. I just wanted an excuse to say point of personal privilege.
Oh, see, I took that as a compliment, and I just thought now I know how to turn you on.
See, I actually thought about going there. I was thinking about saying like point of personal privilege, the way that Mima is speaking.
I know, but this is like a lesbian club.
Making it difficult to operate in this room.
This is the island of Lesbos.
I decided to go in a different direction. But again, personal privilege because it's my favorite of the Robert's Rules, and I feel like it's very misunderstood. Especially like there got to a point when I was in the student senate where some of the student senators wanted to be like point of personal.
The worst part about this fucking Lego organizer is that when I popped the wrong effing one together, it's impossible to pop. This is horrible.
So is it an organizer made out of Legos or an organizer intended to organize Legos?
It is a Lego organizer.
For whatever living is capable of blushing or of feeling the impression of shame, and to subordinate pleasure to the ends for which nature designed us, as a handmaid and a minister, in order to call forth our activity, in order to keep us constant to the path prescribed by nature. The husband deals with land, physicians and trainers with the body, the wise man with his own mind. Which of us does die and had been handed over to him by the people to be punished as his own discretion? Lycurgus abstained from all vengeance, but on the contrary instructed him and made a good man of him, producing him in the public in the theatre. He said to the astonished Spartans, I received this young man at your hands for the violence and wanton insolence. I restore him to you in his right mind and fit to serve his country. A money changer may not reject Caesar's coin, nor may the seller of herbs, but must, when once the coin is shown, deliver what is sold for it, whether he will or no. So So is it also with the soul. Once the good appears, it attracts towards itself, evil repels.
Point of order, moderators. Moderators, point of order. Moderators, point of order. Chillism is the biggest mind virus on Clown House. I have secretly been recording this room and putting it on YouTube for many years, and no one on YouTube. Nathan mind virus ruins your life like so many others. Many people have freed themselves from the clutches of this horrific mind virus that plagues Clubhouse, which you are all participating in. Gentlemen like Samoa, these fake lawyers, and everyone else on here.
A clear and certain impression of the good the soul will never reject any more than men do Caesar's coin, and this hangs every impulse alike of man and God. As to what common sense is, Epictetus replied, as that may be called a common ear which distinguishes only sounds, while that which distinguishes musical notes is not common, but produced by training. So there are certain things which men not entirely perverted see by the natural principle common to all. Such a constitution of the mind is called common sense. Canst thou judge men? Then make us imitators of thyself, as Socrates did. Do this, do not do that, else will I cast thee into prison. This is not governing. The reverence, the modesty that is in thee, greater loss than this seek not to find. His son is dead. What has happened is dead, nothing more, nothing. His ship is lost. What has happened? His ship is lost. He has been hailed to prison. What has happened? He has been hailed to prison. But that any of these things are misfortunes to him. He's an addition with everyone makes of his own, but you say God is unjust in this way. Why? For having given thee endurance and greatness of soul? For having made such things to be no evils? For placing happiness within thy reach, even when enduring them? For opening unto thee a door when things make not for thy good? Depart, my friend, and find no fault. You are sailing to Rome, and you tell me to obtain the post of governor of Gnosis. You are not content to stay at home with the honors you had before. You want something on a larger scale, more conspicuous. But when did you ever... Whom did you ever visit for that object? What time did you ever set yourself for that? What age run over the times of your life by yourself if you are ashamed before me? Did you examine your principles when a boy? Did you not do everything just as you do now? When you were a stripling, attending the school of oratory and practicing the art yourself, what did you ever imagine you lacked? And when you were a young man and upon public life and were pleading causes and making a name, who any longer seemed equal to you? At what moment would you have endured another examining your principles and proving that they were unsound? What then am I to say to you, help me in this matter? You cry, for that I have no rule, and neither did you, if that was your object, come to me as a philosopher, but as you might have gone to an herb saddler or a cobbler. What do philosophers have rules for then? Why, that whatever may be tied, be grasped by a passer-by. Grasp it if you can. Then you will say, yes, I met Epictetus. Just as you might a statue or a monument, you saw me. That is all. But a man who meets a man is one who learns the other's mind and lets him see his in return. Then my mind, show me yours, and then go and say that you met me. Let us try each other. If I have any wrong principle, rid me of it. If you have, out with it. That is what meeting a philosopher means. Not so. You think this is only a flying visit. While we are hiring the ship, we can see Epictetus too. Let us see what he has to say, then on leaving you cry out on Epictetus for a worthless fellow, provincial and barbarous of speech. What else indeed did you come to judge of? Whether you will or not, you are poorer than I. What then do I lack? What you have not, constancy of mind. I am richer than you. I am not racked with anxiety as to what Caesar may think of me. Flatter none on that account. This is what I have instead of vessels of gold and silver. Your vessels may be of gold, but your reason, your principles, your accepted views, your inclinations, your desires are of earthenware. To you, all you have seems small. To me, all I have seems great. Your desire is insatiable. Mine is satisfied. See children thrusting their hands into a narrow-necked jar, striving to pull out the nuts and figs it contains. They fill the land, they cannot pull it out again, and then they fall to tears. Let go a few of them, and then you can draw out the rest. You too, let your desire go. Covet not many things, and you will obtain. Pittacus, wronged by one whom he had it in his power to punish, let him go free, saying, forgiveness is better than revenge. The one shows native gentleness, the other savagery. My brother ought not to have treated me thus. True, but he must be prepared to be sufficient unto himself, to dwell with himself alone, even as God dwells with himself alone. Shares his repose with none, and considers the nature of his own administration, intent upon such thoughts as are meet unto himself. So should we also be able to converse with ourselves, to need none else beside, to sigh for no distraction, to bend our thoughts upon the divine administration, and how we stand related to all us, to observe how human accidents touched us of old, and how they touch us now, what things they are that still have power to hurt us, and how they may be cured or removed, to perfect what needs perfecting, as reason would direct. The man has frequent intercourse with others, either in the way of conversation, entertainment, or simple familiarity. He must either become like them or change them to his own fashion. A live coal placed next to a dead one will either kindle that or be quenched by it. Such being the risk, it is well to be cautious in admitting intimacies of this sort. Turns on gladiators or horses or prize fighters, or what is worse, on persons, condemning this and that, approving the other. So Zen, something to note, I did a FOIA with the Illinois State Board of Election, and they sent me over 600,000 registrations, voter registrations. And if you look at the total number of residents, it's like only 300 something, and only a certain percentage of those votes. So it's like the voter rolls, which this is in the news, are so corrupted that it's like having a completely defunct database that can be activated. So anyways, today there's a trial going on right now for the governorship of Illinois, and we're going to call into the trial and try to get the link to the they just issued a summary judgment, and that's the end of it.
He said like the person before him, they debated for 40 minutes, because you know how it works. They give the recommendation and then they debate. There was no debates. They're like, you on. But honestly, that's on him. That's not my problem. That sucks for Illinois.
Well, is he going to take it to the circuit court?
He's appealing. And so, I think the best, I'm hoping
they're going to circulate the ballot prior in the newspaper. Yeah, so you'll know whether he's on it or not, and he's not going to be on it if they just told you that they're taking him off of it.
Yeah, we'll see. But I think Joe could do a bigger impact not running for office. Like, he should start a PAC and talk shit, in my opinion. And honestly, I don't even think the governor's race is a big deal.
How is Mendrick did Mendrick get on?
Yeah.
How the fuck? His wife, she said they don't even have the minimum number of signatures.
Yeah, they did. They had 10,000.
Oh, for governor? I thought it was more than that for governor. I thought it was like
95,000.
So I looked at the Chicago mayor. Doesn't matter what party you run under, Republican, Libertarian,
It's the same. There's no party.
Yeah, 15,000 signatures. That's a lot of signatures.
No, that's absurd. Yeah, that's absurd.
It's crazy, dude.
That's so many signatures. For mayor is a good move because there's gonna be so many candidates.
Dude, what I don't understand is how have they already said who the candidates are? Can you file and do your intent to file with Chicago election?
No, but because you need 15,000 signatures, and they make it where regular people can't run, so it only can be people like Julius and Mendoza.
Why not? Why can't I still submit and? Matter. The whole thing is still getting the publicity. If I don't get the signatures, that's fine.
No, but finally get the signatures for once.
15,000.
In Chicago.
If I were paying $1 a signature, it would cost me $15,000 just to get 15K, and then they're going to eliminate half of those.
How many months do you have to do the signatures?
This doesn't start till next year, but people are running now, and so.
Wait, can you maybe start circulating signatures now and just not even tell them the date? That could be the move.
You could technically, but anyways, my point is.
That is exactly the move. You're saying it's on to get them on the ballot for next year. You start a year ahead. That's exactly the move.
That is the move. That's a good move, John. And then you don't advertise that you're getting signatures until it's closer to it, because the form's the same.
Yeah.
And there's no. I don't think there's a date on the bottom part, but no.
All right, well, gentlemen.
Look into it. I support John. You got my vote. It's just all.
No. Next time for Congress. I was looking at which districts, with the lowest number of signatures you need. Do you know one? I think it's District 9. It was like you only need 300 something signatures. I think as a Republican.
Yeah, that's what I ran as. That's what I did.
Yeah. So
you're talking to the guy, and that's what Rosso did. I'm ahead of the game.
Oh.
So next time do that.
I know, dude. You are so ahead of the game. You've been doing this a long time.
Libertarians get 5% in a district, and they become a major party, quote unquote, and then their threshold becomes really low. So I'm not sure. Has there been a Libertarian that got 5% in a district recently or something?
I don't know.
Someone gets it this time, hopefully.
I love how on the ballot it just says lib.
Yeah. Well, the Libertarian Party I was a card carrying Libertarian for like a year, and they are libs. They suck. I'm not a fan.
Yeah.
In the Chicago, have you talked to Chicago Libertarians?
Yeah, I told you.
Out of their freaking mind.
I know. It's not really the party, it's the person, because the person can transcend whatever the party is. It's just about getting into office. So
the Libertarian, if you do your research, the Libertarian Party, it was a whole military op to kind of like to co-opt extremism. Mm-hmm. And so it's all just a bunch of bullshit. They're all a bunch of CIA agents and FBI agents, like openly. Like I think their vice president was a spook. And then their former president, Saul Rock, was a freaking car salesman, lawyer, sketchball.
Well, my political legacy and my photo is with Ron Paul because I supported him in Burbank, California, and I gave him $600.
There's a fight in the Libertarian Party between the Marxist wing and the it's a whole thing. It's so stupid.
Well, then see the problem is nobody's willing to talk about economic philosophy or how to run a business. And everybody's just does ad hominem nonstop, but nobody can actually. If you ask your average Democrat or liberal, tell me how to calculate a. Per capita EBITDA? Per capita EBITDA?
Yeah, what's the cap rate?
Per capita EBITDA.
Soda bottles?
Ungawa!
Yeah, exactly.
These niggas is conflating shit.
Listen, bro. Did you just hear what my friend just said?
What do you mean they can't afford?
Did you just hear what my friend said?
No, I gotta take this. This is y'all. I want to see what happened.
Okay, take
I'll call you later. Bye.
Okay, so welcome to the
My
club.
friend, Rabana Shalom, I'm sorry that I missed the book club. I've been driving back and forth all day from Augusta. I had to go to Augusta, and then I had to drive back, and now I have to go back to Augusta.
Well, welcome to the book club. It's kind of interesting that since you put this in your calendar, it's like in my brain calendar now. And I was so glad that it was calendared because now, because I'm really kind of tired, I don't really want to read. And because I've already read so many times on the internet, I can just listen to myself reading.
Or suppose a man sneers or jeers or shows a malignant temper. Is any among us the skill of the lute player who knows at the first touch which strings are out of tune and sets the instrument right? Has any of you such a power as Socrates had in all his intercourse with men of winning them over to his own convictions? Nay, but you must needs be swayed hither and thither by the uninstructed. How comes it then that they prove so much stronger than you? Because they speak from the fullness of the heart. Their low corrupt views are their real convictions, whereas your fine sentiments are but from the lips outwards. That is why they are so nerveless and dead. It turns one's stomach to listen to your exaltations and hear of your miserable virtue. Apply to the body, which tend to modify its desires or repulsions, are good for aesthetic ends, but if done for display, they betray at once a man who keeps an eye on an outward show, who has an ulterior purpose and is looking for spectators to shout, "Oh, what a great man!" This is why Apollonius so well said, "If you are bent upon a little private discipline, wait till you are choking with heat some day."
Okay, so I'm going to read, and create a couple clips here because it's the book club. And this is Confucius. Not many Americans have ever spent the time to read Confucius, but now I will read to you Confucius. The first part of Confucius is to take the deepest breath of the day. And you will notice that I said breath, not breath, but he gentleman. Yutsu said, "A dutiful son and brother is seldom fond of thwarting those over him. A man unwilling to thwart those over him is never given to crime. A gentleman nurses the roots. When the root is taken, the truth will grow. And what are the roots of love but the duty of son and of brother?" The master said, "Honeyed words and flattering looks seldom speak of love." Tsing Tzu said, "Thrice daily I ask myself, have I been unfaithful in dealing for others? Have I been untrue to friends? Do I practice what I preach?" Truth of Confucius. But once you start reading
These
Confucius,
niggas just conflate shit. These niggas just conflate love and psychology.
please, no hard R in the book club. We hope to raise the collective herd consciousness here of everybody. Okay, this is Confucius. The master said, "To guide a land of 1,000 chariots on a business." She said, "If a man honor worth and forsake lust, serve father and mother with all his strength, be ready to give his life for the king, and keep faith with his friends, though men may call him rude, I call him learned." The master said, "Of a gentleman who is frivolous, none stand in awe, nor can his learning be sound. Make faithfulness and truth thy masters. Be not ashamed to mend thy faults. Sing Tzu said, respect death and recall forefathers. The good in men will again grow sturdy. See, Zach, you really should do what I'm doing, which is creating clips of what I'm reading. And that way, in the future book clubs, you won't actually have to read. You can just like play yourself reading a book, and you'll be like,
Well, that is brilliant, but you know what? I'm about to blow your mind. You should do what I'm doing, which is drive around and collect signatures for your political campaign. Ooh, burn!
you're projecting, obviously.
Take a mouthful of cold water and spit it out again and tell no man. Study how to give as one that is sick, that thou mayest hereafter give as one that is whole. Fast, drink water, only abstain altogether from desire, that thou mayest hereafter conform thy desire to reason. Thou wouldst do good unto men, then show them by thine own example. Them that drink with thee yield unto all, give way.
Oh, our good friend Elon Musk is here, aka Adrian Dittman. You're so stupid, John. Adrian Dittman isn't Elon Musk. Okay, my friend. I can't debate it anymore. We'll have to get back to the book club. Here we go. Tzu said to Tzu Kung, the master, on coming to a country, learns all about the government. Does he ask, or is it told him? Tzu Kung said, the master learns it by his warmth and honesty, by politeness, modesty. His father lives, a son should study his wishes. After he is dead, he should study his life. If for 3 years he does not forsake his father's ways, he may be called dutiful. Yutsu said, in daily courtesy, ease is of price. This was the beauty of the old king's ways. This they followed in small and great. But knowing this, it is not right to give way to ease, unchecked courtesy. This also is wrong. Yutsu said, if promises hug the right, word can be kept. If attentions are bounded by courtesy, shame will be banished. Heroes may be worshipped if we choose them right. The master said, who is not a greedy eater, nor a lover of ease at home, who is earnest in deed and careful of speech, who seeks the righteous and profits by them, may be called fond of learning. Tzu Kung said, poor, but no flatterer, rich, but not proud. How were that? Good, said the master, but better still were poor, yet merry, rich, yet courteous. Tzu Kung said, where the poem says, if ye cut, if ye file, if ye polish and grind. Is that what is meant? The master said, now I can talk.
day and bear with them. Thus shalt thou do them good, but vent not upon them thine own evil humour. Even as bad actors cannot sing alone, but only walk alone and hold converse with thyself instead of skulking in the chorus. At length think, look around thee, bestir thyself, that thou mayest know thou art. If it be for your profit, you must live by rules, submit to diet, abstain from dainty meats, exercise your body perforce. It's stated, heat or in cold, drink no cold water, nor it may be wine. In a word, you must surrender yourself wholly to your trainer as though to a physician. Then in the hour of contest, you that you will be behaving like a pack of children, playing now at wrestlers, now at gladiators, presently falling to trumpeting and on to stage playing. And the fancy takes them for what they have seen. And you are even the same, wrestler, gladiator, philosopher, orator, all by turns, and none of them with your whole soul. Like an ape, you mimic what you see, to one thing constant, never. The thing that is familiar charms no more. This is because you never undertook aught with due consideration, nor after strictly testing and viewing it from every side. No, your choice was thoughtless. The glow of your desire had waxed cold. Friend, bethink you first what it is that you would do, and then what your own nature is able to bear. Would you be a wrestler? Consider your shoulders, your thighs, your loins. Not all men are formed to the same end. Think you to be a philosopher while acting as you do? Think you can go on thus eating, thus drinking? Price of these things you would gain freedom, tranquility, and passionless serenity. He that hath no musical instruction is a child in music. He that hath no letters is a child in learning. He that
Okay, this is a little more Confucius. Thanks for coming to the book club. We're also live streaming this on X and across multiple YouTubes, audio and video on X. The master said, in governing, cleave to good, as the North Star holds. To sum up the 300 songs in a word, they are free from evil thought. Guide them by example. Subdue them by courtesy. They will learn shame and come to be good. The master said, at 15 I was bent on study. At 30 I could stand. At 40 doubt ceased. At 50 I understood the laws of heaven. At 60 my ears obeyed me. At 70 I could do as my heart lusted, and never swerve from right. Meng Yi asked the duty of a son. The master said obedience. As Fan Che was driving him, the master said, Meng Sun asked me the duty of a son. I answered obedience. What did you mean? Said Fan Che. The master, to bury them with all courtesy when they die, and to worship them with all courtesy. Meng Wu asked the duty of a son. The master said, what weighs on your father and mother is concern for your health. Tzu Yu asked the duty of a son. The master said, today a man is called dutiful if he keeps his father and mother, but we keep both our dogs and Zusha asked the duty of his son. The master said, "Our man hard part, for the young to be a stay and toil, and leave the wine and cakes to their elders. Is this to fulfill their duty?" When he is gone, if I pry into his life, I find he can do what I say. No, wheat is no dullard.
He that is untaught is a child in life. Profit be derived from these men, aye, from all. What, even from a reveler? Why, tell me what profit a wrestler gains from him who exercises him beforehand. The very greatest he trains me in the practice of endurance, of controlling my temper, of gentle ways you deny it. What, the man who lays hold of my neck and disciplines loins and shoulders does me good, while he that trains me to keep my temper does me none. This is what it means of knowing how to gain advantage from men. Is my neighbor bad? Bad to himself, but good to me. He brings my good temper, my gentleness into play. Is my father bad? Bad to himself, but good to me. This is the right. Good. Bring sickness, bring death, bring poverty, and reproach bring trial for life. All these things through the rod of Hermes shall be turned to profit. Till then these sound opinions have taken firm root in you, and you have gained a measure of strength for your security. I counsel you to be cautious in associating with the uninstructed, else whatever impressions you receive upon the tablets of your mind in the school will day by day disappear. Wax and sun withdraw then somewhere far from the sun while you have these waxen sentiments. We must approach this matter in a different way. It is great and mystical. It is no common thing, nor given to every man. Wisdom alone, it may be, will not suffice for the care of youth. Man needs also a certain measure of readiness and aptitude for the office. And above all, to be counseled of God himself to undertake this post, even as he counseled Socrates to fill the post of one who confutes error, signing to Diogenes the royal office of high reproof, and to Zeno that of positive instruction. Are unaltered. I give.
Yeah, she didn't roll back at 3 miles an hour. If you reverse, she pulled back when the officer was trying to enter the vehicle to remove her from the vehicle.
Illinois
At that point, once the
you
vehicle
want to
is
sell
in
your
motion,
house in 30
it is
days
now
or
under
less,
the
then
observation
listen
of
up,
the officers
because
involved to be considered and to be wary of it being a potential threat, because a vehicle in motion can be a weapon. This weapon is a direct use of force. When she moved forward with the officer in front of her, it is a direct action on his life, which will probably more than likely go through, and he will have justification on it because there's multiple angles. Again, when you watch the multiple footage so far to date, even though you may not like it, even I don't necessarily like this kind of scenario,
He doesn't necessarily like it?
I don't know. He's like over here, speaking of crap, I don't know. How would they react?
I'm just wondering how they react.
You know what the most confusing day in Saudi Arabia is?
You know what street I'm on right now?
Driver's ed and sex education. It's very difficult on the camels.
In my adhesion to what I did before, nor has my mode of dealing with the things of sense undergone.
The Peanuts.
What's the name of the street? It's named Dr. Penis.
Ribono Shalom. I'm on Rothschild Boulevard right now, everybody. I'm on Visigoth, and I'm in Israel. Ribono Shalom. I'm in Tel Aviv. Look.
Myself was saying this much: if a man put his hands to so weighty a matter without God, the wrath of God abides upon him. That which he covets, but bring upon him public shame, and even on finding himself in a well-ordered house, does a man step forward and say to himself, I must be master here. Else the lord of that house takes notice of it, and seeing him insolently giving orders, drags him forth and chastises him. So it is also in this great city of the world. Here also is there a lord of the house who orders all things. Thou art the sun. In thine orbit thou hast power to make the year and the seasons, to bid the fruits and the earth increase, and to rise and fall. Thou canst in due measure cherish with thy warmth the frames of men. Go make thy circuit, and thus minister unto all, from the greatest to the least. Thou canst lead a host against Troy, be Agamemnon. Thou canst meet Hector in single combat, be a themselves with walls and houses. When they do such deeds as these and wrap themselves in darkness, they have many a device to hide themselves. Another may shut his door and station one before his chamber to say if any.
Your father and mother is concerned for your health. To you as the duty of a son, the master said. Today, a man is called dutiful if he keeps his father and mother. But we keep both our dogs and horses, and unless we honor parents, is it not all one? Susia asked the duty of a son. The master said, our manner is the hard part. For the young to be a stay and toil and leave the wine and cakes to their elders, this to fulfill their duty? The master said, if I talk all day to Hui like a dullard, he never stops me. When he is gone, I pry into his life. I find he can do
He has gone forth, he is not at leisure. But the true cynic will have none of these things. Instead of them, he must wrap himself up in modesty, else he will bring about himself to shame and naked under the open sky. That is his house, that is his door.
And a reaction that's causing hives or whoever, suburbanites, to actually go ahead and think they have this Valhalla mentality that they're going to be the social justice warrior, and consequences aren't going to happen, and accountability is just going to be removed. I don't know why, but people really need to take real stock before they start engaging with federal investigations, federal enforcement actions, and before taking it up. There has to be some modification to think somehow you are going to go unimpeded and walk away today without an arrest or something far worse, which is what ended up happening.
I got one question. Are ICE
It states it in federal policy. It states it under extraction code. Police use it. Federal agents use it. U.S. Marshals
police
use it.
officers
ATF, social security police, postal police.
So police can just walk up to a car, whether the car is running or not, and they can just yank your door without identifying themselves, nothing.
They did identify themselves. She was harassing ICE all day.
She was harassing ICE all day.
Yeah.
And that gives them to right to just yank the door.
They told her to get out of the vehicle. She refused.
Well, why she
get out of the vehicle.
Hey, moderator, point of order, moderator. Viking, please be patient with Ludwig. He don't speak English. It ain't his first language.
How many languages do you speak, white boy?
I know who you are. You a fucking low IQ Muslim.
Yeah, I'm a low IQ. Thank you. I don't know, man. I find these like weird for this.
An immigrant. Hold on. Ludwig, if you don't mind, it's 1:35. Past the hour here, 35 minutes. Please check in your pink ticket because we're trying to grow this space. I have 982 members. We're trying to get to 1,000 as soon as possible. Appreciate your conversation. Viking, how do you respond to what Ludwig is saying? Because he thinks that was a too heavy-handed. They didn't give her a chance to respond. They basically opened up their vehicle and said, "Get out of the car," without even giving her a chance to get out of the car. They were yanking on her door handle. He thinks that's too aggressive. How do you respond?
So if you actually watch the video, when they say get out of the car and he goes to open the door, she backs it up. So she had no intention to get out of the vehicle. So his extradition was actually there. And since she was impeding with a federal investigation already, she was in violation of the law, and they have the lawful duty to detain her and and it would have been up to the state and the federal government to prove beyond a reasonable doubt her guilt. So she chose to put the car in motion. And again, we removed that accountability. You're trying to give the straw man to something that's not there. Those actions did not occur the way you think they did.
You know, another thing to consider too, and I'm curious why anybody hasn't brought up this point, but we gotta remember nowadays with all this camera and shit, with everybody with their camera phones at the timestamp when it started recording. We got the beginning of the tape when shit already hit the fan. You get what I'm saying? Like right. We don't have any. We don't know how the interaction went prior to when it was time to shoot. You get what I'm saying? And we always catching a snapshot of the interaction, and then we're trying to judge off of a snapshot. You know, so that's one thing we consider.
Holman was interviewed about this, and he did not want to give an opinion about it because he thinks, the proper official is going to make the idea. But one question that was not asked of Tom Holman about immigration, and I don't know why nobody will ask him what the tally is on the people who are being deported from this country. Because so many people said, we're only deporting brown and blacks, and we're not. Do we have any data on how many Europeans are being deported back to their country?
Yeah, so there was actually a case that was just recently of a Polish man. He's a doctor in this country who failed to comply with some of his immigration orders and paperwork, and we deported him. And people were up in arms. I think that occurred out of New York. They were up in arms about that one. I mean, I think it's just select. Granted, they're not at the numbers. We are expelling Asians. We're doing that pretty regularly. In fact, we're actually removing. Rubio is tamping down, and the Biden administration did some of this too after the spy balloon. They started tamping down on Asians' ability to take certain courses or to be enrolled in certain colleges at certain exams or at classes. And then they remove them and say your student visa is revoked and we're deporting you back to the country. So this has been going on across administrations. I just think people aren't paying attention to them because they're generally somewhat peaceful extractions.
Okay. Thank you for that. I now have the example of the Polish doctor because I've always been told we're not deporting anyone from Europe, and the Polish doctor example is a good thing to have in my back pocket. So I appreciate that. But in general, I would like to switch the conversation to Venezuela a little bit, only because Jameer and I had an interesting joust about that.
I remember I was in a room. I think Viking was there. I don't know if it wasn't. I'm not sure if it was this room, but we were talking about the situation. And when Maduro was indicted for being the head of a drug cartel, I think it was something the Sun or something. It was indicted for being head of a drug trafficking cartel. And then, and I was saying on that stage that there's no proof. No one has presented any type of evidence. I'm asking, what evidence is there that Maduro committed a crime concerning drug trafficking? And the people said, well, there's evidence he was indicted. He was indicted. That's the evidence right there. But then it comes out in the news and in the New York Times and many other places that now the U.S. is backing off of that claim that he's the head of any kind of drug trafficking organization, and that through patronage, the Venezuela government is complicit in drug trafficking, which, has been present in America for historic drug trafficking. Not to say that Venezuela's government is or isn't, but I'm just saying it's interesting how now that claim has been removed from Maduro, even though we've all been saying it's been a lie the entire time, but everybody's been going along with the narrative. So I'm just curious as to if anyone has any evidence of any any crime that Maduro has committed.
Well, I mean, all right. Aside from not acknowledging his loss of the election 3 times, that one overwhelmingly by the Venezuelan people have unanimously begged for help. Their immigration flood really started ramping up after Maduro's first election loss, in which he started targeting individuals, women, children, people who voted against him, jailing them up, killing them. And to see, as we go, the Venezuelan, the new government, or individuals there as generally par for the course. We've seen this action before with some of these Latin American, I would say, dictators. I don't like using that phrase, but that's pretty much what he was. And then, aside from that, you have the embargo and the sanctions that were placed not just by the United States, but also the UN, other countries as well. They were circumventing it. In the illegal mining, sales, and operations of oil to both Russia and China. That also went in contradiction to the UN and the U.S. sanctions that were placed upon that. Then you have the actual illicit drug trafficking that we can confirm from Colombia, and we have those by records that were brought to the UN. I forget her name, but she brought out and smuggled out all those records and asked for sanctuary in terms and protection from the Maduro. And taking wealth. And generally, overall, we utilize the terrorist label and use the policies that granted the president power under that, as well as the Monroe and doctrine, which is attended with the Roosevelt manifesto, I guess you would say, or the addendum there, and those, especially in our sphere of influence.
When you name so many, if we could just touch on one. You said that he made people eat out of trash cans. What evidence do you have of that?
Literally the very thousands of people that were struggling that we watched on the news and that have come forward and now are thankful and saying that they
Is it provable evidence? Do you have evidence that we can see?
It's on video. If you go ahead and watch it, we've known about this for 26 years, 20 years.
Right, but I'm saying, okay, so you're saying the vast majority of the people are against Maduro and his. Express jubilation that this man has been taken down. How do you explain that? Do you think that's all? I want to answer your question. I'm saying, to be fair, don't we see all over the world people who are vehemently in opposition to Maduro being captured? You see that as well? I think people, there are people who have expressed their issue with America taking that. Are there protests happening throughout the world against Maduro? Question, but you said no.
No, there is not anything that protests about the Maduro regime being removed. Then you have China, Mexico, Russia, the typical characters that we would say that are in opposition in the removal of this. But then you have other nations, including people that exist there, that are extremely happy about this, including Brazil, Argentina. People, Haiti and Dominican. I'm just not, because we've repeated this. We did it with Noriega. So I mean,
the link I just posted. You're saying, because that's saying there's thousands of protests worldwide. Are you saying that's false information in the link I just posted?
Yes, there is no credible source that is citing thousands of protests worldwide over the U.S. In fact, what we see is the opposite, where Venezuelan refugees are actually celebrating the fact of that and crying in the streets. So I would say that this report is probably more hyperbolic and not actually truthful.
Can I ask you a quick clarifying question? Okay. Yeah, so is the world, this is just an opinion question with a follow-up. In your opinion, is the world a better place with him removed or not?
No, it's not a better place with him.
Okay, so it's not, this is nothing to do, so you're not actually arguing, you're not arguing,
in a capitalist vacuum, that's actively working against the actively making sure that it's difficult for their economy to work. So to blame that solely on him, to say that the things that are happening, and then to make up lies about him being the, because again, we all have to agree, this is a lie. The American government has admitted that this is not true. To claim that he's the head of a drug trafficking cartel, to me that's nefarious.
He is head of the cartel in Venezuela.
What cartel?
So it's actually in the indictment. You should read the indictment. So from 1920 to about the 1980s, Venezuela was it was one of the richest nations on the planet, and it gained a lot of wealth. It was massively on its way to being one of like a Dubai, if you will. It was the Dubai of Latin America. The problem that you have is when they decided to nationalize, it wasn't increasing its GDP at the rate that it was prior to that, but it was still sufficiently doing okay until that point. It's actually when you start to see Chavez, who starts to I'm going to create a quasi war with OPEC. I'm going to sit here and flood and manipulate the fall. Chavez was good. I actually liked him. I thought he was really doing good for his people. He was fantastic. Now enter Maduro and his ilk. They decided that the power needed to rest at the top. And they had good social programs. We have good social programs. We have amazing social programs, especially for the amount of money we have. Really broad ones. We're not a purely socialist and we're not a purely capitalist. And the problem with Maduro was that he decided that, hey, I'm going to sell this oil to adversaries that are generally against us anyway, and it's not even the right type of other Latin American countries. That is just generally the spirit.
Is it their sovereign right to sell oil to whoever they want to sell oil to?
They can. You can try.
You're going to say no. Like, this is what I mean. That's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
They can try, but you got again. If Russia is under sanctions from the world, you don't necessarily.
That's where me and you disagree. To me, a country is sovereign to sell whatever they want to whoever they want. They have that. They have the right. They have the right to sell, especially
when you go to Israel about weapons. You can say, you know what, the U.S. is sovereign to its right to sell weapons to Israel, and no one can.
U.S. does have the right to sell weapons to Israel. No one's questioning the U.S.'s right to sell weapons. But you said that in the indictment, you said he was the head of a drug cartel in Venezuela. I said, what's the name of that cartel? You said it's in the indictment papers. You should read the indictment papers. That's what you said.
Trinidad, like everybody.
But that's not true. Indictments, independent experts often view these claims, particularly about a formal organization under his direct command, as unsubstantiated before his capture in January 2026. The U.S. later revised its indictment, focusing on a patronage system, saying that, no, okay, so now he's not the head of a drug cartel. There is no drug cartel that he's the head of. But no, rather, his government.
Cartel de los Soles. Cartel of the Suns is the one is the high-ranking Venezuelan cartel in Venezuela. It's Cartel de los Soles.
Is it true that the U.S. government is no longer calling him the head of Cartel de los Soles?
No.
Is that true?
They have determined that's not true.
That's not true.
37-year-old woman. That's not anything I'm aware of. What did you just read, Jameer? Where did you just read that from?
I'm reading several different reports. Let me find you the most official.
So I did. The U.S. didn't retract on that claim. They acted. It out to corrupt systems rather than the formal cartel, because he was able to facilitate multiple systems or cartels or other illicit activities in his sphere of influence as, quote, leader of Venezuela, end quote. So they modified it. They didn't retract it. They are still arguing he is the head of the cartels. Yes, they are. They just modified the indictment to include all the trafficking.
No, they're saying that there is no official. I'm reading it right now.
You don't understand the words.
No, that's not true.
They modified it.
I'm not disagreeing.
They retract their statement.
You're not listening.
Modification.
You haven't heard the word retract come out of my mouth. I'm agreeing with you that they modified it. They're not saying that he's the head of the cartel of the Suns. They're not saying that anymore. They're saying. Saying the same thing that I'm saying.
Jameer, I'm trying to help you out on Maduro, right? Severe human rights violations, political retaliation, torture.
Can you
cruel treatment, poor prison conditions.
Can you show that?
Suppression, crackdown on political oppositions and freedoms.
I can say the same thing. I can say the same thing about.
I can say this right. So
I'm not anti-Trump. But I could bring up a lot of news reports about Trump, and you would say that these
news
reports are not true.
Why did 6 million people leave Venezuela? Why did 6 million Venezuelans?
Because Venezuela is operating under a capitalist world system that is making causing the people.
Everything where you're saying is, I can hear that you don't want to listen. You know what I'm saying?
No, you don't want to listen because you're not hearing what I'm saying. You keep saying they retracted the statement. I didn't say anything about.
But you cut me off.
No, I'm listening to you, but I'm saying you have to allow. Can attest to the fact that I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm civil. I'm going to have a civil conversation with you, but it has to be a dialogue. All right, go ahead, Nathan. You got it.
Nathan, what was your point?
Hey, moderator, point of order. Can we use Robert's rules? Does anybody here know what Robert's rules is? And be professional about this conversation. Stick to the topic.
So you don't, Jameer, you're saying that America doesn't have a right to assert its superpower status and prevent other countries in its own hemisphere, in its backyard, so to speak, from giving a positional advantage to its adversaries across the globe? We don't have the right to advocate for our interests?
We do have the right to advocate for our interests. We do not have the right to interfere in the politics of a sovereign government, to take the head of state of a government, then modify what we say concerning that by saying he's not the head of this drug trafficking organization. Rather, his entire government is complicit in the sale and trafficking of drugs, especially when America historically has been notoriously guilty of this. So
I don't know if that's true, because Donald Trump specifically said, when he was asked on a gaggle about a month ago on the Air Force One, they asked him, why did you give a pardon to the Honduran president? And he specifically said that he doesn't believe that this patronage thing that you're talking about, just because he's the country and he's the head of the country, then that makes him automatically responsible. Donald Trump specifically voiced his disagreement with that take. So unless you're saying that Donald Trump is speaking in hypocrisy against his own administration.
I don't understand what you're saying. You're saying Donald Trump spoke in opposition to what? Harbor terrorists. Give me one.
Yeah. So Hamas is allowed to operate in Iran. In Venezuela without any,
Can you substantiate that? Can you substantiate? I think it's
that.
If you can,
that is already. What do you mean substantiated?
I mean, because the last guy said, Viking said that he made people eat garbage out of the trash can. Now that's not. And then when I say, can you prove it? He says, well, just look at the many videos of people saying they're eating garbage out of the trash can. That's different than Maduro making people eat garbage. You see what I'm saying? People are speaking literally took the wealth and the impoverished people. This is what you're saying. This is what you're saying. That's your assessment. That's your analysis.
So you have narco terrorism, which is a broad category in of itself. And the prosecutors are like literally citing that Maduro. Part of a broader plan to aid terrorism-linked organizations as decreed by multiple entities.
These are claims.
It's up to them to prove their case. So again, then he has the cocaine importation in charge, which is basically a sting that he alleged to import, distribute, and ship cocaine into the U.S. and multiple other nations. This is actually a really big crime, and other drug claims. Again, you're right. He's going to have his day in court.
That's all I'm saying. These are
great. So that's up to the U.S. to determine that. And he's not considered the duly elected leader of the country. So he is
according to 60 other nations.
Yeah, I have one more question for
So again, you have the possession of weapons and destructive devices in furtherance of criminal activity, which also alleges that use said weapons and distribute them among entities. It is alleging that he was planning and has agreed and supplied multiple other contingents with these weapons in direct violation of sanctions, embargoes, and other world UN information.
But I just want to see if you're an honest man. In the history of the FBI, the CIA, have they ever told a lie against a world leader? Ever? That's never happened. Of course. So does it stand beyond the realm of possibility that a lie may be being told on a world leader? Is that possible?
So you mean to tell me that the U.S.
I'm just
on this case, I don't believe that there is. No, but just answer his question. The question is it possible? The answer is yes. Anything is possible.
Thank you. And that's what I'm saying. You can tell that there's a agenda. If someone won't answer that question honestly, of course, it's not beyond the realm of possibility for organizations to have a history.
No, all right. Let me ask you this. Do you think it's
instead of dealing with, because the way that you're speaking about the situation in Maduro and all these things, you're speaking as if he is a criminal, instead of acknowledging the fact, like I'm making you do, that he's being alleged of these crimes, and that we haven't seen any evidence to substantiate it. All we have heard is claims of what he's done. We haven't seen people.
We haven't
seen people come back and also claims that he's the head of the. So that's what I'm saying. We have to deal with it.
Demir, there's a difference between evidence and proof. There's plenty of evidence. Okay, there are people who lived under his rule, who have escaped his rule, who live in South Florida and other places, who've given evidence, which is eyewitness testimony, their own lived experience has been. But you write it off as, oh, they're living in a communist world and they're blah blah blah, whatever you said. My point to you is, whatever you said. My point is there is evidence that Maduro, there is not proof, because proof requires me to take. Anna Navarro, I brought her up to you before but you don't like her because she's, I guess, poisoned by the American. I mentioned Anna Navarro to you in the previous discussion, and you told me she is the #1 Trump hater in America, you can argue. And she came out and expressed a recognition and recognized and appreciated the move to remove Maduro from power.
When did I speak against her? You said
when I brought up Anna Navarro to you in a past discussion, you told me she's biased because she comes from the American landscape.
That's not true.
What did you say about her? When I used her as an example.
No, we've never had a conversation about Anna Navarro. We've never had a conversation about her, for one.
Jamir, excuse me, Jamir, you're not being honest or you're forgetting.
Yeah,
because if you go back and listen to our replay, I brought up her.
Witnesses accounts on the ground, people from Venezuela who are saying how the people are feeling. I have eyewitnesses accounts from the contrary. I just posted it in chat. Now you're saying I'm choosing to listen to certain voices and not other voices, and I have the same charge towards you.
Wait.
Because I would argue that you're not listening to this voice. Okay. This voice is speaking completely contrary to what you're saying.
Who actually went to the UN, smuggled out documents. Now she's the opposition leader. She was the opposition leader.
She's not the opposition leader. If she was the opposition leader. What I'm saying is she was the leader.
Just ignore whatever the.
Go ahead.
She went to the UN, provided documentation. She actually said, hey, there is massive civil rights or human rights violations. She spoke at great length with a multitude of other nations to the tune that Manfinity is right. She got 60 nations that work directly with Venezuela to corroborate her statement, her testimony, and the facts that they did, as well as the United States.
No, I have a for the same thing outside and like even them again, and they'll just like repeat the same story.
Does Machado have the support of Venezuela in multiple terms? And
Machado,
because Maduro was actually acolytes, in which they were also Now, does Machado have the video? She provided the evidence, and you're saying, according to me, either you're retarded or you don't just believe anybody except what.
Does Machado? That's what I'm saying. You're too emotional to have a conversation. Just relax. I'm saying.
No, you can't even hold your mouth shut when somebody else is talking and actually providing you the evidence. No, I don't have to relax, dude. I don't have to listen to what you say.
Go ahead.
Over, and you're fucking ignoring absolutely everything going. Let's have a conversation while you're cutting out. No, I don't want to have a conversation. I need to have a conversation with people who are.
There's a man named John Kitover, never blinks an eye.
streaming every sunrise, every breath that passes by. Candles on the desk, ancient books stacked high, tall teaching wisdom while the Wi-Fi never died. He's live on Clubhouse, X and Spaces yet unnamed, recording every syllable like silence is a game. Yoga mat unrolling as the holy bell goes ding. John Kitover. John Kitover, smile, take the deepest breath of the day. Focus 10 seconds, feel it turn when the leaves stream never end. Ring the bell, align the stars, and breathe it in again. A magician of the Lima with a live stream glow. Crowley in the morning, Kabbalah after the show. Tree of life behind him, mic turned up just so. Every sapphire illuminated in a soft blue glow. Lotus pose on camera, chakras in a row. Mute your mind, says John, get over and let awareness flow. He in a very modern life. All communication is hypnosis. John Gilbert counts the seconds, calm and ceremonious. 10 seconds, don't rush it. Let the bell begin to ring. Democracy, divinity, and long stream everything. Writing candidate for Congress can help like a wand. John Kitover manifests a bill with will and calm. Policy meets prophecy, balance meet the soul. Raise your vibration also, please remember to enroll. Cosmos, produced in sacred space with a mind, a mantra.
But I mean, at the end of the day, I'm going because he did it with minimal damage to the infrastructure, literally minimal.
Very center face. Ask him what he's doing. He'll answer nice and slow. I'm documenting consciousness twice for cosmic bliss, 3 times. Stream roll on through ancient truth, modern feeds. John Kitover live for you.
To have his trial. So now he's affording absolutely everything, and he's leaving it to his DOJ to actually say, hey, now prosecute the guy. And 60 other nations, majority of the world is actually backing this decision. So it's
Stream rolling, John Kitover live 24/7, 365. There's a man named John Kitover, never blinks an eye. Streaming every sunrise.
I'm reading your prompt. It says imagery blend breathwork, bells, Kabbalah, and Taoist philosophy with live stream culture, creating a surreal commentary on spirituality in the age of constant broadcasting.
Every breath that passes by, candles on the desk, ancient books stacked high, tall teaching wisdom while the Wi-Fi never died. He's live on Clubhouse, X and spaces yet unnamed, recording every syllable like silence is a game. Yoga mat unrolling as the holy bell goes ding. John Kitover clears his throat and gently says one thing. Oh, communication, this hypnosis. John align the stars and breathe it in again.
Then you've created the first John Kitover
with the live stream glow. Crowley in the morning.
I don't know, you've created a John Kitover song. Does this mean we have achieved the critical mass that Marshall Rankin's always talking about?
They're not going to accomplish anything. They haven't achieved critical mass.
Lotus pose on camera. Chakras in a row. Mute your mind, says John Kitover, and let awareness flow. He reads some ancient wisdom like it dropped last night, then quotes it mid-sentence in a very modern light. Oh, communication. Counts the seconds, calm and ceremonious. 10 seconds, don't rush it. Let the bell begin to ring. Democracy, divinity, and live stream everything. Writing candidate for Congress can held like a wall. John Kitover manifests a bill with will and calm. Policy meets prophecy, balance meet the soul. Raise your vibration, also please remember to enroll. He's archiving the moment, every cough, every sigh, turning real time. Content from the cosmos, produced in sacred space with a mind, a mantra and a very centered face. Ask him what he's doing, he'll answer nice and slow. I'm documenting consciousness, also hosting the show. Bell rings once for presence, twice for cosmic bliss, 3 times if you forgot to like, subscribe, and coexist. All communication is hypnosis. John Kitover breathes out the moment, grows enormous. 10 seconds, hold the silence, let the live stream roll on through. Ancient truth, modern feeds, John Kitover live for you. There's a man named John Kitover, never blinks an eye, streaming every sunrise, every breath that passes by. Candles on the desk, act high. Toe touching wisdom while the Wi-Fi never died. He's live on Clubhouse, X and Spaces, yet unnamed. Recording every syllable like silence is a game. Yoga mat unrolling as the holy bell goes ding. John smiles, take the deepest breath of the day. Focus 10 seconds, feel eternal. When the live stream never ends, ring the bell, align the stars, and breathe in again.
Damn it, I'm having a hard time creating. I keep getting create failed due to internal error. Please wait a few seconds, try again. So it sucks.
Happened to have gotten a nice fat check from the United States afterwards, or from
and a house in Ohio.
Right, exactly. I guess I forget what the gentleman name who runs this room is. He left. He put me as a moderator, and I'm like, I gotta leave here pretty soon myself. I'm chilling this afternoon, but I got a soccer game I want to watch at 3:00. Go Liverpool. Even though they're gonna get killed. But that's why I made you a moderator, Brad. It's just because I'm like, I'm not gonna be sticking. I don't know if you can the room.
I won't be sticking around. I am at work.
Does anybody else want to speak on this? Nathan, I just saw you come off mic. Black. Like I said, I was made moderator. I had no intention of the room.
A kid, and his mom had to flee. Actually, when I was living in Mexico back and forth in the last 4.5 years, this person owned a business, a pizza place, and her family just happened to be Venezuela. And they recently migrated to Mexico. This stuff is what Maduro did and that type of government did was horrific. I mean, this guy, it's a video, he pointed his finger at businesses and just take that shit over. I mean, he locked up people if you push back against the administration. There's reports that he shot at protesters. I mean, this guy, I don't know, man. It's kind of crazy to me. As you can see in my PTR, it's hilarious that these extremists on the left, so at one moment, they support the daycare fraud event, and then she's like, sorry, I can't go to the daycare fraud event. I'll be at the Release Maduro party. You know, this stuff is that seemed kind of strange. Now they're seeing 3 in a row in a triangle formation. You know, this stuff is crazy. Like, Maduro was doing these type of things. This dude was dirty as hell. And, look, Trump did the correct thing. I mean, he did the correct thing. They're going to benefit from it eventually, the people from Venezuela. And, I hope that lady who have a perfect opportunity to go back and see their loved ones one day, and good things will come from it.
I anybody else want to weigh in?
Yeah,
Like I said,
I think it's a great thing that Maduro been taken out. I mean, God bless the U.S. troops that did it. They're fucking the real heroes of the day, not these liberal Democrat cocksucking motherfuckers on this app that run their fucking mouths all day. It's the men that do shit.
Yeah, I mean, I might boom the room then, unless anybody else. Matt, if you want to come up, live thing. Anybody else?
I'm out of here too. God bless. Peace out.
Nonetheless, I just said that we're sending billions of dollars to people that don't really relate to us. Same.
And again, did they revolt because
How does Ukraine represent us?
Revolt because they were not being represented for their taxes.
Yeah, but how, are we flying our flags in Ukraine?
Did it say no taxation without representation, or did it say no taxation?
It doesn't matter, right? I'm just saying this.
Yes,
right?
it does matter.
Are we flying our flags in Ukraine? All right, man.
He's a topic switcher.
Y'all,
I sure am.
That's that partial and fuzzy logic you done applied to this shit. But we're gonna just make it taxation and act like that's the fulcrum that everything pivots on. Are we gonna apply logic evenly or not? Are we gonna be consistent with the logic or not?
America's an oligarchy anyway, man.
All I'm just saying is, listen, even if I get something wrong, you know exactly what I'm trying to say. Even if I have half the facts, you know exactly what we fought for. And I'm just saying, like, billions of dollars that we ourselves can have here are being sent to freaking elsewhere where we don't need our flags. That's all I'm saying. You can't dispute that. Why do you have a counter argument to that?
Can you spell assumption? Can you spell assume?
Yeah, sure.
That's what happens when you assume shit. You make an ass.
What am I assuming? What assumption that I make?
They're not. As a matter of fact, if you balanced and weighted American income per capita versus every other country in the world. Stop.
Flint, Michigan did not have clean drinking water until recently. What are you talking about?
Wait.
You know what, man? Have it. You know what, man? Keep talking. You know what, man? Have it.
Flint, Michigan didn't have clean water until recently. Now, let's take Michigan and balance against every other municipality in the world who don't have clean drinking water. Let's balance them against each other. Wait a minute. What? This is what we do. We try to take America and then hold it up about it or fight it against itself. We don't take any real accounting for how America stands when it comes to the rest of the entire. I make more money than everybody else. Okay.
I don't care, son. How are you gonna take care outside the house while your house is?
Who are here already illegally, you are advocating for ICE to remove those people. You said take care of home.
I was never against ICE doing what they need to do it correctly. That's all I'm saying.
Correctly? What the hell?
What is correctly?
For real? What the hell?
Like, ask them, please. Can I please see your identification? Can you please?
No, you can't roll up to my house. You can't roll up to my house.
You're illegal.
And then how do you know?
What do you mean?
Exactly.
Do you not? I guess he must not know how law is and how law enforcement, the different levels of law enforcement agencies, and how they're able to even figure out who's who. Like, come
Okay,
on,
let me ask you a
dude.
question. Let me ask you a question. So you say that they have to know that that the thing is happening. They have to know it, right? So if they get a call that is reporting illegal immigrants at a place, would you count that as them knowing? Is it the employers are fine? Of course they'll know. Is it justified that the officers investigate the employers?
Oh, absolutely. So you come to my house here, like you say, hey, I'm coming for X, Y, and Z. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, you can go talk to him over there. He's over there. I'm not gonna impede, but like you can't just come into my property and just start to question anybody like that. Like, no, you're in my house. You're coming, okay? Hey, you okay? I have to, like you said, I have to let you. I have to let you. Very good. Very good.
Point of order, moderator. Moderator, point of order. Robert's rules. Let's stick to the topic and be gentlemen.
Will Maduro snitch on the dead? How much is in it for him? Oh. Maduro, what's the whiff him?
Oh. I heard the reasons why he has so many change of costumes because he defecated on himself multiple times. Hell. I mean, who can blame him? Shit, you asked to be picked up and Delta Force showed up. Shit, I would too. Fuck. Damn, that's crazy though. Imagine you at home, bro. Knock, knock. Oh, shit. Who's there? Uncle Sam.
Who put is there something going on with him and the Dems? I don't know. Hey, but did you change the topic? 9? Any of y'all?
I did it.
I changed it, just give you guys something to talk about.
Yeah, so can you tell me, is there something going on with him and him switching on the Democrats? Why you put that up?
Illegals and legals.
America is the leading cause of individual health care debt.
Which influences people.
House chooses to count. GOLONII.
You don't cut them down and tell them you're not worshiping the same God or whatever.
I mean, with Christianity, believe in this, and then we have Pentecostal, then we have the Mormons, and then we believe Jesus came to America for some odd reason.
I think Kamala will run again. You got to realize, buddy, when Jesus left, there's some years that people go silent and they speak about what he does, and some stand and say that he's and then for his uncle Joseph, who was a mariner, he was a mariner invaded the sea. So he could have been in America. He could have been in India. We don't know because they didn't put it in our scripture.
I kind of believe that.
Wow, you can't actually get the room to stop playing. You have to restart the phone because some kind of system error with the app. It's amazing.
voto?
Each is partial. Each lacks depth. So on. And yet, in combination, they do represent to the trained imagination what the building actually is. Also, illusions, as they are. No other illusions will serve the mind to discover the truth which they intend. This is the reality, hidden in all the illusions of the intellect. And this is the basis of the necessity for the aspirant having his knowledge accurate and adequate. A grand plan and an elevation. Neither.
That's could work if they're, because they're, we're so far apart, the Democrats and the Republicans, that somebody kind of
So Kamala for vice again is what you're saying?
Something more profound, because she's a sharp lady and she's cute. She's like 60 something, like she could be.
Pocahontas?
Yes, yeah, Pocahontas.
Yeah. She studied genetics.
She's a great person though to like encompass a lot of people that like could be in combo with someone else,
Yeah, could have been. Yeah, but she didn't do her due diligence when talking about genealogy, and then she embarrassed herself, and that's unfortunate.
Could you imagine Benjamin ever voting for her? Like, you'll never get Benjamin vote, right? It's sort of in the middle, want to vote Democrat, but just can't do it. And I actually went to an Elizabeth Warren rally. I had photographs with her. You support her? You still support her?
I don't think it's weird. Yeah, but my favorite is Susan Rice.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to chime in. So
they're just not.
I agree. I do agree with you. I do agree with you, Susan Rice. I just don't know if she has.
Just a quick update.
I don't know how it won me if she doesn't have the charisma. She's got it.
Wait, give me a second, but just an update. 1 minute ago, there was a report that J.D. Vance said, I don't know whose was on, but J.D. Vance said that the killing of Renee Nicole Good was a tragedy of her own making. That is all.
How about Mark Kelly?
Well, we knew that was going to happen. I mean, that was, people taking accountability is not really a strong point.
Yeah, you saw Trump's remarks from yesterday. No, but what he was saying, dude, I don't really like Kamala Harris, but I don't mind her. I'm just not sure. I don't know if it's the country's not ready or. I think the Democrats need to win 2028, to start kind of fixing all the shit that Trump broke. I don't think we can risk it, bro. I don't think we can.
Way. And then he's following in line with all the other, mega billionaires. So I think a lot of money needs to be put in too. A lot of backers.
It's not that, AJ. It's the fact that he has to protect his money, just like other pseudo CEOs in this world who believe that money is everything over humanity, right? So that's all he had to do. He had to do what he had to do to protect his funding.
It seems like we're so in the me stage of now, what if you don't stand, it's just to change your whole way of thinking just because of money seems absurd to me, but apparently it's not to these mega billionaires.
I think there may be a bit of an answer to that. So in the past, stating, what had happened. So, like, if you everything that you see today that's all there is, right? So after you are dead, there is nothing more. So I might as well have more of what I have, despite of what happens to somebody else, right? Why should I care about anything?
What?
Pointing out the psychological element of how we, our perspective and so forth plays a part, how we act out, a lot.
Perspective plays out in our life.
Of things, right?
No. What about your resources?
That also plays, so we know from research that people who have religious meaning, they tend to be much more happier than
Depends if they believe it.
Well, I'm just quoting what the research has discovered, right? So that I'm not debating whether it's right or wrong, right? I'm just simply saying that your perspective has an effect on your mood and your happiness or unhappiness.
Of course, your perspective is based upon all of the inputs.
Right. That's why all I was trying.
Oh, I thought you were saying something profound. Not non-obvious. Is Jasmine Crockett married? She's not, is she? Not sure. Imagine the irony if it's like, if it was like Gavin, imagine this lasso. Like you have Gavin Newsom, tall, white, business guy, president, fresh air. And then Jasmine is vice, right? But she comes in and she doesn't have like the picturesque family like Gavin does because she's single, right? And she just runs that. Or she's a lesbian, it turns out. So not only do we have a black female vice, but she's also like, dude, this could just go so many directions depending on what's going on. It's pretty funny. Like, who's going to run? Who's running?
Oprah Winfrey would win? Just out of
I remember people saying,
I don't even think so. Probably Oprah might have been able to win.
So that's funny.
After Obama.
So why Jasmine Crockett? I live in Texas. I like her in testimony because she's fiery and whatnot. However, I think if you want to actually win an election in Texas, James Tallarico can get enough people to cross the whatever. They can put their racism.
He is really good. I forgot about Tallarico.
He's right down the road from me. I play volleyball in his district all the time.
Oh, nice, dude. You play sand, right?
Yeah, I stopped playing indoor.
Years ago. A few years ago.
15 years ago. Yeah, but I started club. You that call? Or are you here?
No, I'm here. Yeah, I 2-man sand, dude. I remember. Yep. There we go.
Yeah.
Only way to go.
Heroes here, or is he still on a mod? Anyway, he plays some.
Yeah, James Tallarico. He's a good dude. He could be a perfect.
He's the antidote to the hypocristians.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He could be perfect.
Yeah, He's got the. He can bear the cross. Let's put it that way. And he's been a legislator longer than Obama.
I mean, you got to give Mamdani, I think, a lot of credit just for the way he's carried himself through everything he's done. I think that's part of what we need too, is just like his, even if whatever, he's a cultural Muslim. I'm sure he doesn't believe that like Muhammad split the back of a weird horse thing, right? Like, he's just that guy.
Gave confidence to the United States. So if things were not so calm.
Dude, I would favor changing the Constitution to let Mamdani run for president.
Whoa, soldier. Let's see how he does. He just got he just got into office.
Yeah, I know. I don't care at this point.
You have the attention span. You have the attention span of not a millennial, but like a Zoomer. Chill out, bro.
Who, me or him?
Well, I'm just saying, political attention span. Mamdani, he just took office. See how he does. He's got a to do. You see, you want competency. He's made some claims. He faces some headwinds. Let's see how he does. Evaluate. This is an iterative thing called life. Everybody thinks it's a one-shot prompt.
Brilliant, but that's just my opinion.
Then you've got to compare it to the Trump, which it's sort of like it's 1 minute it's here, 1 minute it's there, and when we talk about being competent, so
nothing compares right now.
They're out at the moment, right?
They just shot somebody with the secret police. What the fuck are you talking about?
So do you think it's better?
Can we find out where you live, Salon? Where are you in the UK?
I am in the UK, yes.
Right.
So if you were to measure in terms of like competency, right? So you don't necessarily need to be that competent. It's just how you paint a picture of how well you are doing, right? If you
Can we talk about painting? Can we talk about art? Like, isn't there one thing that the press always leaves off? That if both, they could be somewhere else. But let them paint. A little bit more Bob Ross in the schools.
Do you think that somebody with, you think we're going to like do a pendulum swing where we're going to have somebody that has more of a political campaign, or not political career, versus someone like Trump who has nothing. He doesn't have any background in politics whatsoever. So do you think that we're going to see that swing happen?
He has a background in corruption and he broke the system. So maybe the prerequisites going forward, if we don't change the laws back and get some no kings shit going on, then we probably aren't going to have much other than a corrupt mafia government.
Well, that was the whole thing. He was like, politicians are corrupt, policy are corrupt, government's corrupt. That's why you need to vote. Government were I have a flu. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be talking. We're not right, for better lack of a.
Myrna, I think Do you think Mamdani believes the LARP any more than Mehdi Hassan believes the LARP, even though he says, yeah, I do believe the supernatural claims in the Quran, when he was talking to like Hitchens or Dawkins or someone in some interview a long time ago? Like, you think these guys really believe it? I don't think they do. I think it's just a remnant of the whole thing. Just like they're in a power position, they're media faces, or they're in a leadership position, and you have to appeal to the crowd to some degree to be accepted. And I just think that's all it is, and that's cultural.
For sure. I mean, Mehdi Hassan, of course, has like the Muslim viewers. Can you
and on the side of Christianity and so forth, not so much in the UK, but is sort of like a prerequisite. Even if you don't, whatever, but you've got to pretend that you do, right?
Yeah, I wonder if they had a Jewish president, would they just have menorahs everywhere? Or would they still do the Christmas stuff in the White House? Just out of curiosity.
Some of the most enthusiastic Christmas decorators that I know, people who do up their house, are Jewish. I don't know why. I just think it's kind of...
No, I'm Jewish and I love Christmas. I'm like...
Okay, so you explain it to me then. I'm curious.
No, like that's why I'm actually very curious to see if what would happen, because, you know, as a Jew,
Hello?
Hello?
You don't have to find out.
We can hear you.
It actually happened this year. The White House didn't decorate trees or anything, but they put a big menorah in the big front of the White House lawn. So they put a...
What?
Okay, well, that was interesting. Not factual, but it was interesting.
Hello?
There you go. What's up, hero? They don't like
I guess you dropped me because you don't like the truth. The fact is they didn't decorate any Christmas trees in the White House. Go look it up yourself. But they
maybe
put
they
a
were at
big
Mar-a-Lago.
menorah in the fucking front of the White House
What would
lawn.
explain that?
That's what the Jews do.
Where does it say they didn't have a Christmas tree? I got pictures of the Christmas tree right here.
yeah,
Resistance.
Melania
Where does it say it doesn't?
3 rooms.
Where does it have a Christmas tree?
Who cares, bro? Why is a Christmas tree that important, bro?
Where does it say they didn't have a Christmas tree in the White House in 2025?
Yeah, there's pictures of it. It's stupid. This is one of the dumbest things.
Go look it up on the website.
I looked it up, you motherfucker.
Burn all the Christmas
Tell me,
trees.
what website?
Lay off the synthetic cocaine.
Why don't you look it up on the website?
How did we do you all thing again? Y'all, one mic. You want a conversation? Do it, one mic.
I'm asking Resistance. I'd like to ask him.
Circumcisions with their mouth, so I guess they're just normal, right?
I'm simply asking you, sir, in the language that you appear to you mimic
the sound.
If I was mimicking their laugh, I'd be talking like your filthy father and mother, those dirty Jews.
Listen,
I don't think you're doing
where does it say that the White House didn't have a Christmas tree in 2025? Because I looked it up, it says they did. So what website are you reading? Oh, is he gone?
The fact that he even got you to look it up is stunning.
That's not even correct.
Well, he's an
The fact
idiot.
that he even got you to look it up, like you weren't sure, and you had to look it up.
I was astounded. I was astounded. I had to double check to verify because I didn't want to sound stupid. Like, yeah.
Well, you heard me the first second he said it. So yeah, that's actually not correct. Kind of moved into the audience instantly. I guess somebody felt the need to bring him up to like verify. Like, what are we doing?
Well, so, okay, hold on a second. Chinga's been trying.
Causing trouble.
Okay, let's not cause trouble here.
Why
Already
not?
causing enough of it.
That's what we do here.
My Christmas tree
What you do here?
was asked because the fact that is one of the things that the First Lady does. It's a big thing. It's a big tradition. So speaking on the fact of traditions, if it was a Jewish person that was president and possibly a Jewish First Lady, would they still adhere to that tradition or not? That was more of my question, not necessarily just Christmas trees in itself.
Okay, now that we know that there are Christmas trees at the White House, anyone want to keep going?
I think Chinga said that they should be set ablaze. And by now, if you still have a Christmas tree up, you probably are.
It's not a real tree. It is a fake tree, and it's just hanging out. Why are we judging people?
It's just like your belief in Jesus. It's fake.
Why are we assuming things? Anyways, as we move forward,
You let Benjamin cause trouble? Was it because he's white?
Him out of his mouth. You knew he was there.
Don't feed the troll.
At least I did.
Don't feed the troll.
I think Pro is a psyop.
Appreciate you not spreading that info.
Pro look like he's AI.
When he shows videos of him never missing a free throw or a three-pointer, he's a robot.
Posted my first today on TikTok in months and months of shooting video.
Did you see that AI one?
Is that how you got over the Celtics losing to the second string Nuggets?
Damn it. How did you? This is exactly what I do. My frustration with the Celtics lose, I go and shoot. Damn it.
okay, so I have to ask this question. Is it the same Celtics that maybe won? I heard the Celtics won in 2024, I think, or 2023. Is this like the same team, or did they change?
You were good with 24.
You know how to Pro's AI? Don't not exactly look like that.
Was injured. I didn't hear what Chinga said, but why am I AI?
Because nobody in the world could possibly look like you.
He's from Boston. They all look like him. What are you
I was
kidding?
going to say, apparently Matt Damon.
He has such a Boston look. It's not funny. It's all over you. Makes me laugh.
Yeah, I have a question for my friend. That photo in your PTR, has that been AI'd or something? Because that doesn't comport with reality. In the video, the person on the passenger side door wasn't open, and the person on the side, there was no gun on that side. The gun was on the left side of the car. So something's weird about that photo. Or it was something fake.
You didn't even let me speak. I tried your.
Does that bother you?
Well, he did.
I'll tell you what bothers me. That you asked. I'll tell you what bothers me. Actually, because you asked, is I was sitting here on mute. I wasn't saying anything. You said you had a permit, and as soon as I attempted to answer and respond to your question, you immediately talked over me.
Okay, guess what?
You told me what I'm going to do. You said I'm going to push.
About what you're bothered by.
What's that? Why are you so bothered by you?
It's fake, and it's known to be fake, and yet you want to defend it and then get mad at people who call you out. Funny.
Let's do an Uncle Steve and see if he wants to summon the voices.
Fresh fry. Doesn't he have to take a time out for 5?
My friend, why don't you come on up? No screaming. 5. No screaming. Start over. Do not address anyone by name. And then you can proceed.
Yeah, I'm happy to respond. I mean, he asked me a question, and then when I was trying to respond, he started talking over me, which I think is rude and kind of like pushing me into a corner. He's like leading the witness. I put this picture up because I was trying to illustrate a point in another conversation, and I've been driving around all day, and I haven't had a chance to change it. I don't think that I have to change the photo, though. Certainly not simply because somebody asks me to. I can put whatever photo up I want. And the only thing that is accurate about this photo, and really the point of it, is that it does show that the guy who shot her was standing in the right place. Might have been a neighbor on the passenger side, and the door. Did the bird's eye view, and I think it illustrates one point and one point only, which is that the all shot her was standing basically where the driver's side headlight would have been pointing.
If a couple things are clearly about that photo, why do you think it clearly illustrates where the officer in front was?
Because I saw the video, and that's where the officer was standing in the video.
I've seen videos too. But see, I mean, look, I've done things too before. I've done something and I realized later it was wrong. I feel very strongly compelled to take that shit down as soon as possible. But you have been both fooled and are sort of like proud of it. It's weird.
I know. I didn't say that either. I think you're putting words in my mouth. I didn't say I'm proud of it. I said that I put it up here to prove a point.
That's my observation.
Why are you talking?
Why are you talking?
Well, because I was responding to him. I didn't interrupt. It's very challenging on an audio.
Does your mom talk to you? Is this how your mom talked to you?
No. My mother. No, my parents are very respectful people. My parents are both very respectful people. The problem is we're on an audio app and we don't know each other and there's no visual cues.
Some of us do know each other.
Well, I don't know you guys and I can't see anybody. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and mute up.
That's a good thing. Yeah, that's the first.
I'll just stay on mute. Enjoy your echo chamber here.
Wait, can I just say something real quick? So, because he may not be.
No, I'm not afraid at all. I'm trying to remember.
You said you were going to be on mute, though.
I didn't say I'm afraid. I said that you're being rude and you're not letting me speak.
I said you were afraid.
I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid at all. I think you're being rude.
To be on mute like you were.
No, I'm not afraid to be on mute. I think
you said you were going to be on mute,
trying to be kind and cordial and engage in debate, and you're being a fucking faggot.
Listen. I don't know anything about my friend. I'm not saying anything about him personally. But what I'm saying to you, my friend, is that the PTR that you put up is people are going to comment on. So if you don't want people to comment on that particular PTR, then don't have it up. That's all. If you know.
So you guys know that two guys in the room recording us.
I took it down. Okay, are you happy? I put it back to a picture of a trash bag.
Mr. Clownover is in the audience.
What does that mean?
It was the music. Oh, bro. Sorry, which one's in? It doesn't help when you don't tell us who it is. It's not Austin. Preston is incredibly handsome. I'm gonna see if he's, available. So,
Where are you right now?
Which one?
Not to be discussed. So which one of these is him? Known over. Well, known over is not there.
Clown over.
But I don't see him. Is it
Who is the black and white guy? The black and white name.
On the American economy. When the shit get big.
Are you saying it's impossible?
Someone Star Trek.
Okay. Yes, it's impossible to be eternal and not be omniscient.
Okay, do you have the contradiction for that?
What do you mean, the contradiction?
Oh, so you're just dumb as fuck in your life and you just speak out of your ass, right?
What are you talking about?
I'll tell you what I mean.
What are you talking about?
I'll explain.
What do you mean contradiction of what I'm saying?
I'll tell you what it means. If you say something's impossible in reality, it means that it can never exist. It means that in every possible world, this thing can't exist. The only classification, right? The only classification system of that. 1 second, yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Chris. See, Chris knows what I'm talking about. Chris knows what I'm talking about. Logical contradictions.
I don't think he does.
He does.
I don't think anybody knows what you're
1
saying.
second, AP. I'm trying to teach you, and I don't know why you're denying my fucking teaching, right?
Because your teaching is
1
retarded.
second, sister. 1 second.
Are you trying
in all possible?
You don't need a third.
No, I don't care about her, bro. I'm so much better than her. Anyways, in all possible worlds, can one 1 second.
Okay, this man is bringing this question. This man bringing this question to explain to me how God can be eternal without being omniscient. How does this even correlate?
Hold on, I'll tell you why.
This dude's retarded. This dude's retarded. This does not. You can't compare that. That's got nothing to do. That's got nothing to do with
I
what we're
heard you.
saying.
I'll tell you why it's relevant.
This man thinks that I'm gonna fall for a manipulation tactic, which makes no sense.
Wait,
What you just said made absolutely no sense.
I'm really trying to teach you now. Hold on. I'll tell you why it's relevant. You said it's impossible that something can be eternal and not omniscient. For you, everything that's eternal is omniscient, but there's no contradiction to saying something's eternal and not omniscient. There is a contradiction. I'll tell you what the relevance is. When someone says 1 + 1 is 3, that is a contradiction in all possible worlds, because everyone understands what 1 means.
In a sense, because we were created eternally. That's not how we were created. Do you mean externally? Do you mean externally or internally? Because I think you're getting the two words confused.
Hold on. Before that, I need to understand what you're saying. If something's omniscient, does it mean it knows everything?
Yes.
By definition of omniscient?
Well, no, I mean, it's knowledge of all true propositions. Yeah, and God does not know false propositions. Only
Hold
true.
on, no.
Exactly.
Hold on. If something's eternal, does eternal mean it knows all propositions?
Oh, no, that doesn't.
Yes, because if it hasn't been created, eternal means that you have not been created and you cannot be destroyed. You've lived forever, so you would have knowledge of all things in that sense. Yes. How is that a dumb example? If you've never been created and you've always existed, you would know everything by that logic. What did you not?
No, is that true, Noah?
No.
How is that? Well, you're a Muslim, so you don't.
But omniscience is true, but no one said the Quran is eternal, by the way.
Yeah.
No, the Quran is not eternal.
Don't let them throw you off topic.
The word of Allah is not eternal?
Don't let them throw you off topic.
Asma, your mouth is off topic.
Asma, you don't even know how to read. You don't even know how to read.
difference between eternal.
Yeah, AP, all propositions means false propositions. But if you're saying like God knows all things, including false positions, doesn't exist and it doesn't have any ontology in reality,
That is
which is known to be
thing
false.
I've ever heard in my life.
Well,
If he knows what is true, if he knows what is true, anything that goes against him and what is true would be false. So he would know it's false. What?
You're not getting
What is
it.
that? It's not a lie. And
God
that doesn't make
can
any
be.
sense.
Wait, four lights at the same time.
We have an actual debate about something that's actually.
This is what I think needs to happen. Is Hamza?
Hamza, I mean, Noah, go ahead with your explanation, and then.
Yeah, I agree with Severin. Actually, Severin said it. I don't know. Everybody's find it difficult to understand. God knows all things that are true, right? He doesn't know all things that are false. For example, if I was never and I will never be born, God doesn't have to know about me, because that is going to be false for God to know something that doesn't have like an ontology, or it's not in his eternal knowledge, right? So God doesn't have to know that I exist if I don't exist. However, God has all necessarily, this is necessary knowledge. So if you're saying God's all knowledgeable,
that's wrong, Noah.
What's wrong with what is wrong with what I said, Muhammad?
Can I read this real quick?
Hold on, Matthew. What's something that I said, Muhammad?
Before you were born.
Hold on, yeah, Ibn. Muhammad, go ahead. I'm giving you the space. Don't run away from that.
Hey, Noah.
Don't do Lebanese kind of shit.
Noah, did you just blow one from Stupid Tom?
No.
AP, you're literally the dumbest fuck I've ever met in my life. So how about you stay silent? Let the smart people talk.
I've never seen anybody's mouth built like that.
You're a dumbass, bro. You're really retarded.
Hamza's a kafir. Let me ask Hamza a couple questions.
So Noah, you just mentioned something. You just mentioned like an illogical. This is what you just said. Like,
what's the fallacy?
What is the name of the fallacy?
Do you believe God has two right hands?
No, I fucking don't.
Do you think he has a foot?
No.
Does he have a spatial body?
No.
Is that who I think it is?
1 second, AP.
Does God speak Arabic?
No.
You're a cat.
I think I know exactly who that is.
I think AP and Hamza need to do this over dinner.
This? AP, you down? Yo, AP, you down or not?
Bro, I would throw up, bro.
Wallah, you'd love me. Wallah, you'd love me. In real life, you'd love me.
Hell no, bro. That mouth already makes me want to throw up.
Shut up, bro. Stop lying in front of people, man.
You got a Morty mouth, man. You got a Morty mouth.
It says mainstream Islamic theology, particularly Sunnah, believes holds that the Quran.
The footy shit we can't even do.
British pound ain't pound sterling. You sure? That's what you're pretty sure of.
I mean, that's what it fucking says, but we all know it. Okay. So I'm guessing this is the reason to why they took out Gaddafi, because he wanted to, how do you call it? He wanted to change the world or African's currency to what? Gold. All right.
Yeah, that actually does make sense. The weight Africa's currency and gold and the minerals in the land, yeah, because most of the European nations extract the wealth from Africa. So yeah, that makes sense, and yeah, it would be a huge threat. You see what Burkina Faso did to France? That's one country. That ain't even the whole continent. That's just one country. I asked these questions because I was alive. I was in Europe when the euro came on board. And it was all the same kind of talking points that everybody had. However, guess what? It did nothing to destabilize the dollar. It did nothing to destabilize the pound. If anything, it destabilized the countries who signed up for it.
When did the euro come online again?
Early 2000s.
Early 2000s. Okay. And what was the, how do you call it? And where was the euros mainly used?
You say where was the euros mainly used? In
Europe.
Okay. Nowhere else, correct?
Internationally, but everybody wouldn't.
Okay. And today, are they still being? Is the euro still used in Europe? In Europe?
Yeah.
Yes. Except for
so
there's like one or two countries
England.
over there, like
England, right?
England. There's another one too.
But however, even though it's the euro is standard, when they bought oil, what currency did they use?
They converted.
U.S.
The U.S. dollars. There you go.
Did they get rid of the conversion rate? See, that's why I asked that question in the beginning.
The conversion rate doesn't matter, right?
The country uses, you're going to convert the money doing business with another country.
Guess what?
That country's currency.
When you convert, you lose money. Well, hold on. You know how? Well, hold on. Hold on. You know how you enter another country and you're going to take your U.S. dollars and convert it to dollars? You lose money doing that, right? It's the same thing. It's how America makes the money.
No, not America. The only two countries you lose money on doing a U.S. conversion is England. It's England and I think Sweden. Those are the only two countries you actually lose value of the U.S. dollar converting it to their monies. Every place else, our dollar is actually stronger than most countries' dollars. So when you convert, you actually get larger buying power transferring the U.S. dollar.
No. That's what I was talking. No, I was talking about the other countries losing money to the U.S. What I'm saying is that when okay, no, yeah, okay. Let's say for example. Coffee is a major right? So basically, if you want to buy coffee, right? So you have to use U.S. dollars and you convert your own money. And when you do that, America other countries' currency as a problem. It's like me having five.
This ass talk has on a gut frequency. It's right down there like a gut.
Yeah, you should eat apples. Am I back? I should be back. Somebody was trying to call. So if I have five oranges, if I got 5 oranges and we exchange, you give me 15 apples. You give me more resources than I have. So you lose. This is how currency works. So
since we're doing apples, what is the cost of apples and oranges in your country versus the cost of apples and oranges in my country? So what happens is if the cost of living in that country is lower than the cost of living in the United States, the conversion rate, you're actually going to end up with more apples and or oranges because the economy in that country is not the same economy as in the United States. We have one of the highest economic floors in the world. I said, we make more. American citizens, regular average American citizens make more than 90% of the rest of the world.
I got you. So check this out. If which is heavier, 10 pounds of feathers or 10 pounds of bricks?
They both the same.
They're both the same, right? But one is more resource. So literally, one has more resource to take away from. It's more work to give away bricks than to give away feathers. So if I gotta print out a paper, but I'm handing you over a ton of paper. How much? Listen, we stopped making a penny. Because it costs too much to make a penny. That's all I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, and did you see what happened when we stopped making the penny? The value of the penny went up.
Actually, the last penny sold for like 2.5 million, but that's familiar. So I want people to understand something. The price of oil is just pegged at the price of oil is pegged with the dollar. That does not change. And you buy oil not in dollars. You use your currency, whatever your currency is. So our currency is worth $1. If it takes $2 of your currency to buy one, if oil is $1, use this as a barrel of oil costs $1.
And your currency, it takes $3 to make $1 in America. And you want to buy a barrel of oil, well, you got to pay $3 in your currency. I don't know what. There's no conversion. It has nothing to do with that.
You're losing more. Somebody wins and somebody gains.
All you're doing is spending more of your currency to buy that barrel of oil. And also, the other thing is, but when you got to pay debt, if you owe us debt, now remember now, the oil is different, but if you owe us debt, so a country like Nigeria owes $1 billion to America. You can't use $1 billion worth of Nigerian currency to pay for the American dollar. You gotta have $1 billion US in order to pay your debt. Because all our debt is in American currency. We do not own debt in any other else, no one else's currency. Our debt is in our currency. And when we loan you something, you gotta pay us back in American dollars. And the only way to get American dollars is through, tourism.
Buy American dollars. No, you got the central bank. You're forgetting about the central bank.
You have to go to your central bank. Would have to communicate with our central bank and buy. Oil is paid to dollars. You just got whatever the oil is. You got to use whatever your currency is worth. You got to spend that much more to buy oil, because it's paid to the dollar. That's all it is. It's not easily. It's just what it is. But if you owe us debt, you're in trouble.
Or you can pay in a higher currency of the dollar.
That's only works if you trade it on the market, like on your computer on the platform. That's the only reason. You'll buy more of that and trade against the dollar. It's not necessarily you're doing futures all the time. But I hear you saying. But look, the reason why the average person can't do that, because if you try to buy futures that way, if you buy $1 million worth of whatever it is, high commodity, it's going to show up at your doorstep. So it's not feasible for the average person to think that way.
Yo, speaking of which, Netflix doing us dirty. Them niggas over there in Brazil don't pay $20 equivalent over there for Netflix. They pay $8.
That's a third world country.
They don't.
That term is not even like a real term, but it's not the same as America.
It's demand too. It's not like we just completely overshoot a bunch of different other countries to make things make sense. But like they may not like Netflix the way we do this, right? And then you got transportation costs, how it's delivered. Talking about oil, right?
Yeah,
it's from a lot of different variables, and it's not just the conversion rate of currency.
Have you ever bought gasoline in Hawaii? It's like $5 and change.
Right, how much you think gas is in Venezuela?
Actually, sure it's cheap. I've heard. It ain't gonna be cheap no more.
Wouldn't it make sense because they have access to supply, it's a little bit cheaper, right? It's right there.
So
it's a lot.
America nationalizes oil. Shouldn't it be cheaper?
Mm-hmm. I mean, we do have access to it, but you know what they said? They have to be competitive with the prices. Motherfucker, we Americans. How are you charging us the same as the world? Yeah, I think we produce more oil every fucking
in the world. Yeah,
people sell.
We're the highest producer.
People sell.
We're the high producers,
man.
People sell. But yeah, I still pay fucking $3 at a pump.
People sell to Americans because Americans have more money to throw around, bro. It's like
raise your hand.
It's a lot more variables involved. It's just conversion rate.
But you know Brazil.
Wait a minute. The oil that you put in your car produced in America. You have to use black crude. The sweet black crude is what we do, and we don't produce a lot of that. We produce light crude, which is the light oil. The black crude. Our plants we
do fracking.
Yeah, the fracking is not the oil that you put in your car. That is not the oil that goes in your car. We need the sweet black crude that is produced in Saudi Arabia, Nigeria, and then in Venezuela.
Whose oil is that?
because we don't have access. No, it doesn't. It's no fault. It's that we don't have that oil in America. That's
So
how.
let me show you something. Let me show you something. Let me show you how.
Canada invested $500 billion. American oil companies invested $500 billion into Canada. Where you think?
Well, yeah, you can get that oil from Canada too. You can get it from Canada.
Where you think our oil is coming from? You think Venezuela is a problem because of oil?
Yeah.
You think because introducing Venezuela. This is us. This is a game. It's all a game.
But let me show you something, right? Let me switch to a lecture real quick to prove a point, right? A lot of people, a lot of people are not on that electric because they're not educated about it. But it's not really their fault all the way, because if you have an electric car produced by, let's say, Tesla, right? It can be anybody, but Tesla will sell you the car and then charge you to charge the car with a different company. If you're in China, you drive, the car gets propped up in the building, and a machine comes out, pops out the battery, pop another one in, lower you, and you go. The average American doesn't know that exists because of the powers that be. Why would they want you to pull out a third-party battery when they can charge you at the charging station in America? So they got you under the illusion, right, that this is the future is now. There's much more to it, and this is China. China they're worth more, right? And they're worldwide. And they don't sell one Chinese car in America. So it's the same. It's the same with the oil. Just because they control it and put it out, don't mean it's the proper way, right? It doesn't mean it's the most efficient way.
Right? Exactly. And it doesn't mean it is what they're saying it is.
And there's politics involved too, man. You think America is trying to control Venezuelan oil because America need their oil? Or do you think that there are others that need the oil? America is trying to control it.
They're trying to be the new middleman. It's not extra oil. It's not extra oil. It's proper shit.
I don't know. I'm asking, what I'm pointing out is that wouldn't it matter whether or not Cuban oil was coming from Venezuela, China, and other places? Wouldn't that matter? Right?
They can't afford nothing else.
In these streets like those Frenchmen and forks and shit. And I'm not saying decapitate the leaders. I'm just saying go out there and pitchforks and shit.
That's a bad example. Let me tell you why. Because hold on. Make the point, right? Before you put them out there, because I'm not trying to save you. Because remember, French had 14 colonies, which they try to take colonial tax from all of them. In Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, and I think another one dropped off. So they only got 10. French had to raise their retirement to 67 years, and they had protests in the street because they're not giving them that colonial tax in. And recently they had to borrow, this is like last week, $300 billion from the IMF. They're in trouble. Without that colonial tax, they'll be a third world country, and they're doomed. Because eventually that will happen. What will happen if you get more, what do you call them? More of the Burkina. They're doomed. So that's a bad example.
Oh, listen, I don't disagree with you. However, we don't have as many colonies like that. If we pulled away from a lot of these countries, we won't suffer as much as France did. See, their whole economical model was built on that. It is their fucking fault because they wanted to be woke and be like, oh, we're no longer imperial, Like, that's their fucking fault. You get what I'm saying? So if people are revolting because of X, Y, and Z, it is because of how they built up the whole country. What was their foundation of their country? What we're talking about here is like, listen, we want you guys to build the nations for us. We're living in here. Without people, who are you going to fucking govern? Who are they going to govern, my guy? Who?
I don't understand what you said.
I'm just saying, like, who are you governing? If we're not happy with the policies that you're creating, whatever you're doing, it is not for us, it is for you. We're not with that. That's why
They're not invading countries because of you. They're not having trade agreements.
We fought wars because we thought it was for the American people. Shit.
Oh no, we haven't. Renee, what war did we fight that was based around? That was because of the American people. Where was?
Hey, listen. Bush got out there was like defend our freedom. Even though we know, like for those that know,
that's how they sell it. That's how they sell the message.
That's how they sell it. You get what I'm saying?
Right? Yeah, patriotism.
Patriotism, right?
Name the war that was about the everyday America.
The war, the war on terror, the Iraq invasion. Of course, defending freedom, 2000.
That's rivers of destruction.
Hey, listen, hold on. I know it wasn't, but that's what
they have nothing to do with 9/11.
I'm not asking you, like, name the war that was fought to protect the American people, the typical everyday American. Name the war.
Name the war, except for the one that started our nation. I can't name any. But we had wars that were in the name of freedom.
That was a good answer, bro. Like, even the war, the Revolutionary War.
Yes.
It was about people who wanted to be in power. The elite, the American homegrown elite, wanted to take the country. But nothing really changed. The American Revolution ain't really changed. The only thing that happened is a different set of elites.
I don't think it was like that. You had people.
What?
You had people that what?
Bro, it wasn't.
We saw.
What was the war about, bro? What was it actually about?
No, it was about slavery and industry. Like, industry was in the north and slavery was in the south.
It was about slavery, bro?
No, we're talking about.
No, you gotta understand that. No. It's tied to economics in the long run. Because if you got free people, if you got people working for you for free wages, right? And then people up north actually paying people.
Hold on, you talking about the Civil War, bro? That's not what
we're talking about. We're talking about the Revolutionary
War. We're talking about the Revolutionary War.
That's what I'm talking about, man. What else is that about?
What the hell did you need to? You said it was about the South. What's that again?
Well, you talking about the War of Independence?
The War of Independence. No, we're not talking about the Civil War.
Right. So the Revolutionary War. What happened, bro? Like, you really think it was? So why no one ever explained how much the tax was? For 200 plus years, nobody ever explained to you what the tax was, because it wasn't a tax. There was some guys they made their money. That was it. They wanted to be rich. They wanted to get rich. They made their money, bro. They benefited. And those families, back then, they still in control right now.
They were rich people.
They were rich. They were rich. They were rich after the war. They were rich before the war, some of them. And those people, those families that participated, they got wealthy after. Because that's what it was about, transferring wealth from one group of people to another. That's it. They didn't free nobody, man. Who the hell got free? Duh. Right. Good answer, bro. Nobody didn't get free. The common everyday person didn't benefit from no goddamn Revolutionary War.
Alright, so what we gonna do? What we gonna do? Alright, what we gonna do?
We're gonna get this money.
No, I get it. We're gonna get this money, but how are we gonna get this money?
You gotta take your, bro. You gotta grab your own field.
No. We can't do it separately. How we
not
so
doing
listen.
This. You doing it separately. You gotta give it your people.
Nah, you see, this is how they got us.
No, they didn't give us like this, bro.
No. Divided we're conquered, bro. That's the whole point. That's the whole point.
You transatlantic.
I'm from.
You from Haiti.
I'm from Haiti.
Yeah.
Look at you. You don't even know what you're talking about.
Bro, we asked you was from. You wouldn't tell us.
I told you I was from Virginia.
Right. You are from Virginia, bro, but that's not where you're from. You know it.
And the people before me from Virginia. In Brazil, okay, for 1 or 2 years. I've lived in Cameroon, okay? I've lived in Cameroon, and I speak more than 5 languages.
Right.
That's why I have an accent.
Right.
Anybody that speaks more than 1 language will have a fucking accent.
That's not necessarily true, bro.
It is true, because how your tongue twists matters.
Tongue twister. Got it.
Okay.
So the only point that I'm trying to make, bro, I don't even care really. It doesn't.
Do you speak another language besides English?
Yeah, Guapanese.
Oh, okay. That's what
So it doesn't really matter to me though. It doesn't, bro. I wasn't drawing inference to the fact that, we're separate groups, not because your people come from another country. That's not what makes us separate groups. We just got separate networks, bro. That's it. So when you say we, you're talking about your guys, right?
You didn't know exactly what I was talking about. Anyways, listen. If you listen, you don't know. You identify me as whatever.
It doesn't matter though. It doesn't matter to me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. What I'm just saying is this, right? I asked you a question. What are we going to do? Meaning, it doesn't matter. Hold on. It doesn't matter where I'm from. It doesn't matter if I'm white, black, or whatever. Like, we are not up there. Like, we as the people that pay taxes to these motherfuckers, what are we going to do? That's what I'm asking.
So what I'm saying is that you have your way, right? You have your mission statement, and I have my mission statement.
And I said the reason to why we are here is because we have individual mindsets. Because they know we're not united. It doesn't matter even if we were from the same block. Oh, nah, nigga, I'm doing your shit. You do your own,
Together either, brother. Most white people.
Listen.
Hold on. Let me point something out to you. White people are more divided than black people. Black people just
I
don't have.
disagree.
Oh, just let me finish my statement, bro. I'm gonna have to mute you if you're gonna keep interrupting me in the middle of me speaking, because I'm not interrupting you. It's white people are more divided. We just don't have the luxury to be divided. That's the difference. They are more divided. You can turn every time you cut on the television, bro, you see divided white people. You don't see divided black people. Everywhere you go, you see divided white people all the time. Too.
Can I add to you, Mark?
Yes.
Because I used to have a hard time understanding why they needed that little 13% vote all the time. Is because they are divided. We are the ones that break the votes. I used to always ask, why do they keep asking for the black vote? Why do they keep trying to appeal to black people? If our vote don't count, we only 13% of the population, whoop-de-whoop. If that shit don't matter, then why do you need it so much? Because they are divided. They're fighting amongst each other, and we are the ones that break the mold. I just wanted to add to you. That's
right. When we cut on television, cut on that TV, man, we see white people divided up and down. As a matter of fact, man, it's a lot of things. We just haven't been. There's a way to look at life where you have an advantage, and thinking that you are the most divided people on the planet is not how you find success in this world. White people are divided to the point where they assassinate each other, and they assassinating rich motherfuckers. They tried to kill the president. They shot this some dude recently, Kirk. They shot him up. Bro, look at the division that you not even, bro. That's.
Try to connect with that brother there if you can help it. I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, oops, okay. That's poop. That's poop and not rhyme.
And the final person will get the reward of the pot. And it's just to create
city council.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's
black and white.
That's part of the thing. That's part of the thing about like this, whatever this movement is, right? Or parts of it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But like,
it's bizarre. Like you're acting like the people in the city council are the same as like me, or the same as my friend Judy, who just doesn't have running water. You're acting like we're all one and the same. I hate when you do that.
I'm not doing that. I said some. I said parts. I also think it's true that there are architects of some of this stuff. Deploy the issue in places where I think it doesn't go. Right, like I'll give you an example. My mom.
Shai, if you have 1 second, just shot an aside. Shai, if you have a problem with the way I talk, fucking leave.
My mom used to run this. She didn't run it. She worked for this university department that was training early childhood educators and like daycare center workers and things like that.
That's cool.
She had worked there for a couple of decades, and when the war started, they wanted to have a professional development opportunity for the group to watch Israelism, a documentary, because, and like the stated reason was because we might have kids of Palestinian descent or Muslim kids in our centers and in our classrooms, and we should be sensitive to those issues. And my mom goes, it's a way to make people different. Right?
Also, Israelism doesn't really speak to that at all. Like early child.
Precisely.
It's literally just an identity crisis that Jews are having amongst themselves. It has nothing to do with whether there's Palestinian kids in your class.
Correct, right? So like
retarded, yeah.
Right?
Well, I did this with
Zach. She felt really alienated.
But we did this with Zach.
Israel supporter as a Jewish person.
Right. Oh, of course she's gonna object. Right.
And she
like,
for drug trafficking.
Like this is something that I think is really important for
I'm not talking about my
folks who are to my left to understand about those of us who still want to be part of the stuff we want to be a part of. There shouldn't be a litmus test. You're this kind of a Jew or you're that kind of a thing to want to care about an issue, right? And to be and that's like a particular phenomenon. That's the kind of stuff that I say is the movement, is the kind of like vilifies Jews.
Program. Because people had a bad idea, that's a program of anti-Zionism that you need to vilify everyone who supports Palestinians. Like,
no. You see, it's interesting. No. It's the other way around. Not vilified people who support Palestinians, but that pro-Palestinians or other progressive spaces are often testing, right? What kind of Jew are you?
Yeah. These litmus tests.
Right? Will you denounce Israel? Yeah, right. And this is inappropriate, right? This is what turns legitimate critique of Israel into something that's Jew hatred.
Do you think it's Jew hatred to play Israelism, or is it just a bad idea?
I think it's some kind of Jew hatred to play Israelism in that setting for that purpose.
Did they end up playing it? Did they justify how it's going to make you a more inclusive, tolerant?
I can see an argument for like a series of professional development opportunities to talk about all the diverse backgrounds that your students might come from and the issues that might be surrounding them and the sensitivities in their families and things like that. And I could see, 5 or 6 Syria, maybe 3, right? But you would have to, right? Palestinians and Arabs and Muslims, right? Jews, other kind of immigrants, Hispanics, right? It would then be a program about the diversity of our classrooms and not about just this one thing.
Oh, I agree.
That's the difference, right? That's
suggesting a bad idea isn't inherently anti-Semitism. Having a bad idea of a film to watch because you think everything links back to the Israel-Palestine conflict.
Right. What was anti-Semitism about it was when she took it to the local. No, she didn't take it to ADL, but she did take it to JCRC.
And fight. What do you think is going to happen?
No, I don't think she started the fight. It wasn't a fight. It was all very cordial. It was all, documented and whatever. But in the end, she made this very painful choice that she felt that she was not welcome there anymore because she supports Israel, and that's not an uncommon story.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I do see it as like kind of a witch hunt when they go after people professionally because they suspect they are supportive of Israel or have the wrong views or post on social media or whatever. And that is a sort of McCarthyism that the people who have links to the land or associations or sympathies are suddenly vilified and almost like hunted, and especially in academic settings, like students feel like they can like cleanse the ranks of their professors and then make these demands that are really just targeting individuals and not policy or governments, But by the same token, there are forces that target right? And by the same token, that's also a witch hunt. And that's also anti-Semitism. The Canary Mission is anti-Semitic. It goes after Jews and it prevents them from ever working again, and it prevents them from entering Israel. People whose criticism of Israel is rooted in their connection to the land, and they're wrestling with the moral ambiguities of it and the complexities of it.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree. I mean, look, I don't like the word anti-Semitism. I think we need to make more specific. This is why I'm keeping my PTR up for a little while, right? Because anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, I think, are better understood as both Jew hatreds, but importantly, two different kinds, right? Because anti-Semitism says Jews are the foreigners, the intruders, the dirty of society, right? But anti-Zionism turns this into actually function very differently out in the world. Both Jew hatreds, right? But they kind of manifest very differently. Did you give me a frowny face, Lisa?
Listen,
yes.
If you study Jewish history and the legacy of anti-Semitism, right, the history of it and the ways it's manifested, it's gone after both people who supporters of Israel and right-wingers and capitalists and business people and also left-wing activists, right? And so this attack, this sort of demonization of left-wing Jews who are trying to grapple with the morality and their own connection and complicated feelings about Israel is anti-Semitism, just like it's anti-Semitism to vilify someone and say they're not qualified to do their job that's unrelated because of their views, because of their support of Israel. Both of those things are anti-Semitic. And the thing is, a lot of this anti-Semitism is coming from the Jews and Jewish deep-pocketed forces and powerful, influential forces in America who are partnering with politicians, who are partnering with right-wing Christian nationalists to demonize people like me who are simply engaging with their Jewishness in a different way than they are.
I hear what you're saying. I think there's a lot of buzzwords in there that are. There's a lot of buzzwords.
What's the buzzword? Demonize? Demonize is not a buzzword. That's what anti-Semitism is.
Actually, I think it doesn't matter. That's not the.
Well, if you're gonna say it's a buzzword, which ones are?
No, I take it back. It's not the important part of my comment. Yeah, I'm sympathetic to a lot of what you just said. The thing that's really revealing, and this is Yehuda Kurtzer speaks and writes on this a lot, and I agree with him. The conversation about Israel in America isn't about Israel. It's about American Jewish identity. And because Israel has replaced a different kind of robust Jewish engagement, right? Not just with traditional texts, but like with a real fuller kind of engagement with Jewish culture and history and present. What we've done is just have Israel, right? So the more pro-Israel you are, the more Jewish you are. That's really the psychological conversation taking place between American Jews. And what was evidence to me of that, Buttercup, was what you said was, I'm engaging my Jewish identity, right? And and I don't begrudge you it, and I think that's lovely, wonderful. Keep doing it. I think it's awesome, right? But that's what it's about. It's about who's more Jewish. It's really not about the policies of the state of Israel. At least not primarily. Secondarily, it is, right? And then the humanism and the civil rights and the blah blah blah. But the real internal conversation amongst Jews is who is a Jew? Who's more Jewish?
But demonizing the side that you think are less Jewish is cruel and exclusionary and anti-Semitic.
Right, and it's what we've always
I
done.
don't go around saying, "Oh, pro-Israel people are not Jews." I sympathize to where they're coming from.
Right, and it's what we've
I don't
always done.
sympathize where I'm coming from. I'm a fucking Nazi, right?
Right, and in history, it's what we've always done, and we didn't get rid of the Hasidim, and the Minyan didn't get rid of them, and they were now integrated and mainstream, right? And Shabtai Tzvi was demonized, right? And now we have secret Sabbatian customs that nobody even knows about, and the influence of Sabbatianism and Hasidism can't be understood.
Well, are you comparing me to like the Messianic cults?
No, they're not. No, that's not the reason for the example. What I'm saying is that when they were
Well, the Zionist people are a Messianic cult that should be.
No. What I'm saying is that when there have been breaches of this kind in our history, right, most of the time, they didn't create full breaks. We still stayed together as a Jewish community, right? You could have had the Hasidic world and the non-Hasidic world totally split into two, right? It only happened in the big moments, right? Christianity, right? Reform Judaism, but even Reform Judaism, right? So this is what I'm saying. Right, so we know we've been in this kind of internal conflict with ourselves before, and usually what happens in the end is we still decide that we're one people.
I don't care if we're one people. We shouldn't be anti-Semitic toward each other.
I'm saying that those are features of each other. Those are right.
Hey, Zephyr.
Hey, how y'all doing? I had a quick question, actually. I was curious. I'm glad you opened up this room. I had a question. I don't know if it's okay. I'll wait until y'all finish.
Oh, it's all good. It's a lull in the conversation. What's your question?
Yeah, I'm curious. So, I see your opinion sometimes, and I was wondering. It's actually like two questions. Do you believe in a two-state solution?
No. I just believe in one state.
Okay, and one state, basically, I'm guessing it'd be like a secular state where everyone exists, or
equal rights under law, yeah, with everyone included.
Okay, so basically, all the Gazans exist with each other, correct? And Israelis.
I don't think Gazans are gonna. I think their fate is written, so I don't think outcome. But I think the West Bank for sure can be annexed and incorporated, and the people there have shown that they reject violence and extremism, and many of them have deep ties to people who are citizens of Israel.
Okay, my bad. I guess I'm trying to get more clarity. It's a little confusion to have.
And the West Bank would be annexed and given rights and given citizenship rights and have equal rights under the law. And then the Gazans, I don't know what the fuck happens to them. It's a fucking disaster, and it's gonna it's never gonna be secure there. They're never gonna pose a secure front for Israel.
Okay, so Palestinians would basically all exist under Israel or as Israel, or
Yeah.
I guess you would. Okay.
The ones that they're able to incorporate, yeah.
And it would still be Israel, or would they have to redefine the state?
Who gives a fuck what the name is? Call it whatever you want, but it's going to be whoever. There's the problem. The root cause of it is the preserving of a Jewish majority has resulted in violence for 70 years. That I think, because to preserve a majority, it requires violence. And so that is the root cause for a lot of the policies that I think were unjust of Israel over the years. And so that is really important to do away with this need for a 51% majority at all times of Jews.
Okay, cool. And I do think it's important what it's actually caused due to social perception. But I guess my final question would be, do you think that the overwhelming population of Israelis are conservative, or do you think they're liberal, like in their ideas?
They don't have our same political spectrum as we do. So what's liberal there is not liberal here.
Yeah, I guess much bigger political spectrum.
Yeah, I guess based on our understanding.
But like liberals in Israel, for example, don't support like a Palestinian state, versus Jewish liberals in America do overwhelmingly support a Palestinian state, right? Like in Israel, it's not uncommon for liberals like Daniel, for example, to support the ethnic cleansing of Gazans. What we need to do for safety. He is considered liberal. He's gay. He's from Tel Aviv. He fought for the Israeli democracy, protested the Bibi Netanyahu government. He's your classic liberal in Israel. In America, Jews, we don't even fathom these things. Like liberal Jews in America support two states, and I think they don't really understand on the ground how unfeasible that is today, because so much of what would have been the Palestinian state has been encroached on by settlements and how unsustainable it's become. Just the whole place has been completely choked out by like settlements and checkpoints that make it like completely unlivable. So it's become less and less of a feasible solution. And I think maybe Israelis are more aware of that than American Jews, but American Jews still live in the la la land of like having two states and living happily ever after. Whereas Israelis, liberals in Israel, want to ethnically cleanse the Gazans, and I don't really know what they think about maybe have a state for the West Bank people. I don't know.
Okay, cool.
That's
so I guess
destroying the Western liberal tradition.
so be against or take a stand to like kind of correct the idea that Israel shouldn't exist, right? Like how that rhetoric is like, oh.
I don't think it's a real question. It's just like a thing an academic, hypothetical question. Israel does exist. The people there exist. The infrastructure there exists. And the future state would use their democratic infrastructure, which Palestinians that I know from the West Bank are envious of that democratic infrastructure because they've never had democracy. And so there's already an infrastructure for a really strong democratic state with equal rights under the law. In fact, the 20% of Arabs that already live there with equal rights under the law. They achieve status in the community. There are programs to make sure that they're to equal out some of the disparities and de facto discrimination and stuff. Like there's a very robust infrastructure that's been developed over a long time that would be the foundation for the future state. So it would not be eradicated. It would be an escalatory violence and doesn't continue the cycle of violence.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks for asking. Maybe Khalid can explain why he supports two states and why American Jews still believe in it. And then we can get Daniel in here to tell us why ethnically cleansing the Gazans is a liberal religion.
I think probably the conventional idea would be, and this is partially, I would share some of this, I think, is Palestinians deserve a state in the same way that Jews deserve a state, right? That is the reason that American Jews support a two-state solution. It's a Zionist reason. They perceive it as a Zionist reason, right? As a kind of equal. American Jews, also Israeli Jews, Israel itself, right, has not grappled with, has not had a truth and reconciliation, or grappled with, whatever you want to call it, grappled with its original sins or whatever. It has not done that. until that happens, you're not gonna have.
I'll jump off. We'll join you guys again if you're still.
Yeah, I also have a bar mitzvah.
All right, so let me just close the room. Sorry, guys.
All right. See you later.
I saw Valverde free kick was kind of crazy though, huh? Oh, it was. Yeah, it was a banger. So, yeah. Oh, the match was over. They won. So I'm going to go to Liverpool and Arsenal now. All right. Yeah, I don't know the score there.
Jury nullification is essentially like the last protection of an individual's rights against the state. Whereas if they're accused of a crime, even if by the letter of the law they are guilty, if they simply believe that the law itself is unjust, they can vote to acquit. And that's jury nullification. So I was thinking maybe it was something like that. Yes, this man killed another man in the heat of the moment in a not premeditated way, which would be second-degree murder.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hey, I came to receive the blood of Christ.
Yes, I am a Trinitarian. I am washed in the blood of Christ.
Oh, is this Honey Badger the guy that goes around talking to down people, not talking to high up people?
Yes, I am talking to Down syndrome people. Yes, that is correct, because I am washed in the blood of Christ.
Once you got like a family or something, and you're like a Catholic, but you're an atheist, like my kid.
Yes, I am a Catholic atheist like most of these guys. Yes, this is true.
So you just a comedian. You ain't in a book club. You don't read no books and talk about what's in the books. You just a performer. I understand. But Mark, what's his Mark? Who's he? He got the C, not the K. Wastes all his time here too, talking to people. What's your deal, Mark? And prayer.
Well, sir, are you still there?
I'm here, honey.
Yes, I wanted to share with you something that I am reading about relationships. And it is all special relationships have sin as their goal, for they are bargains with reality, to which the sin union is adjusted. Forget not this. To bargain is to set a limit, and any brother with whom you have a limited relationship you hate, you may attempt to keep the bargain in the name of fairness, sometimes demanding payment of yourself, perhaps more often of the other. Thus, in the fairness, you attempt to ease the guilt that comes from the accepted purpose of the relationship. And this is why the Holy Spirit must change its purpose to make it useful to Him and harmless to you. Black. Good diet. You pick diet up. Black. I just want to make your brain system.
That was fascinating. I didn't think you could actually read. I'm surprised. I've heard you on this app for a lot of years, wasting your time, but I didn't even know you could read. Pretty good, too. I don't think Mark can read, though. I think he's pretty far gone. Anyways, I gotta get back to the blood of Christ. Praise the Lord and King and Savior of mankind, the Son of God, Jesus, amen.
Yes, keep using that. Keep washing yourself. watching your eyeballs, okay? Hello, Day. The son of God. Are you a Trinitarian by chance? I just needed to get some information from you about our Lord and Savior and his ghost.
Before I leave this low IQ room of trolls and stupid people, I just want to say I play the game of life and love with ease. I am light and full of joy. Have a great day, suckers.
Well, the victors of the war decided how they were going to split up the land that they won.
Okay, that's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, well, that's what happened.
I don't give a fuck what happened. That's fucking bullshit, isn't
Okay,
it?
so now,
yes or no, but that's what happened.
That's fine, Euro. So you would agree that if a war were to break between Iran and Israel, and Iran was the victor, they could kick out the Jews with no problem, and they could decide what they want to do. That's fine.
What happens in war when you have when countries disappear, break up, then it's just a question of how do you reorganize the land.
No, you said you already fucking agreed that the winner is the one that's going to decide.
I'm saying that there was no Ottoman Empire after
You're fucking. I don't like your bullshit, dog. Just fucking stick to your claim. The winner decides how shit's split up, right?
No.
Why no now?
Because the difference is there was no Ottoman Empire afterwards.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. The winner.
Empire. The Ottoman Empire ceased to exist. This wasn't talking about taking away a land of an existing people. The Ottoman Empire is gone.
Wait, when did the Ottoman Empire dismantle?
At the end of the war.
Which war?
World War
World War I, which ended in 1918. The one was the Jewish state, the fake Jewish state established 1948. You have.
I'm talking about this.
Yeah. So what are you talking about? So how are you
we're talking about. You seem to be missing. No, you seem to be missing. We're talking about the mandate of Palestine.
Yes, the mandate of Palestine.
But
wait, the mandate of Palestine was promised prior to the Ottoman. It was in 1917.
It was after.
Yeah, no, it was during the time when the Ottomans were there.
After.
Yeah, so the British were already planning.
The British were already planning.
Yeah,
exactly.
The Balfour Declaration was in 1917.
And then
Mod point. Again, can I just? You'll Sam, you're blocking Selah from entering the room.
Yeah, she blocks me from the room all the time.
Yeah, I know, but she's a mod. And these.
Is this the house? Are we in a specific house right now, Bob? Unblock her, bro.
But I'm just saying, Andrew and Rob aren't going to, they want her to be able to enter the room.
Let her enter, bro. What's wrong with that? She never fucking lets me enter rooms. Voila, just like Palestine, you won't let them enter their own land, right? You're such a fucking oppressor, bro.
Hamza, hold on. Sam.
I'd vote to take that up with Andrew. Sam, I'm just don't kill the messenger.
Forever, just gotta be an oppressor, bro.
Either unblock her or
be the bigger guy. Yeah, thank you, sir.
You're such a piece of shit, Sam, bro. You're the the Russian fucking pogroms.
So now it's their turn to do the same thing.
They should be allowed after the Holocaust. It could have been put anywhere on Earth, and it would have been reasonable to say, hey, Jews should just get like a little tiny sliver of land where they can just be left alone, and that would have been sort of just
amazing.
Tiny sliver of land. But the fact that it's the homeland called,
but you already agreed that the IDF is evil.
Makes it more reasonable. It also makes it more reasonable the fact that the Ottoman Empire collapsed and a percentage of the Ottoman Empire was Jews.
Do you agree the IDF is evil?
And it's just totally reasonable. I don't want anyone hurt or killed or murdered.
So then you agree.
You said
by
okay.
themselves.
And hold on. Yeah.
Agree that the
It
IDF
could have been somewhere else, right? It could have been somewhere else.
Over me.
Bro, you agree the IDF is evil?
I
don't know why you're not answering.
Don't talk.
Okay, stop repeating yourself.
I'm the audience. Fuck you.
You're such a piece of shit coward.
Fuck you. So I am not saying anyone should be killed or murdered unjustly. I just want. And that's what Zionism means. There should be a state for Jews. It doesn't mean anything like killing. It doesn't mean support Netanyahu. It doesn't mean support this war. It doesn't mean support the Israeli government. It just means there should be a state for Jews. That's all it means.
Can Sela be mod here? Thank you.
Dog, you're a coward. Don't throw me down again.
Hey, Sela.
Hey guys.
Oh, Baby Fran. What a fucking fag.
No,
what
I
a
put
fucking
him in the
fag.
audience. I put him in the audience.
Good.
Can we solve the issue between you both, Sela and Sam? I know he's disingenuous. I know he's piece of shit sometimes. I mean, obviously all the time. And he's pretty much biased.
I don't think he's disingenuous.
Yeah, you're a fucking
guy. Hamza.
1 second, Noah.
Okay, yeah,
Euro,
Hamza said
didn't
that.
he agree that the IDF was evil? Euro?
So,
Didn't he
Euro,
agree
you
that the
don't
IDF
know
was
the
evil?
story
I heard
the fuck
between
up, Noah.
Sela and Sam. Both of them had a story from the beginning.
Hamza, I will be talking to Andrew about Palestine, and he'll jump on the stage and just call me the B word. I'm not even talking to him. Like, I will make I'll make a point, and he will go and chat GPT it. Like, we were talking about that the rape on October 7th was not systematic, and that was proven wrong. And he was foaming at the mouth. He was so mad. He chat GPT'd it and saw that I was right, and he lost his shit. He's not a good person, Hamza. He's not. He's called me the B word more times than a little bit, and it's always when I'm talking about, like, well, usually there's one other time he called me. And stuff. Like,
why is he high on the cancel list?
Well,
because he's disingenuous.
He's done some really bad things. Like, he even put this porn picture of him and this girl while the father was on stage to make the dad mad. It's a picture of him and his daughter.
Oh, Matt Slick, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and here's the thing, like, maybe
Who's
the
daddy
dad
now?
is a bad guy, but you're putting her out there, and I don't think she would have liked that. But it doesn't matter. The moral of the story is that I don't think I've done anything to warrant that type of vitriol. So he can kiss my ass. It was the bottom line.
Because you make too much sense, Sela. So that's why he gets pissed off on you.
No, it's not. I believe. Yeah, I spoke to my mom.
Oh, okay.
Because the news reports make it sound really bad.
Yeah,
it stopped.
Me too.
they've done, this is like the 50th time they're doing the same shit. And every time I've stressed out and kind of lost my mind. I mean, it's all been just hyperbole.
But like your family are safe, right?
My entire family is in Iran. Yeah, they're safe. Because nothing much is happening.
What do you mean nothing much is happening?
Nothing much is happening. Like every time this time especially, she's like, it's just because we get the news like that here. It's just so made up. It's so much like blown out of proportion.
Yeah, but there's video clips.
Yeah, there's people in the street.
So what?
I don't understand.
Yeah, it's the same event in a concentrated area. That do you know when these things are happening? Like, are they where they're happening? Who these people are? Like, every time I freaked out. It's just been the same shit.
Well, some of the clips have been very specific about like which towns and whatnot.
Yeah.
Yeah, could it be propaganda though? You don't know.
Yeah, but Iranian people were like celebrating and dancing on the streets.
Again, could be propaganda for all you know, right? Some American like bullshit. What do you mean no, bro? Who's your fucking source?
Dude, I call her
why you're
up
disagreeing
every time I'm
with
freaked
that?
out.
I'm disagreeing. I don't have the right to disagree.
Because I'm telling you this from experience. And she's like, what's happening? I said, has the regime changed? Has this changed? Like, what? Are you guys safe? And she's like, where are you getting this from? What's happening?
Right.
It's probably like a particular street or different parts of Iran that are experiencing concentrated areas.
Oh, yeah.
Fleeing, like military that is
Iran is like a big country.
It's people.
Well, the thing is, there's the Iranian government saying that they're cracking down on these people. So that's good. The fact that they're saying that means that there must be some type of protest.
There's some type of protest, right? Like that's not specific, bro. That doesn't mean
no. But I'm saying that there is some reality going on.
Sure,
they're saying that they're responding.
Yeah, but
to
it's not reflecting the reality you're trying to give me.
I didn't say anything about regime
Not you.
change.
Whoever's saying it, we're saying.
Yeah. I'm just saying that from what I'm seeing, I'm seeing that there's protests, and it seems to be every day, and it seems to be fairly large. Cities.
Where did you get that from?
From the reporting that I'm seeing and reading.
What reporting? The fucking Iranian government told you there's big protests against the Iranian government?
No, not
I know. It's from the American government that's giving that trash, right?
No, not from any government.
Oh, so what government? Okay, so what source gave you this information?
These clips appearing on...
Dog, I don't give a fuck about clips. Can you give me a source?
Okay. These clips are like two areas experiencing protest, and we discussed this. Like, just like Parisians, Iranians also thrive on protesting. It's somehow inbuilt in us. Every little thing requires a protest.
Right. Well, that's why I'm asking. Like, how big is it?
No, fuck that.
It's not that big.
You said it's big.
That is
Euro. You said it's big. And the Iranian government. Hold on, dog. Stop. I don't care. Hold on, bro. I'm asking you like a direct question.
This government is not a very little. The Iranian people are tired.
Everyone on the internet.
Yeah, that's your opinion.
Speak to my
I'll show you a million people. Hold on.
I know what.
I will show you millions of people with Khamenei.
Yeah, sure, and I bet millions of those people are either getting paid by them or don't live.
Oh, do you have proof of what you just said, or are you just saying bullshit?
Yes.
Give me it right now. Put it in chat.
The only people that booty clap for Khamenei
Such a fucking bullshitter.
Live there.
My nigga, give me the fucking evidence, you bullshitter.
Go live there. If you think
I will.
It's so great
I will.
and wonderful, go live there.
Yo, that's not evidence. That's not evidence. You're just you're a fucking puppet of Israel in America.
Stop it.
Are you gonna give me the evidence, fucker?
Not stop it.
Are you going to give me the evidence or not?
Yeah, the evidence
but
is suffering of my people.
Hold on.
The evidence is all the beautiful scholars and poets and young people that have been hurt by this government. That's my evidence.
Show me the evidence, Yo, I'm going to get mad. Show me the evidence of the... Fuck or not? Can you not just state facts without any proof? Like, come on, man. You're literally you're giving propaganda out. Hold on, bro. Hold on. You're spewing. Hold on. You are doing a negative thing. You are spewing propaganda. I need the source for that.
Nargis, am I spewing propaganda when it comes to the brutality of this government? Go ahead. Iranian woman, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, yeah, I want the RGC gone too. All I'm saying is it's just not that large scale.
So it's small scale.
And you have to
Not with Salah.
Not the brutality. Not the brutality.
Yeah, they are mean.
So then why are you spewing brutality if there's no brutality?
Okay, so...
Don't come and
that is unfair.
Iranians and tell Iranians what it's like, Hamza. Don't do that.
Oh, that's not a government. That's not owned by government propaganda.
But you know that they're independent. Right?
Hold on. You think BBC? Hold on. You think BBC is independent?
It is editorially independent.
So you're an idiot. So now I know you're an idiot.
Can I just finish?
No, you're an idiot. You've already
because you're not listening to my point. My point
you already said the BBC is an independent source.
Okay.
Did you say that from your own mouth?
Dude, what I'm saying is the BBC isn't the only source.
Is it an independent source?
Okay, for you it's not independent.
No,
it's owned
for
by
you.
the government.
For you. Oh, BBC is not owned by the government?
I said it is owned. I said it is
owned.
So
why are you bringing up a source that's owned by the government?
I'm bringing up all sources, but you're stopping me on the first one. So BBC is one of them.
Give me an independent source.
CNN is another
one.
Is
CNN owned by the CIA?
No, it's not owned by the CIA.
Oh, so you're retarded in your life. You don't even know what's going on. Well, if you think CNN is not... You think CNN is an independent source?
It's a news source. I'm trying to tell you that there's many sources, and they're all saying
but the
same
first two to me are biased.
Okay, so the first two are biased. So
give me a real source.
What about Al Jazeera?
Okay, you know what he's going to say next?
Al Jazeera? What about?
He's going to give me Al Jazeera.
I'm asking
like Saudi Arabia, like Kuwait.
Okay, bro. Okay. What about Reuters? Is Reuters biased?
Hold on, Is Reuters biased?
You don't accept any of the major news sources. AP News.
Hold on. The major news sources they're affected by the government. They're owned by the government. Washington Post, CNN, BBC, Reuters have direct ties to the government, and you didn't even know that?
What about AP News? That's owned by the government?
What's AP News?
Associated Press.
Do you think it's owned by the government?
I don't think it's owned by the government. The Guardian's trash, but it's not owned by the government. Trash.
It is owned by the government.
Oh, it's owned by the trash. Okay, it's owned by the government. So then, using your logic, I can't have a news source because every single news source is either owned by the government.
The ones you listen to, yeah, bro. I'm sorry that.
Well, what other ones are there?
I'm sorry that America has such a good effect on the distribution of news. Like, what do you want me to do, bro? Yeah.
But these aren't all American organizations. Al Jazeera is not American.
Al Jazeera is owned by America.
It's owned by America.
The country's owned by America.
Get your cheesy ass out of here, bro. You're accepting Al-Munara. What the fuck is wrong with your fucking Shia?
But Al Jazeera's cool, right?
I never said Al Jazeera is cool.
So suck my dick. What do you want then? Get off my back. What do you want? Yeah, get off my dick, bro.
Using Al-Munara,
I believe, is a non-biased source.
Stresses out. Every single time there's stress as well.
Pretty much.
Like, I'm speaking, we live in the West. And then
Yeah, you guys are all Westerners with fucking bias.
What's happening? Like, one, because it's large. Two, because protests happen often. Three, because I'm starting to believe it's propaganda freaking.
I have one question for Priscilla. Hold on.
But it's just small.
Okay, so I looked
Would you rather hold on, Euro, hold on. Would you rather which one would you pick? Listen, I'm against the Iranian government, 100%.
Yeah, because you're a fag.
I see what they're happening.
I was talking, but I didn't know I was on mute. Okay.
Oh, okay.
You know what? So people are very one-track minded, okay? So, like, if you're in Iran and you're against the IRGC, you think that you are supposed to align with Zionists. You have retarded Iranians that they think that because I'm against the IRGC, I have to be cool with Zionists. Then you have people that are cool with Israel or whatever, and they think that they have to align with the IRGC. Like they're not cool with Israel. They hate Israel, so they think they have to align with the IRGC. Listen, I don't negotiate with terrorists. I am not gonna, in order for Satan to, not be in power, be with Beelzebub. I say fuck the IDF, and I say fuck. Of the IRGC, they sound just like a Zionist defending IDF. And then whenever somebody defends the IDF, the same thing, they sound exactly the same to me. Human rights violation are human rights violation. It's clear. Oh, my Baba's calling me.
We have made our governments, we have overthrown them. We have brought our leaders, we have changed them. So we don't need Zionist help for that. We don't need another Gaza airstrike in Iran.
Hamza, I can't believe you're suggesting that Al-Manar is an objective news
Why not?
source.
You fucking suggested the BBC.
Well, because it clearly isn't. So
why?
Why? It has institutional affiliation with Hezbollah. It's
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
Because it doesn't function as an
but the BBC has fucking affiliations with the fucking sorry.
No, if you don't see the dude, if you can't see the difference between the Guardian, the BBC, CNN,
you think these are independent sources? You're actually the dumbest.
Much more independent than Al-Manar.
Why? Hold on. Why?
Well, dude, I mean,
because it's not your side.
No, it's just
Go ahead, dog. Give me the argument.
Editorial framing is not independent.
Dog, why is it worse than my source?
Can I tell you why?
Shut the fuck up, Noah. You gaff. No one cares what you think. Fucking Qatar lover, dog. Fuck. Go ahead, Euro. Why is it worse? Shut the fuck up, bro. Euro, why is it worse? Why is my source worse than yours?
At the time,
Mine works with the government as well. So
Euro.
Why does mine have
let me debunk this.
This fucker keeps talking, bro. Shut the fuck up, Noah, bro. You're already a dumb fuck. Euro, why is my source worse than yours? To be.
Why do they have to be?
Okay, because it's a deep state. You don't know that Washington Post and CNN are owned by the government?
Okay, no, I don't know that.
Okay, so when they said that Iraq had nuclear weapons, you dumb fuck, were they right in their publications or not?
Yeah, we got some hot Iraqi.
1 second, Noah. 1 second, Noah. I don't know why you're sucking American dick, Noah. Right? Let me talk to Euro first.
No,
Euro, did you know that they did that? Did you know all of media? Did you know all of the media was behind the? Did you know they were all behind this Iraq war? It turned out to be a lie. It turned out to be fake. Look how I fucking own the room. I love when it's silent in the room. Wallah, I love it.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
I own, bro.
Appreciate you providing that source.
Shut the 1 second, Converse. We're not talking to you right now. If you're dumbass, you're gay ass emoji, bro. Forever you'll be a gay lamb. Imagine when no one starts.
They wanted to deliver.
Shut the fuck up, Noah, you American sympathizer. I'm not talking to you. You fucking non-Muslim that you are, right? Let me talk to the other atheists. Yeah, go ahead, Converse. You're dumb bullshit. I'm gonna deal with you first, Converse. Did you know that BBC and CNN? Did you know that? Hold up, bro. Did you know that CNN and BBC were publishing that shit?
No, they publish all kind of shit that's dumb. So what?
So thanks for the
You're just saying that they're
thanks,
bad.
dumb fuck. Thanks.
You know,
Okay,
you made a
so they're
specific
dumb
claim.
fuck organizations then.
Not that they provided false information.
What a fucking idiot that he is.
Hey, shut up,
Converse
bro. I'll move
jumps
you
into
down.
some
Shut
dumb
up, I'll
shit.
move you down. All right.
Move me down, you coward.
You didn't say that they were like bad information, right? You said that they were owned by the CIA, right?
And the military.
Where's the source for that? And then you changed your claim to. Are you saying they didn't provide this bad information?
I never changed it.
Yes, you did.
They are funded by the military. Dumb fuck. You're not even tracking what's going on. Is that what's trying to come? 1 second, let me deal with one mod. 1 second, mod.
Hold on, Hamza.
Let me deal with this.
Hamza, I really like you, and I want us to. I want you to.
I know you like
I want you to be here.
I know you like
so
me.
let's tone it down and have.
Nah, I don't give a fuck if someone drops me, bro.
But I
You don't fuck,
that.
You don't fucking censor me, bro. You don't tell me how to speak, bro. You don't like the way I
call
speak.
the
You can.
dumb fuck, Hamza. Okay,
I mean, he's a dumb fuck.
You're the one
He's
that's
a dumb fuck.
this. You're not providing
He's not
a
even
source for it,
tracking the
dumbass.
conversation.
You're not providing the source, dumbass.
Bro, are you asking me what we're talking about?
Provide a source.
Asking for a fucking
Hold on. Shut the fuck up. Now Buster wants to kick in. Converse, you don't even know what we're talking about? That I've been saying that CNN and BBC are funded by the military-industrial complex and the deep state. That's what I've been stating. You're re-asking me that? You don't even know what the fucking conversation is.
Source for that is what he's
Shut the fuck up. I'm not talking to you right now.
Every time somebody makes a
One second.
Yeah, I would
1
kick
second.
you for how you're talking to everybody, but they're
Fuck you too, bro. I don't care. I don't
Fuck
care
you,
shit me.
Hamza.
Don't fucking threaten me, bro. That's how I speak.
You're
You don't like
crashing
it.
out. You're crashing out over the news,
Yeah, you
dog.
look so stupid. I'm just
I don't care,
to make
bro.
a fool out of yourself.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Send the news.
That's fine. But let me speak my piece. You don't like the way it sounds, you can go fuck yourself for all I care. It's not my problem you don't like and like.
I've got a headache from you.
Kiss immak, bro. Why
You have to invade, dude.
It's like funny because we got Hamza. I'm a Christian, right? He called
That's
me an
fine.
atheist.
Go ahead. Speak.
We
Go
got
ahead,
him
speak.
to admit. We got him to admit that he's an atheist one night. Him and Matthew.
I'm more God-believing than you.
Converse. That guy is a kafir. He's a Shia.
Imagine Converse when Noah. Imagine when Noah sides with you. Imagine that's your ally, Noah. The guy that sided with you on a fucking throne. Oh my God! Go ahead, bro. I want to speak.
So I want to speak. Go ahead. So no, I have a question for Noah.
CNN. Hold on. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, what is your criticism of Al-Manar?
Al-Manar,
yeah,
is pretty.
Yeah.
Is basically delivering fake news. I'm not saying. Hold on, I will tell you why. First off, I'm not saying that CNN or BBC or AP News or even Al Jazeera is delivering the most accurate news of the Middle East. Maybe about Palestine when it comes to Al Jazeera, but not accurate information when it comes to the Middle East situation, especially in Lebanon and Syria and Iraq. Right? Those
I got
countries.
that. But is Al-Manar any
Yes,
less
I'll tell you
partisan?
why. Yes, I will tell you why my criticism for Al-Manar. When Hezbollah was getting fucked in the ass by the IDF, they were spewing like propaganda that we are doing fine, we're both of them, yes, both of them are delivering fake information that is not realistic on the ground. That's all I'm saying.
I understand, but what is the reason that the Guardian and all these other organizations are providing inaccurate?
Because they don't have vision on the ground of what exactly is happening.
Right. So it's not because they're partisan.
It is because they're fucking partisan, dog.
They could be
no,
partisan.
no, it doesn't.
I mean, that could be a reason. We don't know.
Like in Syria, for example, back in 2013, when the Bashar started dropping chemical bombs on the Syrian people, they were not delivering. Al-Manar, for example, didn't actually deliver these kind of news, but the BBC did. Why? Because it was in Ghouta, right? It was in the big city, and they had access to it. But there are some other places. They didn't have a vision there, so sometimes they're I'm not saying that they are independent, they just don't have the equipment, they don't have the safety to go to these kind of territories, right? They didn't also deliver the most accurate information about ISIS back in the days, right? So you kind of get your news
Exactly. But you're saying that their information isn't accurate because they don't have good sources is very different than saying it's because they're partisan.
Their literal sources is the government, dude. What are you fucking on about, man?
I don't know that. Listen, I don't know about that. If they are backed by
is the Washington Post owned by the CIA? Is it funded by the CIA? Yes.
No, I don't have any evidence for that. But like,
1 second, let me bring it up. 1 second.
Yeah, but you're not claiming just the Washington Post. You're
ask you then, Euro, is the Washington Post an independent journalist?
Talk about some.
They're owned by Jeff Bezos.
I think that they lost a lot of their editorial independence once Bezos bought it.
Okay, so what's the difference between them and CNN then? Isn't CNN funded by certain companies?
No, I mean, they get advertising revenues. Journalistic organizations try to separate their editorial side from their sales side. You know, even
even
magazines.
The same thing happened when the Iraq War fucking happened.
What's that?
Dog, you're pissing me off, dog. Is CNN funded by certain organizations? And that's where their fucking advertising money comes from.
Yeah, the editorial is supposed to be independent from the advertising.
I didn't ask that. Their funding comes from... Oh, my...
Hamza, I'm not trying to dig their sides. Also, the first ones to actually get information about like what is happening in Abu Ghraib prison, right? Which is against what the government wants, right?
I don't know. No, I don't know if it's against what the government wants. I know that they're lock case up with whatever the government wants. That's been the trend.
I know it's been a trend, but also there are pushbacks from against the government. There are
name one.
They publish critical stories of the government all the time.
Like what?
CNN is constantly criticizing Trump.
Now, fuck Trump. Trump is a fucking actor, man. He's not really making... Bro, you're dumb if you think Trump, the actor, really makes decisions for America. He doesn't make any decisions. He's just on camera, and he signs papers that other people give him, bro.
But he represents the government.
Just like all the American people. You're awam. You're like a regular person.
Dude, listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying when they criticize Trump, they're criticizing the government, right?
Trump is a fucking actor. Everyone goes, hold on, I'll tell you why. The Republicans AIPAC, the Republicans and the Democrats, always seem to vote for Israel. They're locking it in there. There's no partisan there. They all agree with whatever Israel says. That is like, bro, I can show you evidence of that. Every time Israel wants something, they all hold hands in together and they vote for Israel. Yet the Democrats try to say shit against Israel. The Muslims or whatever is in the socialists and whatever the fuck, they're against Israel, but yet they're all one step in with Israel.
Yeah, they're all hypocrites.
Exactly.
There's not the director of the CIA hasn't been there for 20 years. He got elected last year.
Years. How much was he there? Hold on, was he there for 14 years? Was he there for 14 years?
Guess what? Wasn't there for 20 years.
Was he there for 14 years? Was he there for 14 years?
The guy before that.
I know you don't want to answer my question. I know you don't want to answer my question.
20 years.
Oh, was he there for 14 years?
No.
Well, how long was he there for?
I'll look it up.
You're the one that said no. Hold on. You're the one that said no. You must know. You disagree with me.
So 2001 to 2005 was Burns. Haspel was 2018 to 2021.
No, 2005 to 2018.
Pompeo was
2005 to 2018. Who was in position?
Oh my God, dude, shut up. Let me finish reading out the fucking list.
Okay, go ahead.
John Radcliffe, right? January 23, 25 to current. William J. Burns, March 19th, 2021 to January 20, 2025. Gia Haspel, May 21. 2018, John Brennan, March 8th, 2013.
Hold on, are you reading the CIA?
Yes, the director of the CIA.
You're wasting your time. Look, the longest serving CIA directors, right? Number one, Alan Dulles, 8 years.
Right? Alan Dulles, who's I'm talking about, yeah.
8 years.
You're an idiot.
So that's two fucking presidents, dumb fuck.
So if I look at the last,
you're an idiot, and that's two presidents. What a fucking
the
idiot.
last 5 CIA directors. So the current one is less than a year. Then the one before that is 3.8 years, 2.6, 1.26, 3.8.
Are you literally conceding that? Hold on. Are you literally conceding that you think Trump is making major decisions?
Will you concede that the current CIA director and the one before that and the one before
that? Yeah, I can
see.
I can see. Now it's your turn. I can see.
No.
What do you mean? No, I gave you what you wanted. Okay, I gave you what you wanted. That you believe that Trump is making major decisions for America? Yeah, you're a dumb fuck. Okay. Forever your life's gonna be dumb fuck.
Oh, okay. Where's the evidence?
This actor who knows nothing about politics. This actor who knows. Hold on, bro. Yeah, I'll tell you. AIPAC, do they lobby for fucking Israel?
Yes.
Okay, does that affect major decisions?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, does that affect the decisions that Trump makes?
Yes.
Yes.
Is it Trump that's making the decision or the lobbyists that are lobbying for AIPAC?
The lobbyists are lobbying for AIPAC.
Whoa.
Oh, I fucked you in the ass, didn't I, you fucking dumb fuck?
Oh my God, you are so dumb.
Owned or not? Did I own you or not?
No, not owned.
You need to evolve, bro.
Just because people contribute. Okay, shut up, dude. Just because people contribute towards politicians, and politicians are more likely to vote in favor of the people who contribute.
This guy sounds like a politician himself.
The politician is not actually
You're a dumb fuck.
The politician is the one who decides the money and do the political action in favor of the
donors. The donors are the ones that make the decision. You dumb fuck, fucking idiot.
You win.
Yeah, obviously, the donors are the ones that put people in power, you dumb fuck. They're the ones that make the decisions, not the actual people in power, you fucking idiot. Have you seen House of Cards? I mean, like, what should I get you that you would realize what's going on?
Post like, your reference that you're using. Determine it.
My dick, that's my reference.
You can't make that decision.
Hold on, let me tell the guy wants to know a reference, so I'm going to give him one.
House of Cards is a source.
Oh, you guys are not being fair. You're not being fair. Let me give him the reference. My dick is the reference. How about that, you dumb fuck?
You might be the stupidest and most annoying person.
Shut the fuck up, dumb fuck. The military-industrial complex. How many people do I need to give you?
Oh my God, they're
not the ones that make decisions.
They're owned by the contributors. Oh my God.
obviously.
Like, what's the evidence that Trump's not making the decisions for America, Hamza?
His donors, dumb fuck.
His donors is the evidence?
Yes.
The fact that there are donors?
Yes.
means
The people that give him money to be in position is what's gonna hold on. Let me finish my answer.
Yeah, okay.
The people that give him money to be in the position he is in are the ones that are going to contribute to the actual matter of the fact things that are going to be instituted as law.
That's not right.
Why?
So the Congress people who write laws.
You can suck my dick after that stupid ass statement.
Congress are the people who write laws, not the executive branch.
I didn't fucking ask who writes the laws, dumbass.
So the people who are going to be contributing to the laws, right, are going to be the congressional delegates.
Who do they represent?
Those are
Hold
the
on.
people
Who do they represent? Hold on.
Right? And
who do they
delegates have donors.
Stop. I'm gonna get
Delegates
confused.
Might choose do that.
I agree.
Right.
Are they
So
more
the
likely?
delegates making
I
decisions,
agree,
right?
bro. You're
not
pissing
the
me off.
donors, right?
You don't like the answer. You don't. Are in line?
Fucking dumb.
Are they more to be in line people that donate to them or not?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay, but most likely on probability.
No, but not necessarily.
Oh, so the people. Oh, look how dumb fuck this is.
Donors.
So why would they donate to them? You're fucking a
both sides
Catholic.
of the political aisle.
You're a fucking Catholic, bro.
How can it be
You're a
that
Catholic.
both sides of the political aisle are servicing the same donor if they have
Because it's the same. I'll tell you why.
Legislation?
Because it's the same donor that's donating to both sides of the party. That's why when you find.
I have no idea how this works.
Hold on. Okay, APAC. Hold on. So hold on. The Democrats and the Republicans. You're such a Catholic. Why are you trying to censor me when I talk? Why are you trying to censor me when I talk? So they're not in line when it comes to decisions for Israel? Why? Why should they be?
Because that could be their actual genuine belief that Israel.
No, that's not. But they state otherwise.
No, you don't know that it's not their genuine belief that Israel's good for America. Like Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham is a perfect example of someone who believes in the existence of Israel.
You deny the truth when it's
regardless of who Lindsey Graham's donors are.
What a fucking Catholic. The truth is presented to you and you deny it, bro. You're a fucking Catholic. You know the whole. Hold on, let me ask a real question. Is the system rigged? What a fucking silence.
You just get proven wrong on every claim.
Is the system rigged?
So the CIA director. So CNN's not owned by.
Are you gonna answer?
The CIA director wasn't there for the last 20 years, right? It's just claim after claim after claim after.
So now I'm not. Or is it a fair democracy? Let's see this fucking Catholic how he answers. That's why you're silent, bro. That's why you're silent. You would have already answered, right? We already know your answer. The system is rigged towards the rich. And the rich happens to be some kind of partisan group. I'm not going to name their ethnicity, right? Because you'll hold it against me, you fuck. But there's a certain people that hold weight in America. And they happen to be the billionaires. That's who's America. Yeah, that's who decides what laws get passed. And you dumb fuck ass, you're gonna argue against me? Or you're gonna stay on mute now? Or did I win the conversation? Are we done? I know that, bro. They don't even give money. Wallah, bro. They don't even give you money and you defend them, bro.
So who are these people that are the billionaires?
Whoever they are.
Yeah, but I want to know who they are.
I don't care what you want to know. If you don't. I'm not here to teach you, bro. Go fucking research for your own self.
Oh, okay. Gotcha, bro.
It's a lot of research, bro. Find out who owns the banks. Who owns BlackRock, the biggest investment firm in the world? You don't even know who the fuck owns them? Then you're not informed, bro. It's not my job to come and teach you. You go learn your shit, then come back and argue with me. Not like this fucking idiot egg motherfucker hasn't evolved yet. Right? He hasn't even evolved yet. And he wants to come and argue with me. Even though he agrees with me secretly. That's the shitty part. Togepi, fuck that you are, Togepi. I know what Pokemon you
So
are.
the biggest shareholders in BlackRock are the Vanguard Group, State Street, and Capital Group.
Thanks. Do you know who they are?
Yeah, I know what each one of those are.
Okay, do you know who owns the Federal Reserve?
There's not an individual that owns the Federal Reserve.
I didn't say it was any. I said who they are, not who he is.
I know what you mean.
It's the Orsini.
It's a Federal Reserve not owned by a group of people.
Is it owned by us? Is it a governmental property?
It's a combination.
No, sorry. Is it a private group?
It's a public-private entity. It's a
that doesn't make sense. Is it a private group or a public group?
It's actually a combination.
Okay, so are you saying that the Federal Reserve is owned by the government? Watch this lie.
It's a public.
I'm not, bro. I don't like I don't like re-asking my question, but I'm gonna do it for you, Yura, because you're a good friend of mine. Is the Federal Reserve privately owned or is it publicly owned?
It doesn't fall into either category because this is.
Does that fucking make sense? It's a dichotomy, dog.
Well, if you read the 1913 Act that created it, yeah, well then you're familiar with it.
Okay, so is it public?
It's a unique structure.
Is it public?
It's not fully public. It's
not even partial. You know how I know it's not even partially public? Because I can't even see the members of
the group. Then how do you know?
Does it make it public?
No, but
if
then
it's public, then it's public knowledge.
But if you can't see the members, then you don't know who owns it.
Right? Is that public information?
No, but you claimed a minute ago that you really owned it.
Now I own you. If it's public information, I should get to know it, right?
Dude, you just said that.
Stop talking. Answer my question. If it's public information, the owners of the people who run the Federal Reserve, if it's public information, I should know it, right? It's because it's public information.
Who runs the world, bro?
Right. We know who's on the FM. We know who's on the FM.
I didn't ask that.
We know who's on the FMOC, and we know the 12 banks that own stocks in the Federal Reserve shares.
Right.
So that part is known. Now,
hold on. Can banks own stock in something that's governmental?
Oh my God!
Well,
it's not.
Well, shut the fuck up. Let me finish.
They can't.
sold. It's not allowed to be transferred.
Okay. What other governmental compartment
doesn't carry
owned by
controlling
stock?
rights. It
Shut
doesn't
the
carry
fuck up.
ownership
It
rights.
literally trades in bank currency. What are you on about?
Dude,
it's what banks fucking ask loans from. The Federal Reserve is what lends money to banks.
That's right, but
there's a bank of banks.
It's not designed to make a profit. And
is it owned by government?
Any excess revenues goes to the
You're
U.S.
all such fucking Catholic.
You just listen to this point.
No, you're dumb fuck. Is it owned by the government?
All excess revenues goes to the U.S. Treasury.
Bro, is the
It doesn't go to the banks.
Is it a public firm or a private one?
I say it's a hybrid type organization.
What the fuck does that mean?
You didn't like that answer.
Is there at least a part of it that's private?
Yes, part of it is.
So it becomes non-governmental.
Well, it's a little
By
bit of both.
definition, if it's private, it's not public, and public is governmental. Say, continue my fucking argument. You're an idiot. I don't care about you, Kobe. You need to evolve, then you come talk. You need some points, then you come talk to me, bro. You're still in your first state of evolution.
So go ahead and continue your argument.
No, you need to first. I need your concession. Is it part of it private?
I agreed. I said part of it is private.
Right. Can a governmental organization be private, even at least one part?
Oh, can you repeat the question?
Yes.
Right. Can at least one part of something that's governmental be private?
Right. I mean, there are cases where like a government has. Well, there's cases where government has nationalized industries, and then they later.
If it's hold on. If it's nationalized, it's not private. on whatever the case may be, and it doesn't become the whole anymore. It doesn't become public.
Right, but sometimes they're split. Like it's not 100% ownership.
When does that happen? When does that happen? Name one fucking occurrence before you check GPT.
Well, I know like the French government has done it with
fuck the French government,
France Telecom and stuff like that.
And a private hold on. So a private organization benefits on some kind of governmental like opportunity? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
Okay, that's not governmental, right?
Oh, well, the government owns a large percentage of the...
By government, by government, literally by definition, means owned by the fucking people. Owned publicly.
Yes, but you could have a company, for instance...
How can you have something be owned publicly and privately, man?
Because you have... I'll explain how it happens. You have shares of stock, and the government doesn't own 100% of the shares. It might own 70%, and it lets 30% be owned by the...
Okay, that private sector is not governmental anymore, is it?
Yeah, the private sector portion isn't, but...
Okay, good, you fuck. So now back to the fucking Federal Reserve. Can any portion of the Federal Reserve be private? If you say yes, I fuck you.
Go ahead and do it then.
Okay, you say yes then, right? You're saying yes?
Sure.
Okay, so this bank that loans to governmental banks, a portion of it is private?
Yeah, it has 12.
And you're telling me, shut the fuck up, bro. And you're telling me that's not biased because they look out for their own selves. By definition, it's private now. They don't care about public interest anymore. It's about private shares. They want to come up on their own selves, right? Are we done here? Are we done here? Am I done fucking with this argument anymore?
Yeah.
Good. Go on mute. I fucking accept your consent.
Hamza, you think you gained enough XP from that to take me on?
Well, I gained mad XP. Go ahead, I evolved. Okay, so okay, fine. I accept your concession too. Yo, I'm not smart. I know some shit, bro. Because I don't like bullshit, man. I don't like bullshit. CNN is fucking non-biased. What bullshit? Fox is not biased. What bullshit? No, but BBC is not biased. Fuck bullshit. Dude. Trump makes decisions. What bullshit?
Dude, if you're against BS...
If you say fucking CNN and BBC are objective, I'm gonna say Almanar's objective. And if you think mine's not objective, then I'm gonna...
So you're acknowledging that Almanar is highly partisan?
No, I won't.
You won't?
Prove why? Because the area you don't like, because the group that supports it you don't like, well, I don't support your fucking groups.
Right, so you're saying that the only reason that you won't say it's not partisan is unless people accept that the other organizations are also...
No, I believe that... No, look how fucking I'll bite the bullet. I believe this organization, even though it's funded by what you call a terrorist organization, is still partisan. It's non-biased. That's this claim I'm going to make.
You're saying it's non-biased?
Yeah.
So it is partisan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you have any, argument against that?
I don't know what you mean by saying it's partisan and non-biased. Partisan, okay.
Yeah. It's not biased, I said. Literally means non...
Yeah, I heard you say non-biased. I thought you said partisan, but it's okay.
Non-partisan.
That's fine.
Okay, and is CNN non-partisan?
Dude,
or does it fucking... Does it no.
Dude, it's so obvious that...
They don't appeal to democratic views?
Anybody that knows anything about Almanar knows it's
CNN... Hold on. Does CNN appeal to libertarian views? You fuck?
Not particularly.
You're such a fucking liar.
And CNN is libertarian?
Oh, is Fox fucking libertarian?
Fox is closer to libertarian than CNN is.
Wow, they're not conservative?
Dude,
you're dumb. You don't even know your own
Fox,
You don't even know your own
Fox is conservative.
Oh,
okay. CNN is not, conservative? But it's not libertarian.
What is it then? Okay, progressive, is it?
Yeah, CNN is there's a lot of evidence that CNN is very biased towards Israel.
Thank you.
But it's not libertarian, Matthew.
It is libertarian.
Well, we can have a discussion about that, but it's clearly Zionist.
Yeah, but the question was libertarian. It's
okay,
not
fine. Let's switch this to Zionist.
Would you accept that? Would you accept that there's evidence that the CNN is heavily biased towards Israel?
If you're asking me, I don't watch CNN.
I heard you kind of argue for it or advocate for it.
No, that's not. We weren't talking about whether CNN was Zionist or not. We were talking about whether or not CNN was owned by the government.
No, originally, because I was listening to the discussion, the original point of it was that this, whether one should trust the CNN's coverage of anti-Israeli agenda. Because the discussion was Iran. And you said we should trust CNN.
No, the discussion was Iran, right? Not
Iran, and you advocated for CNN. You said
I think first of all, the question came up was which organizations are reporting this, and so I mentioned a long list, including CNN.
CNN was
and all of the organizations.
CNN was your second one, and Hamza objected. You said why?
CNN, his objection was that it was owned by the government. He said no. I didn't say that. I said it. He said it was owned by the government.
Well, it's owned by Warner Brothers Discovery.
You said it was owned by the CIA. Well, that's not the government, is it?
The president of which is a Zionist.
So is that the government?
Yes. So if
that's not the government.
If Milith and Euro were actually interested in what the gist of what Hamza was saying, they would have conceded that, clearly there is strong evidence to suggest this towards Israel, and
that's not. Iran. That wasn't the argument. At no point was it wasn't even mentioned about bias towards Israel. It started in a discussion about Iran, and then the claim was made that all of these news sources were owned by the government. And I do not believe that CNN was owned by the government. I do not believe that the CNN was owned by the CIA. I don't believe that the Guardian is owned by the government. And so I don't believe any of those are owned by the government. So I just don't think it's true.
So either you, Euro, and Milith knew about this and you covered it.
No, it wasn't the topic, Matthew. You're distorting the conversation. There was no conversation at any time about whether or not these organizations were pro or against Israel. The discussion was whether or not they were owned by the government. And if you want to, Matthew, if you want to make this.
Okay, now one at a time. Thank you.
So, Euro, do you think that CNN can be trusted in order to give us coverage, transparent, full, comprehensive coverage of what's happening between Israel and Gaza, and also what's happening in Iran?
It's irrelevant. That's a totally new topic. It's irrelevant to the discussion. No, because you're trying to argue. You were trying to argue that Hamza was correct, and you won't even say because it's not. I don't believe it's true that it's owned by the government.
Okay,
full stop. I don't believe that.
Great, you win that. Okay.
Thank you. You didn't make that clear to Hamza.
No, but you presented initially CNN as a reputable news source.
I mentioned one of several news organizations that's reporting it.
Fuck the others. Would you like to remove CNN from that list?
I think CNN is a relatively has a partisan bias because this is what's happened in the U.S. All of the major news sources now have a political slanting that they make very obvious. So Fox is very conservative. MSNBC is liberal progressive.
Yeah.
CNN is liberal progressive.
Are you aware of any American mainstream news channels that are not biased towards Israel?
I don't track them on whether they're for or against Israel. I'm just saying that I know about the political biases, which I mentioned, right versus left, and that I know that organizations like AP News and Reuters strive towards objectivity.
Okay, I'll extend the question to anyone else who might know. Does anyone know of any American mainstream news channels that are not biased towards Israel?
Nope.
No further questions.
I can't be concession when it was a topic I wasn't discussing. I we never discussed that topic.
Is the
So
government
how can I-
hold
how
on,
can I be
okay. Let
conceding?
me address it directly. Is the government decisions is that advocated by the lobbyists that govern for those decisions?
I don't know. I would ask you.
Oh, you're a dumb fuck. If you don't know, then don't argue.
Wait a second.
Don't argue with me.
I'm trying to answer the question.
You said you don't know.
I'm trying to answer the question that Matthew raised. I'm not sure if NPR is biased in favor of Israel.
Obviously, NPR.
Yeah, I'm asking.
No, yeah, they are very much so. But you trying to use like a fucking like a little trick, right? You're trying to say, oh well, Hamza said the government, not these personal companies. Is that what you said to him?
Dude, I'm not making any trick. You literally were arguing. You literally told me that's what we were arguing
affected
about.
by private companies and their lobbyists.
You then said CNN was owned by the CIA.
Who's the government owned by?
Okay, so now you're saying it's owned by
the people?
the lobbyists.
Yeah, obviously. Obviously.
Okay, well then
it's not owned by me and you.
Then you should have said the CNN is owned by lobbyists.
But that's the government. It's just a reference back to the government. It's owned by big business. I already mentioned the military-industrial complex. I mentioned lobbyists.
You did mention military-industrial complex
and APAC.
Later, yes.
And APAC.
Yes, later you did, yes.
Okay, these are the ones that sway decisions. Not me and you.
Yes.
Not owned by people.
Dude, I'm not against you. I don't know what your problem is.
Why are you
arguing
against me then?
I'm saying your argument evolved over time.
It didn't evolve shit. I mentioned it in the beginning.
Dude, in the beginning, you said,
I said
government. You said it was owned by the government, owned by
and you didn't understand what government. Decisions made by me and you. It's by billionaires. And the billionaires happen to be APAC, the military-industrial complex, fucking Walmart, all these people. They're the ones that make real decisions, not me and you. Me and your vote don't mean shit to them. That's not me and you. If I give $10 to Trump and they give $10 billion to Trump, bro, that doesn't do shit for me. They listen to what Trump wants. CNN listens to what the fucking industrial complex wants because that's who funds them at the end of the day. I don't know why you're disagreeing with me on this point.
Right, but you acknowledge that CNN is against Trump.
Yeah, but it's not against Israel. It's not against the... Bro, I already told you that Trump doesn't make decisions.
No, I understand
that. Makes decisions.
Right,
the military-industrial complex makes decisions, not Trump.
Right, I understand that. But
Trump is a fake fucking actor in front of you to throw you off from what's really going on.
Right. And CNN is anti-Trump. So if they're both owned by the government, why are they taking opposite positions?
Very good. I'll tell you why. Because both of them are APAC. And they just want to throw off the view of APAC. They don't want APAC to be in the spotlight. They don't want the military-industrial complex to be in the spotlight. So fucking hate Trump because he grabs pussies, right? Everyone's so dumb. Some Kim Kardashian bullshit, right? He grabs pussies and they destroy nations and they kidnap presidents and their wives and they get away with it. Why? Because you dumb fucks are worried about Trump grabbing pussies, bro. Oh wow.
Okay,
You guys are just simple people, bro. You guys are simple dumb
So Hamza,
fucks, bro.
so Hamza, are you saying that?
And the Federal Reserve is still privately owned.
So are you saying that the APEC is both pro and anti-Trump? Okay.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. But they're both pro APEC. I'll tell you that shit. To America, yet they support them 100%. Israel's never done anything for America except fucking terrorist acts towards America, the state itself. Yet you guys support them. Why? Because the media is so owned by them. You guys don't even know what's going on. All you guys are worried about is grab them by the pussies, right? That's all you guys care about. Because you're dumb fucks. You guys are sheeps, bro. Fucking baked, fucking bodied.
Okay, so then why doesn't somebody else come up amongst the ranks to
We
oppose
can't. They're
that?
too strong. They own the banks. How the fuck am I supposed to come up against someone who owns the bank I borrow money from? The money is borrowed from another bank, and that bank is owned by people. I don't even want to. I'm so scared to even mention the ethnicity, bro. That's how much they own us. That's how much they
Fuck
own
ice, bro. Fuck ice. Well, it's winter here in Denmark, bro, so there's ice everywhere. No plug?
Yo, I'm in the Shia area. I'm in the Shia area.
That's why you can speak now. You have the freedom.
Well, now I love Hezbollah. Hezbollah number one. No one fucks with me.
Man, these Americans are so dumb, bro.
So dumb, bro.
Both sides, bro. And this guy is supposed to be, Euro, bro. I thought Europeans were smarter than that.
He's supposed to be like us, bro. Turns out to be a fucking Catholic Zionist. Is what he turned out to be.
Dude, why are you so
Shut the fuck up, Zionist, bro.
No, dude, you're being very unfair.
I'm not being unfair. I
Yes,
thought
I
you
am.
had. Okay, now let's get personal. I thought you had the same mentality as all of us. Everyone is
Dude, we
Turns
agree
out-
on a lot of things.
Yeah, but
Doesn't
turns
mean
out
we
the most
agree on
important things
everything.
we don't agree on.
And the fact that I
You don't have
ask
to be a
difficult
backstabber.
questions. No, I don't think so at all. The fact that I'm asking critical questions, you should be appreciating.
You don't even fucking vote. You don't even.
Out that those aren't news sources, they're
Bro, you
platforms.
fucking pointed out CNN and BBC.
Yeah, I pointed out CNN, BBC.
And you don't even know that these are controlled by opposition groups, that they're controlled by... Do you even believe in the deep state? Hold on. Do you even believe in deep state? Or is that a conspiracy theorist?
I have no idea if that's
Oh, so you're a dumb fuck. So why am I even fucking talking to you if you don't even know? You know, on a test.
I'm supposed to just. You want me to just say, yeah, it's a deep state?
No, I don't. I want you to be honest. And then you're wrong on the test. As a teacher, I mark you wrong. You don't know the fucking answer.
Well, not knowing is better.
Shut your mouth.
Not knowing.
Shut your mouth. Don't argue with me.
Dude, I'm not arguing on those points. You see, that's the difference. I don't argue with you on something that I say I don't know. But what I'm saying is, you told me that what I should use for news sources is Telegram and Twitter.
No.
And I said that those aren't news sources.
Hold on. I said don't use CNN and BBC. Don't.
Right. And you literally said Twitter and Telegram. And then I said they're not news sources; those are platforms where various individuals.
I agree.
Yeah, okay, and then we agree. And then of course you understand the
Use
problem with
Reuters,
that.
bro. Use Reuters.
And I suggested Reuters. I did suggest Reuters. Reuters was one of the ones I suggested.
He's being sarcastic.
Hamza didn't like it.
He's being sarcastic, bro.
Well, you think he's being sarcastic, but he sounded serious. But in any case, I would say Reuters and AP are better than the other ones that we mentioned.
Okay, what if I told you that those are also opposition? Those are also controlled by the deep state. And you would just tell me you don't know, right?
Well, I don't know that they are. Do you know that they are?
I do know they are. I know that I do know they are.
Okay. Well, then why not, that's fine. Just to show that,
Okay.
But the thing is...
So then it turns out... Hold on.
I just want to get
now
back to...
Iran, hold on. Now Iran...
Well, wait a second. We were... But And you also have people that post inaccurate information there. So how are you supposed to distinguish between them?
You gotta be smart, bro. You can't be a dumb fucking life, bro. I can't fucking, Euro, I can't navigate your life, bro.
No, I know, but don't
okay.
But
okay,
don't you
bro.
think you're accepting the ones that correspond?
Has Iran fucking trying to take over another country?
What's that?
Has Iran tried to take over another country?
I never said that it was.
Have they superseded anyone's international borders except themselves?
I haven't said that they did.
Has Israel?
Dude,
I need a clear answer here. Has Israel? I'm gonna show, because I'm giving you an example. I'm giving you an example of your dumb fuckery, right? Has Israel?
Those are positions that I'm taking.
Dog.
I haven't taken. You're asking me questions about positions I haven't taken. I'm just trying to point out when you want to use Twitter and Telegram, where individuals are posting, and there isn't. And which ones are accurate and inaccurate, that you may be tempting to believe those that happen to correspond to your beliefs.
No, wrong.
And you reject others. Well, then what?
Wrong.
Well, then what are you using?
I'm going to take all information into account. I'm going to make a decision. But your dumb fuckeries.
Right, okay.
Yeah, but you've already accepted CNN and BBC as being non-biased. You literally made that fucking dumb fucks. For all us rationalists, we think that's the most dumb fuck statement anyone's ever made. CNN and BBC are not biased.
Dude, BBC tries to be objective. That's
are they objective?
Well, I think they're fairly objective.
So you're a dumb fuck. For all us rationalists who really know what's going on in the world, we think you're a dumb fuck.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, that's not my fault, bro. Yeah, that's your own dumb fuckery, right?
Dude,
you have to navigate. Hold on, bro.
I'm saying
you have to navigate yourself out of that trap.
Okay, but I'm saying, relatively speaking,
you're an Israel pawn, bro. You're a fucking dumb. Anyone who's at least half as smart as a fucking donkey knows that BBC lies. They lie on behalf of Israel. Did you know that?
Okay.
Even that
do you think they're biased on all subjects or just as Israeli subjects?
Let's go with Israel alone, and then we'll get to other facts.
Okay.
Bro, if they lie on behalf of Israel, now we know they're liars.
And why are they lying on behalf of Israel?
Because Israel funds them.
Israel
advertising. Oh, you didn't know that?
No, I didn't.
So you're a dumb fuck, right? So don't fucking get into a conversation. Don't get into a conversation.
Dude, I never said that they did it. That's the difference.
So why the fuck are you arguing with me, Euro?
Dude, I'm literally not arguing on points when I say I don't know.
If you're
telling me.
Oh my God, man.
You're telling me.
Stop talking. If you don't know, stop having the conversation with me. One second.
Dude, how do I supposed to anticipate what your future questions are going to be? Am I supposed to have a crystal ball?
Okay, if you don't know, why are you fucking interjecting, bro? Why are you denying my claims, bro? If you don't fucking know.
I never denied your claim about Israel funding the BBC because I hadn't heard it before.
No, look at this fucking BBC report right here. 1 second, bro. Let me bring this up. Look at this shit, bro. Look at this shit right here. Hold on. Copy in the chat, bro. That's my niggas, bro. My niggas are based, bro. You don't have people like me, bro. Hold on. Paste. Read. Look at this fucking quote right here. Copy. Here. Look at the chat. Dumb fuck. You want to argue with me? Go ahead, read the chat, Euro. Don't fuck with me and don't fuck with my people, bro. Let me read the first 2 paragraphs, since you guys won't read, because you're all dumb fucks anyways, right? Here we go. A number of news outlets have strongly rejected Israeli accusations that 4 freelance photographers they worked with in Gaza had prior knowledge of the Hamas attacks on 7 October. Israeli Minister Shalom Khari said certain individuals, quote-unquote, who had worked for Reuters, AP, CNN, and New York Times had prior knowledge. All 4 outlets have denied the claims, which have since been debunked.
The NYT said the outrageous accusations endangered freelancers. Hamas launched devastating and unprecedented attacks on southern Israel on 7 October, killing more than 1,400 Israeli civilians and soldiers and kidnapping more than 240. And don't fuck with my group. The question is, why would Israelis say that? Why would Israel say that?
Dude, do you just realize that the article you said is saying the opposite of what you're saying? It's saying, yes, it's saying the Israeli minister made certain claims that are being denied by the news organizations.
Hold on. Certain individuals who had worked for Reuters, AP, CNN, and New York Times had prior knowledge. And you're saying, what? Wait, what are you saying?
That was a claim by the Israeli minister, right?
Okay.
And all four outlets deny the claims.
Obviously,
and it says that they have since been debunked.
Which ones?
That's
all
what it
four
says.
outlets have been denied the claims, which have since been debunked. Why would Israel say it?
Saying that this article is not proving your point.
Why would
this
Israel
article,
say it? Why would
the
Israel
article is
say
saying
it?
that the news outlets deny it,
Okay,
and they're saying that the claims themselves were debunked.
Why would Israel say that? Why would they say that?
Dude, you're saying that these organizations are controlled by Israel. Israel funds them.
Israel's saying that.
Right, Israel's saying that they have the knowledge.
Why?
Why are these organizations saying it's not true? And why does it say that the claim is debunked?
Why was Israel saying that?
Oh my God. Was Israel correct when they were saying it?
Let's say no, but why are they saying it?
So if they weren't correct, that means the news organizations
Did Israel believe? Hold on. Did Israel believe it to be correct when they said it?
This minister apparently believed it.
If you don't fucking answer, I'm repeat the question.
But it shows that there's a tension between.
I'm just going to repeat the question, right? Did Israel believe it to?
Presumably, this minister believed it to be true.
Yeah, right. Right. So.
Right. So it proves that tension. It shows a tension between the organizations and Israel. Not that they're in collusion.
What tension? Israel saying there's no collusion. They work for us. That's what Israel's saying.
Well, is that what it says there, that they work for us?
No, but that's the implication.
I don't know that that's. I don't think so, but.
No, you're such a fucking Catholic.
I don't think that's what it says. It simply says that 4 freelance photographers that worked within Gaza had prior knowledge of the attacks. That's not saying they worked for Israel.
Certain individuals who had worked for Reuters, AP, CNN, and the New York Times had prior knowledge.
Right, so Israel's actually, the claim that's being made is that these individuals had knowledge from Hamas. Yeah, that's what it says there, yeah.
Where does it say that?
It says they rejected Israeli accusations that 4 freelance photographers that worked within Gaza had prior knowledge of the Hamas attacks on 7th of October.
Okay, so Hamas told them because it's the Hamas attacks? Bro, don't
fuck with me. They said that they knew that Hamas was going to do these attacks prior to...
Who said that?
It says that right there, that their knowledge of the Hamas attacks.
Israel says that, right?
Yeah, Israel said about
these. Isn't that fucking weird? Dog, isn't that fucking weird they would say something like that?
Right, but that's not saying that...
Dog, you're being... Look, that's someone in the ministry, right? They're saying that. Isn't that at least something to be like a hunch about something weird's going on?
Look, I agree about it being something weird.
Good, I accept your concession then. We're done here.
It's not a concession.
It is, bro. Some weird shit's going on. Israel's admitting it.
You were saying that this was evidence that they were... And the news...
Well, if the news organization says no, you just accept because the news organization said no?
I'm saying that either one of them could be right, but... whether they're right or wrong, it doesn't show that they're in Israel. It shows.
Israel themselves are saying they're in my pocket.
Israel is saying that they were in Hamas's pocket. That's the claim, and then organizations deny. They said that these freelance reporters had prior knowledge of the Hamas attacks.
Yeah, did they state that? Did they fucking publish that?
No, that's the claim that Israel.
Oh my God, you're not even understanding.
That's literally the draft, dude.
I know, dog. Israel's the one that's stating it. No, I know. Look at the. Okay, what about this one, dog?
Okay, so this is a good one. This one says Israel knew Hamas's attack plan more than a year ago. Okay.
Now put the two together.
Now put the two together. Yeah, exactly. So now, would you agree that this is critical of Israel, right?
Okay.
And it's printed by the New York Times.
Okay.
So New York Times is in Israel's pocket, or it's not in Israel's pocket?
Hold on, what are they stating? The thing keeps wanting me to pay 25 cents.
It's saying that Israel knew Hamas's attack plan more than a year ago. By the Times laid out the attack in detail, Israeli officials dismissed it as aspirational and ignored specific warnings.
Okay.
Israeli officials obtained Hamas's battle plan for the October 7th terrorist attack more than a year before it happened. Documents, emails, and interviews show. But Israeli military intelligence officials dismissed the plan as aspirational, considering it too difficult for Hamas to carry it out. The approximately 40-page document, which the Israeli authorities codenamed Jericho Wall, outlined point by point exactly the kind of devastating invasion that led to the deaths of about 1,200 people.
Okay, so Israel knew.
Right. So
then they told on. Then they told the journalists.
Then they told the journalist
that there's going to be an attack.
Oh, you're going back to the other article?
Yeah, both. They're both going hand in hand.
So would you say that this New York Times article...
Hold on. Do you agree? Israel knew. Then they told the journalists. Then the attack happened. Then the world knew.
I mean, that's a possibility. But wait a second, dude. Is this article, this New York Times article is critical of Israel or not?
Yes.
Right. So the New York Times is being owned and controlled by Israel or not?
Yeah, 100%.
So why would they write an article that's negative about Israel then?
Who gives a fuck? It doesn't disprove that's not owned by Israel.
Well, your whole point is that they're biased for Israel, and then
they are biased for Israel.
Right, but you're giving me articles that are anti-Israeli.
No, you're not understanding.
Well, you agree that this article is critical of Israel, and it's written by the New York Times, which you're telling me is biased towards Israel. So this organization that's biased towards Israel is writing anti-Israeli articles.
But it's after the fact.
It's a negative thing being reported by what you're saying is a pro-Israeli news source. I mean, you can't have it both ways, right?
Yeah, but I can't really state the fact of the matter, right? The best way to be biased is to be plausibly unbiased.
Okay, so this is the part of their undercover operation to sometimes be anti-Israeli?
Obviously.
Yeah, obviously.
Obviously, dog.
Okay.
Did it happen when the occurrence happened? Fucking 22 babies killed or whatever. They're all beheaded, and everyone publishes the same shit. No evidence Everyone was raped. No evidence, yet it's all published in all these fucking major news outlets that you say are non-biased.
News outlets are very bad at quickly publishing information.
In the hospital.
Yeah. Look, but the same things happened when there was misinformation reported by Gaza. The news organizations all picked it up and played it.
Hold on. What misinformation?
There was a claim at one time that a hospital was bombed and that several people died. In fact, I think at one point they said all the people there died, and that it was an Israeli missile. And then it turned out that the hospital wasn't even touched. The explosion took place in the parking lot.
In the parking lot, I remember that.
Yeah, all the news organization reported it.
Did they report when journalists and babies died on the Palestinian side?
I'm giving you an example where the same news organization printed false information initially, saying that the hospital was.
But it turned out to be in Israel's favor. Oh, it wasn't the hospital that was bombed; it was actually a parking lot. Yet there are other reports that state that the hospital.
But they publish it because news organizations like to publish quickly, and this is one of the problems that happens, that sometimes the misinformation gets reported initially.
Right, so you're just gonna take it as conspiracy theory, right? When I say that, like sometimes sometimes it's gonna be plausibly unbiased, right? They're gonna publish some shit against Israel, but in favor, most likely, it's always gonna be Israel's side, which is what we see with the media. Leaning towards Israel. Sometimes they'll give you these tidbits about like, oh, it's Israel does war crimes, but it's always in more favor towards Israel committing genocide, even though they don't mention that Israel's in the right.
Well, we'd have to have some.
Why do you turn out to be an imbecile when it comes to Zionism and U.S. imperialism?
I'm not being an imbecile. I'm just trying.
Objective when it comes to this. Like I don't understand. Like
well, you're an idiot.
And I think that if you wanted to have a good debate about this, you'd have to bring in people that are pro-Israeli and
like you. You're pro-Israeli. I'm talking to you.
No, I'm not as knowledgeable, nor am I.
Why do you take their side? Why do you take their side so much?
I do when I think that they're correct, and I take.
In what? In what? Okay, I want to know: is Israel committing genocide in fucking Gaza?
Oh my God!
No, I want a clear answer to this.
I'm not gonna play.
Wow, see how I win the conversation so easily? I fucking use it. Dog, can you fucking go?
No, it's fucking not fair.
Who pretends he's
no, this is just a constant goal posting.
It's always been like this.
I pretend. Don't go down this BS.
Me and you have already went down this path. You fucking liar.
Don't.
Is Israel committing genocide towards Palestinians?
Dude, don't do this.
Who's paying you? I'll pay you more. I'll pay you more.
I will give you money if you want.
Dog, who is Israel committing genocide against Palestinians?
Dude, I'm not going down this route.
Is the IDF wrong in what they're doing?
I'm not going down this route.
You're a piece of shit human being, bro. You're a piece of shit human being. Well, you are. You can't even admit that they're committing genocide. They kill babies and women and children and journalists, and you're, I don't want to debate anymore. You've been debating
because
30 minutes.
Because you
now
want
you want to
stop? Because you want to keep changing the topic.
No, there's no topic change.
Well, this is, of course, a topic.
Israel.
We went from whether or not there were protests taking place in Iran and how reliable those sources are to whether or not Israel is committing genocide.
Okay, let me ask
and you're telling me it's not a topic change.
Let me ask you a different question.
It's so unfair.
Let me ask you a different. Is Iran killing protesters?
I don't have any knowledge of that.
Okay, is Israel killing? I don't have an answer towards I don't know.
Well, you get upset when I say I don't know the other
Israel. You don't know if Israel's committing genocide. You don't know that. You didn't make a statement. I don't know. Do you believe that? Do you not know if Israel's committing genocide?
I already said I'm not going down that route, and you want to
Can you just give me an answer? Yes.
No, I
no,
don't.
know.
I don't think that's fair.
Why? What didn't I ask that was unfair?
That do claim genocide for the act of Israel at the moment. Like I'm sure you know that's happening. Europe.
Dog, is the IDF barbaric for targeting children? Is the IDF barbaric for targeting children?
No.
Okay, you're a fucking terrorist. I'm not talking to you, terrorist. I'm talking to Euro real quick, okay? Fucking terrorist.
So, look, this is what I would agree with you on if you want to get into this. I really don't want to. But yeah, if they're targeting children, then
good, man. That's a good claim, man. Yes, they are barbaric if they're targeting children, bro.
Problem is they're not targeting children.
Yeah, you're a fucking faggot. No one cares what you think, Chris. Fucking faggot. You're a dumb fuck.
You just keep taking all the L's today, man.
Your whole life is a gay, bro. Your whole life you've been a gay fag, right? So I don't even care what you're saying. You get fucked in the ass by other men. So why would I care what you think? Sorry, Chris. He's a fag, but sorry, Chris.
That's great.
Yeah, laugh nervously, dumb fuck. Like the IDF doesn't target children. Are you a dumb fuck?
No, they don't.
Okay, okay, here we go.
Well, here we go. I'm going to show you some Hamas propaganda.
Wait,
Hamas propaganda.
They just accidentally hit them?
I definitely beat my wife, obviously.
Well, you weren't